It's the final day of pre-season testing from the Sepang International Circuit here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It's 2 AM here in the UK, 10 AM over there in Malaysia, and the green light goes on for 8 hours on the final day. Hello everybody and welcome to the final day then here at Sepang. This is where the time attacks truly begin. The riders are going to head out there onto the circuit then. We've got cooler track and temperature as well at 36 degrees Celsius. The air temperature is at 26 and clear skies as well. This is the go point for 2025. So today is time attack day. We'll see a lot of riders out there hopefully getting below the 155s. 156s seem definite, but Jack Miller was asked yesterday, after being years on a V4 bike, he's finally enjoying the fourth sector here, said, will you have to go below a 56 tomorrow and do a 55? He says, I bleeping hope not. So, there's a lot of pressure for the riders to just make sure everything is A-OK. But the green light is on and we're underway for what's going to be a very interesting session. Delighted to say as well that we've already had some surgeries restored for a couple of people as well, to make sure everything's okay. Ralph Hernandez has gone under the knife and is A-OK, which is good news as well. He'll now get ready for the next run coming up in the Thailand test, and maybe even Thailand. He'll be coming in a few weeks' time. So, we've got a lot to look forward to and a lot to get to. So let's start the show right away and cross over as we prepare. First of all, let's rejoin the 2024 watch-along stuff and join round 12 of the season is where we've got up to, and that is in Aragon. So on the other side, we'll be back with a full update as the riders head out there for their shakedown laps before setting off. Let's head back to 2024, round 12 of the season at Aragon. MotoGP is ready to restart here in Motorland Aragon. We've been away for the circuit for over 2 years, but now we are racing back. It's the first ever Aragon Tissot Sprint, and we are ready for action to resume in MotoGP 2024. Hello everybody, welcome to the Tissot Sprint. We are about to get underway with the world feed getting started right this second, and all the action live here on JBMotorsports Twitch and JBMotorsports 2. Premiere, of course, on JBMotorsports. We're all set then for this one. Marc Marquez on pole position. It really is going to be a fantastic event. Let's cross in. MotoGP revs up here in Motorland Aragon. Welcome to the Tissot Sprint for round 12 of MotoGP in 2024. All bikes on the grid and we're ready for 11 laps of Motorland Aragon. Marc Marquez is on pole position, Pietro Acosta is second, Pecco Bagnaia lines up third. Jorge Martin is fourth with Alex Marquez fifth, Franco Morbidelli is sixth. Brad Binder in 7th with Miguel Oliveira 8th and 9th for Ralph Hernandez. Johan Zarco has 10th on the grid. That's alongside then Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Vinales. Then it's Marco Bezzecchi, Anea Bashini and Jack Miller, Fabio Di Antonio, Fabio Quartararo and Takiki Nakagami. Then followed by Agustin Fernandez, Luca Marini, Alex Rins and Juan Mir. Away we go then on the parade lap here for a wonderful Aragon sprint. So I don't know where Megan is at the moment, but we're underway. The position is, this is going to be good though. Let's take a look at the championship and how things currently stand here. Pecco Bagnaia, 275 points. 5 points back is Jorge Martin. The gap just 5. 61 points back is Anea Bashini. Marc Marquez is 83 points back in the championship standings, but does have a chance of being victorious here today. Marc Marquez is top Ducati on a bike that is GP23. No idea what is going to happen next. No idea what will be the turn of events that we could see here today. Megan Birch walks into the side of the commentary box, bang on time. Hello. You've knocked your windshield mic off as well. 11 laps ahead of us then. This is where things really start to get action. And Marc Marquez, are we about to see him win for the very first time on Ducati?
Hopefully.
It's all up in the air at the moment, isn't it?
That it is. Though Mark's been strong all weekend so far, so it's likely that he'll top this.
Also, we literally just finished F2, and then 2 minutes later, we're into MotoGP. So far today, things have been swimmingly.
You must really want a nap.
Yeah, I've not stopped today. I don't think I've actually had an hour since we started at 7:30 this morning. So, yeah, getting quite entertaining. New surface here, Megan, that needs patching in areas. It's still, we haven't raced on it before. This is going to be a giant leap of learning. Usually we have Moto3 and Moto2 out there first gripping it up. MotoGP, the first race on this surface.
Oh, I can already see little bits of like worry looking down at the surface of the track from Marc Marquez there.
Yeah.
So it'll be an interesting thing to see, to be honest. This will be the first piece of information that we actually get for race purposes.
Yeah. Race winner?
I'm going to go with Marquez.
All right, fair dues, fair dues.
Or Costa.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red lights will activate, and yet there's only 5 on the other side. It always gets to me. Green flag at the back. Eyes to the lights then. We're ready to go back racing in Motorland Aragon for the Tissot sprint. 5 lights are on. Pull the throttle back, and it's a terrible start for Becca back there. Terrible start. He goes straight across the circuit. As he comes into town, you spotted something else.
Right there.
That's Aleix. Oh, Aleix is down.
Down.
Aleix had a terrible start. He's gone down. The bike must have had a problem.
It jumped back on him, and ever since then he could not get it sorted that well. Hasn't even airbag deployed. He just got immediately whacked off the bike. Honestly, given the way that bike was looking, probably a good thing.
Alex Rins has gone down a couple more positions as well, so Marc Marquez leads, Martin second. He's made a great start. Acosta now up into 3rd position. Marc Marquez, though, can control the distance at the front. Pecco Bagnaia, though, he looked like, again, this is what we talked about, with no grip being on the racing line. As soon as they pulled the throttle back, it was like, bang! Oh, and Zarco's down!
Yeah. Oh, this is
on
already
entry.
bad.
Look, Zarco's gone down on entry further back, so Johan Zarco's crashed down. 2 before the first lap's even completed.
2 in 2 sectors.
Yeah, not great this at all. So they'll keep an eye out on this delta. They'll keep an eye on it. Zarco's crashed out of this race as well then, coming into it. Marc Marquez leads by 0.6 of a second. Jack Miller gets ahead of Augusto Fernandez, though, as well, on the cusp going into it.
That stayed on an awfully long time.
It did, didn't it? Yeah, no jump starts. Yeah, well, slidey starts. I was looking at the lights, and then as soon as I went out, I looked at, and the first thing I saw was Bagnaia twitch at the line. You spotted Aleix, though.
Yeah, first thing I saw was Aleix. Okay, it was like, do you know when a horse gets frightened and jumps up? That was what it was like.
Yeah.
It was like,
might have a red flag if this is that yellow flag for the rider.
I hope we get a replay.
We've stayed green. Rider is okay. I'm delighted to tell you. So there will not be a red flag stoppage to this MotoGP sprint race as we come over the line. Marc Marquez leads though down to turn 1. Martin in 2nd. Acosta in 3rd. Alex Marquez 4th. Bagnaia 5th. Oliveira 6th. Ralph Fernandez 7th. Great start for the two Aprilias. Bezzecchi way off the track there. Quartararo is going to retake him. They just swapped places from 9th and 10th as well. But yeah, and there's Aleix crying. It's his home race, and he's out. Here's the start, Megan.
Okay, you look to where Aleix was, I'll look where Bagnaia was.
Yeah, it bolted. Just did not get going, did it? Completely, he's dead in the middle of the line, like the bike didn't know how to drive.
And then started losing a bit there, but then just completely went.
He couldn't brake and tagged the back of Digi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You were looking way back in the field to see that. That was completely almost out of vision to the lights.
I always look right at the back of the field because I know you're always looking at the front. I like to see the back.
Marco Morbidelli. Franco Morbidelli. What's happened to him? He's dropped down to 20th place. Has he crashed? Yeah, Morbidelli's crashed. Same place, sector 2.
That must be where the tarmac is newest.
It's down at turn 6. It's exactly the same place. Look where Zarco's crashed. It's identical.
I'd love to get a visual of that, though I can see what you were saying about the lights with Bagnaia.
Oh, there you go. He might be able to restart this, so it's downhill.
Oh, so we just lost it.
Yeah. He's rejoined the race. He's refired it. That's good news for Zarco, actually. He doesn't deserve to be out of there. Sorry, Morbidelli. Doesn't deserve to be out of the race. Oh, Zarco's rejoined the race as well. They've both rejoined the race.
Oh.
So I was wondering why it said online monitor Zarco and Morbidelli. They've both rejoined the race.
Well, that's good. Turn 6 doesn't seem to be that much of a hazard then.
This is turn 16. Binder's got ahead of Raul Fernandez as well. So this is a rather unusual race. Marc Marquez is leading the way comfortably by a second to Martin. And he's just on a 1:47.315. Marc Marquez, it's like he's got this place sewn into him.
He must do.
He's got the feeling of this. I can go well here. I can do well here. Acosta, however, wants to make a name for himself. It's a Spanish 1-2-3.
Oh, yeah.
Look
Very
at that.
refreshing.
Look at that though. Martin 47.7, 48.4 for Bagnaia. Marc Marquez is the fastest Ducati, 47.3.
That's quite a lot.
It's a new race. It's coming up on a new race that record soon.
Miller passes Bsky.
Okay, so that changes positions again. So Morbidelli has entered the pit lane, so his bike's too much to him. And so is Zarco, actually.
Yeah.
Both out. So that did not last long, did it?
At least he didn't cause a red.
Yeah, that was what I was worried about, actually, when they went down, because we've got to get off here quick to get back to Formula 1. I might have about a 20-minute break before we're back again. Might have one of your Christmas squares again, and then pack of the crisps, and then...
Both seem to be going down well.
Yeah, we should make
Half gone.
Here's the start. Now watch Pecco. Immediately goes towards the right. It's the dust. Can you see the sand blowing off? That's the bitumen on the level as well, the dirty part of the track. Hello, someone saw F1. Alay's just going down. Absolutely nothing he could do. That was Bagnaia's start. Bouncing Buckaroo. Rhea stepped out.
It looked like he accidentally must have let go of the front.
Well, it's not the racing line, is it, there? So that's a very dirty side of the grid to keep through. Davide Taldozzi is really angry there. Well, it's not the first time he's been angry.
I think Aleix was on the same side of the grid too.
Hello, Kieran. Hello, Joshua and Megan.
Hey.
Hello. I can't find my... this is the sprint race, yes. Marc Marquez, 1:47.2. Don't crash, Mark. We're all thinking the same thing. Just keep going.
Well, everyone else is crashing.
But then again, Martin was 2/10 down last lap as Oliveira gets ahead of Pecco Bagnaia.
Oh.
Oliveira's up to 5th, Bagnaia down to 6th. I don't think the GP24 bike with the rear ride height, the traction, works well here.
No, I don't think it does. I mean, they've all seem to be having problems with it.
Yeah. The 23 bikes are doing really well. Marc Marquez, Bsky, Digi, they're all finding the grip out there. Bagnaia struggling to keep Brad Binder behind him as he comes downhill through a 5-story drop.
Oliveira's doing extremely well this weekend.
Yeah. It's alarming me. Mark's a second ahead of Martin. The king of the sprints is being outdone by the king of MotoGP. It shouldn't sound as surprising as it does, but this is Mark on a form we've never seen before. Every lap he's going faster and faster and faster.
Just be grateful.
Yeah, but don't override it and crush it. That's what Mark's always been doing this year. How many times have we seen him at the front? But he always overrides it and hits the deck.
Maybe he's using this sprint as kind of like a boundary setting, see what he can do.
Something of an intelligence to go, oh, okay, maybe I won't do that this time around. I won't have a attack this time.
He's testing it.
Yeah. Here we go. Binder looking to the inside line. Late on the brakes. One more with Bagnaia. Binder's behind him. This is downhill into turn 16. And then it leaks into 17. Think of the last corner in Australia. It's the same style. 2 different corners in one hairpin due to the bikes being so big. But Binder's got a great run down the inside line into turn 1. Can't make it stick. And Alex is actually under attack from Oliveira.
Huh.
When did Trackhouse become quick again? We saw this in Germany.
I do not know when. They just seem to be really going for it this weekend. They seem strong all weekend, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Oliveira from Portugal, he has raced in this circuit more as well. As Timothy makes a great point, Spanish riders always dominate this track, except for when Pecco, the Beast, won it as well. Yeah, that was when Pecco held off Mark last time we raced here as well. For his first ever Grand Prix win back then in 2021. What was the championship level?
Yes.
Oh, Great.
Again.
So if it stays as it is, the championship will be exactly level going into tomorrow's Grand Prix.
For the second time in a row.
Yeah, and you can watch tomorrow's Grand Prix live on JBMotorsports 2 and JBMotorsports Twitch, and it'll be premiered on JBMotorsports after the Formula 1 race. So basically, 2's the place to be. As 2's the magic number. Look at Binder, who was smoking up the rear tyre, down to turn 11. Bagnaia goes defensive. Just keep it calm, guys. 7 to go. Okay, I think we found a sprint that, of course, sort of doesn't work that well.
Yeah.
It's exciting, but it's not wheel to wheel because everyone's having to save their tyres because of the track. It's just going to rip them apart.
They're all just like, I don't want to end up like Aleix, Zarco, or Morbidelli.
All gone medium front, soft rear, bar Aleix Espargaro went soft front, soft rear. Tomorrow, I can guarantee you they'll go hard front, medium rear. Guarantee that's going to be tomorrow.
At least we never soft, isn't that a good one?
Yeah, softs are not the soft together. Hang on, this is now at turn 5. Bagnaia went off the track. I was wondering why Bagnaia lost 2 places to Alex Marquez and Miguel Oliveira. Do you remember when I said it looked like he dropped? He did. He went off the track.
Oh. I'm really tired.
I think everyone's feeling that today as well. Keeps on going. We're now watching this battle again. Binder's thinking about the inside line down to turns 5 and 6. Just hold it together. Come on, Binder. He's thinking about it. He looks angry, doesn't he? This is a bit more like we like to see from Brad. A bit more ferocity, a bit more lunge and attack and getting his claws out.
I'm fed up of being all the way back here.
And he's thinking about a move on the inside line. And he's going for it. Bagnaia went wide. Binder back round the outside. Bagnaia's cut the inside down through at turn 9. They're side by side at the bottom of the hill. This is fantastic. And Bagnaia goes back through.
What the?
Morbidelli's rejoined the race. 3 laps down, mate. But I suppose it's a test session now, isn't it? Quartararo coming out of nowhere at turn 11. Gets on the inside of Raul Fernandez. Beautiful move. Binder's really going to attack now. Is he going to risk it? Lay on the brakes. Nothing through 13. What about into 14? Oh, and he's gone wide. He's gone wide. Yeah, Bagnaia went wide again at the exit of 14 to 15. Binder slips back through. So now Martin leads the championship by 1 point.
Yes, this keeps getting more dramatic.
It's ebbing and flowing, this championship battle. It's going to go down to the finale. Unless somebody crashes, this will go down.
Martin?
Well, they've both crashed in important parts of the race this year.
It seems to be the mark of a champion recently.
I was going to say, if they keep it smart, we've got a championship run to the end of the season. Was it 18 rounds, something like that?
Mad about that.
20 next year, of course. It's all right. We should have had like 24 races this year. Yeah. A lot of cancellations from MotoGP have helped us out. Gave us a week holiday.
Next year is going to be tough.
Next year is going to be tough. But we could spread it out a lot more.
Yeah, but it would mean my laptop needs to be used. You know what's the worst thing? Now my grades actually really, really matter.
Megan, why would your laptop need to be used? Shouldn't your laptop need to be used right now? Binder's gone wide. Bagnaia's going to try and capitalise on that. Quartararo's in there too. So they're all fighting. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All in a battle together. The last of the points-paying positions. That's what we like to see. Megan, we're literally in here when you're not. You weren't even supposed to be here because of your laptop. So hello, it's possible.
I just want to go to bed and sleep.
Wake up. We've got 5 laps left. Lap 7 of 11. 7 11. I really want a smoothie now.
Why do they have a lowercase on?
I don't know. There, can we see now any move from Raul Fernandez? Yeah, Bastianini goes wide. Oh, he's going to snap back. Snap, crackle, pop, as Jess would put it. And through goes Raul Fernandez for 9th place. Bastianini's going to try and fight back, but I don't think it's going to be worth anything down the straight. Bagnaia trying to come back to the inside line of Brad Binder. Bastianini will get ahead, though, of Raul Fernandez into the braking zone for the last corner. And the 2 VR46s of Bezzecchi and Di Antonio are now closing back up together as well. 4 to go. Bagnaia's got the inside line to try and take 6th position away. Is this a return to form for Marc Marquez? He's 2.5 seconds quicker than Martin. It feels like I'm watching a race from 2019. It's all happening further back. And this is what we've got to worry about, everybody, next year. Marc Marquez is proving to us right here. I've still got it. I haven't lost it. I think he's had it all season, but he's been on a year-old bike. We finally come to a circuit where it's a level playing field for the bikes with no data from last year. Bang!
It means he can finally actually be equal to them all.
Yeah. And this is what he can do when he's equal. So imagine what he's going to be next year on the 25 bike with Bagnaia.
Unstoppable.
It's going to be amazing. 2025 is shaping up to be the best year in Formula 1 and the best year in MotoGP and the best year in every other series we cover. Morbidelli's back in the pits. We're going to be busy.
We will be. And also, Morbidelli, can you just stay somewhere?
Stay still. Just stay still.
Oh.
It's changed again. Bastianini to 7th, Quartararo to 8th, Bagnaia's dropped down to 9th, Quartararo's run off the
wide.
track. Yeah, the Quartararo went off the track, and that's going to be Bastianini round the outside of the pair of them coming down into turn 13.
Bezzecchi and D'Antonio also swap round.
3 points down the gap of the championship. Bagnaia's going to get a good slipstream there on turn 15.
Oh, no.
Going to drag him down to Quartararo.
Bezzecchi has lost another place.
There
to
goes
Augusto Fernandez.
There goes Bagnaia, and there is the move from the back as well. 2 points in the championship now. Is Bastianini going to be told to get out of the way for sprint race points?
Rins loses place to Marini.
This is clever stuff. Quartararo's trying to come back on the inside line. It's still not working out the way he wanted to. Over the line and far away. 3 laps to go. Bagnaia down the deck. Into turn 1, holding its dive off Jack Miller. Runs wide and almost becomes lunch for the VR46s of Bezzecchi and D'Antonio.
They've had enough.
Ducati are not hooking their tyres up as they go past Wonderwall. There's Bastianini. See what we did there? Well, 2 days is going to be the day. I wonder what I can do with Marc Marquez. Oasis tickets have gone on sale.
Maybe that's why he's riding so well. Maybe he's got tickets. Oh. And Bezzecchi's got past Jack Miller.
Crofty told a really bad joke yesterday. I was going to interrupt the show here. He said as well he got the Oasis tickets, front row seat, VIP, bottle of water, packet of crisps and some soup. And they all asked, why did you get soup with it? And he says, yeah, it's always a good joke that because you get a roll with it. Roll with the soup. And a roll with a joke. It was terrible. As always, Crofty's jokes are.
It was.
Oh, Megan, you've got a lovely compliment here from the Wonder Bubble.
Oh, thank you.
You've just brightened their day and given her an ego boost now. There. 3 to go. About to come 2 to go. Great, Megan's ego's boosted for the rest of the day. I don't need it.
I'm tired too. So that makes it.
Always remarks me is that you don't wear any makeup either.
True.
I do.
I don't wear makeup because I don't even like pen on my hands. Like I know I would just be uncomfortable all day.
I have TV makeup. Sorry, I do. I have TV makeup. Got it years ago. I know exactly what shade I am. Marc Marquez is 3.8 seconds ahead.
I can guess what I am. Pale.
We bow to the master, Marc Marquez, who is returning to form.
I miss when I stand up there.
Is it me? Or is everyone else just getting Vietnam flashbacks right now? I've stood in this commentary box too many times with Marc Marquez dominated and gone, oh, he's won again. Well done. 2019, I wanted to shoot myself. Marc Marquez wins. Oh, he's out. Wins. Second. Wins. Second. I feel like there's a bloody Jack in the Box.
Well, next year there will be a Jack in the Box.
He was on the podium he was in the first or second in every race he finished. And he only DNF'd once in 2019. Marc Marquez wasn't just a race winner, he was a goddamn demon. Quartararo had been passed by Bastianini and Bagnaia's dropped back. Oh, there we go. Quartararo's going to pass Bagnaia. There we go.
Bye-bye.
Bagnaia's going to try and fight back. Side by side at the exit. And through goes the Ducati. Nicely done. Last lap of the Tissot sprint. And Marc Marquez is 4 seconds ahead of Jorge Martin. Martin has won 14 sprint races. Marc Marquez has won none.
He needs it.
His first win on a Ducati is going to come on in a sprint race, just like his brother, Alex Marquez, who's won 2 sprint races.
I mean, at least when they're having Christmas dinner, he can at least say, I've won something this year. You know, Alex has been like, really? As a
Marc Marquez, where is he on the board? Here we go. 5 seconds.
Oh, D'Antonio just went down a lot. Went wide, I think.
Oh, he must have done. Marc Marquez has 5 silvers and 3 bronzes, never a gold.
He's taking lessons from that Turkish guy in the Olympics.
Yeah.
I genuinely think he got silver on purpose.
Did you?
There he is.
Yeah, behind Nakagami now in 15th place. Bezzecchi passes Raul Fernandez. Nice little slipstream maneuver going on there.
Wow, that's a lot of places lost.
I honestly think we've witnessed something truly dominant here. This is the first the first track we've come to in MotoGP where there's no data on last year's bike for the main factory Ducati team to use as a reference point to set up the evolution of last year's bike, the GP24. Marc Marquez is on the GP23 bike. It is truly a level playing field. If this is what he can do on a year-old bike, you can see why the paddock is scared about what he can do in the future when he's on the factory bike. He once again returns to form. Rise to the occasion. The king is back. Marc Marquez wins in MotoGP. His first ever race win on a Ducati. He wins the Aragon sprint. Martin second. Acosta is third. And it's Alex Marquez fourth. Oliveira fifth. Binder to Bastianini. Quartararo at the line. Gets ahead to Bagnaia, Bezzecchi, Raul Fernandez, Augusto Fernandez, Miller Nakagami, D'Antonio, Marini wins, Mia Vinales, the 19 finishers.
Oh.
Don't call it a comeback. He's never been gone.
Guess who's gone
His
to
brother's
congratulate
there.
him?
Marc Marquez is a winner again after a 2-year break, and a bird's got him on a fly. He's got a bit of bird dirt on his face there as Marc Marquez on the lens.
I've always wondered when that would happen to someone.
There? Well, Ian Ernie headbutted a seagull in Phillip Island a couple of years ago.
Why do I want to laugh?
Keith Ewan said, he's nutted it. Probably, literally, he's coming down the hill, and he sees it coming towards him, and he headbutts it, going downhill.
It's like, well, I'm going to get it anyway.
Yeah. It's a knockout. Glasgow kissed it, I said in the commentary, I think.
Either that, or that seagull stole some of his food.
Martin now leads the title, 279 points to Bagnaia, 276, 3 points. Wow. Can Marc go for a clean sweep the weekend? Marc Marquez has topped every single session. Practice 1, practice 2, qualifying, Tissot sprint.
It's only right he should win the race.
If he wins the warm-up and wins the Grand Prix, Marc Marquez, and he got fast lap, Grand Slam.
That would be good for a first win in ages.
It's getting better and better, isn't it? It really is. Look at him. I've not seen Marc this happy since his last championship win. And he's won races since then, of course. Won races in 21, won races in 22, winless in 23, and now victory in the sprint in 24. Many people say, oh, it doesn't count as a sprint race win. It's a win.
A win's a win.
A win's a win. He's won it. That's his first win over 2 years. It's his first sprint win. And can he win the Grand Prix tomorrow?
Can only hope.
Bagnaia licks his wounds. He has really let it go. What happened in the last lap between him and Quartararo? Quartararo at the inside, Bagnaia just stayed out.
More like him and Bezzecchi too.
Yeah.
Bezzecchi got ahead of him.
Here.
But then he lost it.
Oh, Bezzecchi slipping through. That's on a 23 bike, by the way. 24s are not going well here, unless you're Martin.
Martin just got lucky with positioning.
9th place for Bagnaia, one of his worst finishing positions of the year as well. Across any Grand Prix or sprint. We're staying on here a bit longer because you've got to appreciate the Marc Marquez, his story. When he crashed in Jerez and all that damage, there was a documentary. He was crying. He did not want to retire. He can't picture life without racing. He doesn't want to leave. And he has fought so hard. He was not listened to at Honda. So he said, all right, I'm off.
Honda, always, it's Honda.
He's having a year at Gresini with his brother, a real family team to learn the bike. Next year, he's off to the factory team with Ducati with all the bells and whistles. He's back.
I've always liked that it's a family team and the fact that they're brothers, so they're very together.
If he didn't do the wheelie over the line, he would have won by about 4 seconds. But because he did, he won by 2.961. A wheelie over the line.
He's just like, it's worth it. Why do you think I got so much time?
That man's got more metal than the Borg. Pedro Acosta, another podium for him as well. Absolutely fantastic.
It's been a good weekend for him so far.
It really has. Okay, closing thoughts from the sprint race.
I hope Mark wins the next one.
Find out tomorrow. Where's Pedro going? He's going on the long loop.
He's just like, I'm going another round.
I think Mark's going the same route as well to the grandstand area.
He's just like, wait for me.
He is enjoying this with all the fans as well. It's his home race. He's won his home race as well, though. Can he win the Grand Prix tomorrow? That's going to be the question.
Can only hope.
This is a bit treacherous.
You better sit down for this.
This has got no grip. Where's he off? Where the hell is he off? Mark's gone. Oh, it's the run into the fan zone for the podium. So, yeah, that's why he's run off the track.
I was wondering why.
Yeah, because the best podium's there. It's on the opposite end of the grandstand here.
I should leave you to do the podium.
Well, we're signing off now anyway. We never usually do the podiums.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow then on JB Motorsports 2. All the action live from the warm-up. We'll also be live for Moto3, Moto2 and the Grand Prix. But Marc Marquez is a winner again, and the championship down to 3 points between Martin and Bagnaia. Emilia-Romagna 2021 was the last time that Marc Marquez stood on a podium in P1. Yesterday he took his first ever sprint race win. Can he take a victory today? Well, he's no stranger. He's won 59 MotoGP races, 85 across his career. Will number 60 come today? He lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Pedro Acosta and Pecco Bagnaia. Then Jorge Martin, Alex Marquez and Franco Morbidelli. Brad Binder, Miguel Oliveira and Ralph Fernandez. Johan Zarco, Alicia Spargo and Maverick Vinales. Marco Bezzecchi and Eo Bashir and Jack Miller. Fabio Di Gianantonio, Fabio Quartararo, Takiki Nakagami, Augusto Fernandez, Luca Marini, Alex Rins and Juan Mir. Megan Birch alongside me. Well, they cleaned the grid and then it rained overnight, so all the dirt and all the muck is still there. Moto3 and Moto2's race starts. Everyone who was on the left-hand side of the grid did not get the best getaway. Everyone on the right did. We're in for a completely unknown race.
This should be very intriguing.
Yeah, what do you think we're going to see?
Crash.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking the same thing, to be fair, as well. A number of crashes. Who's going to win, though? Is Mark going to continue his form?
Hopefully Mark will.
Yeah. Didn't go out in the walk this morning. He did one lap, but it was too wet. Decided, I've got nothing to risk. I know how I'm going to be. Biggest risk, though, Martin and Bagnaia. 3 points to the championship. Martin now 279 to Bagnaia 276. Marquez, 75 points back. That's 3 race wins. The same gap that David Alonso has in the Moto3 championship to Colin Vire. But can Mark bring himself back into the fold here?
Maybe.
Fingers crossed. Full of one words today, aren't you?
Yeah.
I need you to hopefully speak more because
I've been up 7 hours. I have been up 7 hours.
And this is hurting.
I am aware.
So that's my life. Just start talking. Who do you think? Right, complete me the podium. Give me your top 3.
Mark, Martin, Bastianini.
Okay, just run us down what tyres everyone's on.
Oh, actually, no, I changed Martin to Acosta. Hopefully. Right, so, every single person on the grid is on front medium tyres and rear medium tyres. So, no one has gone anywhere except the mediums. Chauncey is quite a good pick, I think, for today. coming up to the grid positions now.
Here we go. Revs are rising, tensions are rising. They don't want to make a mistake. They can't afford to make a mistake. They know what is on the line here. Tension and World Championship points ahead of us. Marquez is going for number 60. Will he get it today? That's going to be the question. The red flag is lifted. It will be eyes to the lights. The MotoGP Aragon Grand Prix is go in Aragon! And again, Pecco Bagnaia does not get the best start, and he hemorrhages down the field as we come in towards turn 1. Brad Binder's coming out of nowhere, 5 wide to the first corner. Marquez leads and Pietro Acosta, Alex Marquez up to third. Everyone on the right side of the grid got the perfect launch, but the second time in a row, it is not good enough for Bagnaia. He's down to 7th place. Martin up to 4th.
Oh my goodness.
Rins down to 19th place as they come into turn 6.
Alex Marquez in 3rd.
I know, where did that come from as well? Absolutely nowhere. Nobody expected that lunge up the field as they come through. Marquez leads, and that is up to 3rd place now for Jorge Martin. He slipped on the inside of Alex Marquez coming into turn 8, into 9 and 10, the downhill corkscrew section, the reverse corkscrew. Anyone going to make a lunge or go wide? Well, I thought Zarco was going to have a go at Bastianini.
Further down the back of the field, Bastianini passes Zarco finally, and Mia gets the... he passes Rins. I was going to say the overtake.
Well, it works.
The cut.
Yeah, it works through. Watch the damp patches of the circuit. Yes, there are still damp patches of the circuit, despite it being track temperature at 45 degrees. The parts of the surface that have been relayed still holding more moisture. Luca Marini has started this race in the pit lane, so he's joined back further as they come through. Hello, Paul. His farmers on JB2. Marc Marquez leads the way by 3/10 to Pedro Acosta. Jorge Martin is reeling them all in, and Oliveira's dropped back a couple of... Oliveira's crashed out. Miguel Oliveira, and that's going to be a biggie. Yeah, there we go. Oliveira goes for a big lunge down at turn 16. The bike will be more badly beaten up than he is.
Quite graceful, actually.
Yeah, he was fine. It's a worse crash with the bike. So that's lap 1 complete. Marquez leads from Acosta, Martin. Oliveira already down, so he's up and walking away. And that's not great. And yeah, even he knows what's happened there.
He's been doing so great this weekend too.
He really has. He shot yesterday and he just dropped on entry into turn 16. As there goes Acosta holding on against Martin. Martin, in drier conditions today, is going to fight Marc Marquez as well. He's got the sprint race data. He's got the setup right. Marc just needs to lock in and not override the bike in the early stages of this Grand Prix.
He does need that, though. I also think that Alex Marquez needs to get a real big move on right now, since I think he really needs to protect his brother right now. Martin's
going to go on the inside line. Oh, and clips the leg of Pietro Acosta. They both run wide of the corkscrew, and they're going to hold up Alex Marquez. And that's going to be thank you very much to Marc Marquez. Acosta goes back through. Alex Marquez is going to try and look on the inside of Jorge Martin. But what was Martin thinking there? He was too late on the brakes and clipped the foot peg of Pedro Acosta.
He did. That was quite worrying, actually, though it did grant a quite good gap between them.
1 second. 1 second the gap as it came through there as well for Marc.
Bastianini has gone into 10th position. He is actually making quite good time with it right now.
Yeah, he's getting... And now Marc's already increasing that. It's now 1.8 seconds by the time we hit the back stretch as well. So Marc's going for it. On board again with Jorge Martin as he comes down. And he's going to go to the inside this time. And he's going to go late on the brakes. Watch the dirty part of the track that they're having to brake and turn in on as well. It is literally like braking on sand. If you've ever gone on a bicycle and hit the sand, you know how loose it gets. It's exactly the same. And million times worse on a motorcycle. Lap 3, and Marquez leads by 2 seconds. Hello, everybody. It's 2019 again.
Right. So.
5 minutes in.
The Hondas so far, they're not doing too badly, which I feel a chill saying that, to be honest. Here's a replay of the incident between Martin and Acosta. It looked like Acosta almost dropped his bike there. See on board here's Acosta, hits a piece of the down patch and all the dirt after Martin made that move, which I do not agree with. Do you know, sometimes when I'm speaking in a commentary, I don't think my brain fully processes what I'm actually speaking. It just like...
It rolls off the tongue quite quickly.
Yeah, and I'm just like, how am I saying these words?
Martin, on that last lap, was 1.6 seconds down. Hello? Sorry, we know that where has Franco Morbidelli come from? He's right behind Alex Marquez now. This is Franco Morbidelli.
Weren't you in ninth?
And he's on the 23 bike as well, the same as Alex Marquez and Marc Marquez. So only one Prima Pramac has the modern bike, remember. So this is an extraordinary performance and a half from Franco as we come down towards turn 16 once again.
What bike does Bastianini have?
Bastianini is on the 2024 bike because he's on the factory team.
Well, he seems to be the only one actually increasing.
What's happened to Acosta? Acosta's lost out, he's gone wide. Alex Marquez going to get the slipstream on the run up the hill towards 10.17. Look at that, 2.1.
Down again.
Told, and yeah, Acosta's going to go through. And Morbidelli's going to try and capitalise on that as well down to turn 1. He's going to get mugged here as that Red Bull Gas KTM. And Morbidelli's going to go wide. Acosta goes back through on the inside line. Nicely done from Pedro Acosta. He's going to have backup though from his teammate Brad Binder on the factory KTM bike, who's just behind Pecco Bagnaia, who's fought back up to 6. Good job actually from Bagnaia, fighting back up. But Martin with the fastest lap now. The gap now 1.9 seconds. It's still not close enough at the front. Remember to take a break. Yes, I will breathe.
13 points the gap between Martin and Bagnaia in the championship right now.
Yeah, this has not been the weekend for Pecco Bagnaia, has it, as well?
Just shy of 300.
Well, he didn't crash his 10th sprint, did he? But it was the poor start from the same place.
Yeah. He really is not having a great time of it with those starts.
No, again and again there's a problem, and again and again...
He seems to be drifting a lot whenever he starts.
The whole shot device doesn't like the dirt. It can't run, and that's going to worry me when we get to circuits that have also just been redone.
He's not going to have the time.
Watch him. Ready? Lights... Oh. Front wheel spin.
No grip, and he's got his foot on the ground.
Yeah, the whole shot device did not work, did it? It's carbon copy of what happened in the sprint race.
Yeah.
Pulls the throttle. Oh, I'm going to go forward. And I'm going to go to the right again. He cannot just have a perfect launch, and he's lost positions again. Watch him again, look. Ready? Compare that to every other Ducati on the grid. He's the only one who has a bad start. Alex Marquez gets a little twitch, but that's only because Bagnaia came across the front of him.
Yeah.
But Bagnaia was the only Ducati in the first phase of the start with the whole shot device.
He's the only one having problems. Rinse just dropped a little bit. Also, where has Jack Miller come from?
Miller has again closed up. He's now behind Marco Bezzecchi in 9th position after a poor qualifying from those two. It's going well now in the main Grand Prix. Oh, a little bit of a... Oh. Yeah, okay. Glitching of audio and picture there coming from Dorna. As they come through, we get our pictures with TNT Sports, in case you didn't know. That's why Gavin and Neil Hodson are alongside in the commentary. Good exit again from Mark. 2.2 seconds. I don't mind Mark being at the front, because I just wanted to get his 60th win. I want that fairy tale for him to get him a boost of confidence.
Oh, this would be 62.
Won the first ever sprint race yesterday, and you saw how electric he was. He was completely beside himself.
We just need him to just continue, do well, and be uninterrupted by every other rider on the grid.
Chances of that happening?
Honestly, at this point, it's high.
It is. Oh, hang on. There, that's going to be a move. That's Bagnaia defending against Brad Binder. Yes, that's no overall moves going on. Just to let you know, over on JB Motorsports, the pre-show will begin for Formula 1. Omi's taking you through. Those watching on Twitch this race live, as soon as we're done here, we will join that broadcast for Formula 1. So you will still have coverage of that session. So yeah, all is well. 19 laps to go then. How are you all feeling today, says Chairman? I'd say I'm 90% back to normal.
Tired.
Megan's knackered. I've got a bit of Bonjela on my ulcer. The last of the Bonjela.
We need more people.
Yeah. We'll have to get the whiskey out and dip it in and cover it over as well.
That does help.
How are you doing, Sharon? You doing good? Everyone doing good watching along? Pleasure to have you here as well.
I've already done so much.
I know you have. You've only got one more race and it's Monza, so you're fine. Monza is going to be quicker than this.
Good. I can get some more stuff I need to do today.
Everyone said that they love MotoGP. Who doesn't love MotoGP?
I don't know.
We love it so much that we've actually made 2 different... Oh, hello, Quattarara's gone.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
no!
he's down.
Quartararo has crashed out of the race. Now, didn't he go down in a sprint
okay.
race yesterday?
No.
No, it was qualifying going down, yeah.
Yeah, well.
So, Fabio Quartararo is out of the Aragon Grand Prix. It's in the first sector. He's up and walking away, which is great. He's got a lot of dirt on him, though, and he's gone for a little bit of a ride. Oh, he
No
has.
airbag, too.
Oh, look at the... So that's turn 5.
Oh, graceful.
Yeah, it's turn 5, so it's just on acceleration as he's gone to pick the bike up. The front's dipped, and it's rolled, so that Yamaha's broken.
They're all having such graceful landings today.
We're only 7 days away from the next race, which is going to be on the main JB Motorsports channel next week, by the way, in San Marino. We'll do our usual practice on here on JB2 and everything like that, and switch arounds. But yeah, it's the just don't destroy the bike in the middle of a back-to-back.
They're gonna.
You just got to follow the rules. Marquez, by the way, is 2.6 seconds ahead. Here comes Enea Bastianini. He's going to get ahead of Jack Miller. We're not seeing the usual MotoGP race here because of the track surface. Everyone's on medium front, medium rear. Yeah, go on.
It's messing with them.
Yeah, it is. And also, they can't rely on the grip from the other series because Moto2 and Moto3 run Pirelli, MotoGP run Michelin. So it's a different rubber. You get some grip, but it's like rubbing pastel over chalk.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that.
Yeah, it just slips. So you put the pastel down, then you try and put the chalk down. It's different. It doesn't stick right. Or try and you put pastel down, then you try and put a pen over it, and you just get it all up on your tyre. That's what happens. Oh,
that is hell.
Yep, through goes Bagnaia. Sorry, try again. Bastianini. He slipped it through. Didgi's come back though. That was a poor attempt from Bastianini. He threw it up the inside. Binder and Bezzecchi go round the other side. Perfect. Done. Now he's lost 2 places when trying to get 1. And now he's behind another bike that's on the 23 Ducati, not the 24. There is the battle for 5th. Morbidelli versus Bagnaia. And Bagnaia, do you see that twitch in the rear again? Coming out of turn 6. He is not, sorry, out of turn 9. He is not comfortable with this bike at all.
No, he is not. Let's see how long is left of this.
Well, we're coming up on 16 to go.
Right, so oh,
Miller and Bastianini are trading places over 10th and
they must be
11th.
really tight together.
That's Miller passing Bastianini. So Bastianini's lost 3 places on this lap alone.
That is not good.
He's up again to 10th. He's moved ahead. SHT says Nakagami in 12th at the moment, and it's good points. And the man just announces where he's leaving the main team to go into a test rider role for LCR. Somkat Chantra moving up to the main series as well. About around about the same time. It always goes to about 45 here. And then we'll move over to Formula 1 ASAP and take over just for the World Feed starts.
Right.
He's hosting. Go on.
Antonio's made his way back up quite a lot.
He has, hasn't he? I just realised we're not going to get a break.
Nope.
So effectively,
And your break.
after Monza.
So.
Yeah.
I'm done for the day after that.
I am not. I have IndyCar and then straight to NASCAR.
I make clean work.
So, hang on, 9:30, 7:30, 8. I get like a half an hour gap before we're right into NASCAR. And it's a crucial race, actually. Do join us on Twitch and JB Motorsports, the main channel, because in tonight's NASCAR, it's the regular season finale. So we crown our regular season champion. And then the playoffs start, where we have round of 16, round of 8, and the Championship 4 race at Phoenix.
Sounds a bit like American football.
It is. It's that style. So we're just now going into the final few phases of the season.
Wait, is American football starting yet? It's September, it should be.
Tomorrow. Today.
I love American football.
Who's
Who's down?
2 places. No, he's not gone down, I don't think. He's just lost 2 places to Rins and Mia.
Who's the first team to play?
Back-to-back races, Bagnaia with bad starts, both with it for the same reason, says SSG. Yeah, just no grip at the front. Marquez leading by 2.5 seconds at the moment out front. And you can see the difference there. About 6 kilometres an hour difference on the straight between Bagnaia on the 24 Ducati and Bindle on the 24 KTM. That's a difference of how much that Ducati has frontline speed compared to the KTM. It's like pulling an arrow back and just releasing the tension. And you can see Morbidelli being forced up there as well. He's holding up Bagnaia now over 5th position. Bagnaia's going to want to slip back through. And because Morbidelli's holding up Bagnaia, that's allowing Binder to stay in the 3rd of the tow line. And Binder's going to go for it. Backs out.
Friday.
Oh. And Morbidelli's gone wide. Morbidelli's nearly lost it. He's gone
almost
too deep at turn 7, and that's allowed Bagnaia,
Did you see his leg
Binder,
move?
and Bezzecchi through. Yeah.
His leg almost came off of the bike just then.
So I presume either Davide Tardozzi or Gigi Delineo pressed the magic red button to get him out of the way. Sabotage
like,
on the other bikes.
It's like, move.
Yeah, out you go. Factory bike coming through. Thank you very much. Martin is closing, but Marc Marquez is Marc Marquez. If I was Martin, I'd stay for second. Don't go for a race win. Stay for second. You'll have 12 points. That's a sprint race win.
Just be happy where you are.
Yeah. And San Marino is both of... it's Martin's best track. Marquez will gain only 5 points in this championship battle, by the way. So he'll be down to 70 behind. Mark's not going for the championship. This is a statement as Rins and Fernandez battling out together as well. I always get alarmed when the track noise goes from we can hear the bike to ambient noise in the background.
It's disconcerting. Fernandez has dropped it.
Yeah, he's out. He's got
Raul,
to back. Yeah, Raul Fernandez has crashed. Marc Marquez is a 148, 186. Raul has got to have crashed if he's...
Oh, no.
He's just dropped down 5 places. Has he just run wide somewhere?
He must have. He dropped enough that I thought he genuinely crashed. Also, 49ers, 10th.
Okay, we're watching Marc Marquez's race pace. He's averaging the 148s. He's actually getting faster lap upon lap. Tyres should be making it slower. Mark's just getting faster. 14 laps to go in this race.
The rules of racing don't apply to him.
No, not when he's in the groove. This is an old Marc Marquez style, isn't it?
Day after my money comes in.
Hey, get jerseys. Down in the braking zone. Oh,
More like food.
yeah, we'll do a watch party. Is that what day is that? 10th is a Friday. It's Tuesday. Perfect. What if it's on Sky? Sure, we'll find it somewhere.
Yes.
Game Pass, maybe.
We love the 49ers. Oh, and then again on the Sunday.
Yeah. Marc Marquez is not stopping. First sector, he is 4 tenths faster than Martin. Second sector, 2 tenths faster. What's the third sector gap between them? Wait.
3.
Actually, Martin was faster.
Huh.
By 6 thousandths of a second. No, 8 thousandths of a second. 8 thousandths.
That's quite a close margin.
You may as well just stop at this point, mightn't you? Mapping
Yeah.
2 for Acosta. When Marquez is this drawn in, he's now 3.2 seconds ahead. Effectively, all we're going to have for the remainder of this race is snap, crackle and pop.
I had rations this morning.
I thought you might have.
Though I have just realised I have not done my F1 notes yet.
I've just realised why my OBS was overloading. I left the MacBook open up, the MacBook camera open behind the main camera. Because for Moto 3 and Moto 2 I had that camera on. And it's not on today, that's why we're having a bit of a thing.
Is that why mine's overloading?
No, you don't have that setting.
No, but could be the camera.
Yeah, actually, I didn't think of that. I think what needs to happen with yours is a powered USB hub to stop power being taken from the laptop. Like I've got the powered one behind here.
Vinales has entered the pits.
Oh,
And
no!
I need one, yeah.
What's that?
I need one, yeah.
Yeah. So, Maverick Vinales is out of the Aragon Grand Prix.
Such a shame.
Second half of the season for Aprilia. Just really bad. It's getting worse and worse and worse.
They had the glimpse of goodness, but that was not to be.
To be or not to be?
That is the question.
Acosta's holding off now. Bagnaia, it's not going to be enough. Bagnaia's going to launch up the inside at 10-11. Acosta is super late on the brakes. Bagnaia cannot find a way through. It looks so close, and Binder's in there too. The battle for 4th position.
Well, Marini's just like way behind the field.
Yeah, Marini's just like, okay, we'll just, he's towing round. Was he 53 seconds back to
Like,
Marc Marquez?
When Mark wins. So who wins? I can't hear all the way across.
I'll stand corrected in a second as Bagnaia goes to the inside line, trying to get ahead of Pedro Acosta. Acosta's going to go in too deep. It's going to run in wide. Bagnaia's going to have the inside line with much better speed, and through he goes up into 4th position. But Acosta will now get the toe down the start, finish straight, and try an inside manoeuvre. The gap in the championship now just 10 points between them, and Bagnaia's got it stuck up into 4th position.
Woohoo!
Montabene. What do you think then, Max?
I think that we're going to have someone else crash out. It won't be anyone from like the top 8, I don't think.
What's really alarming? We're not covering it. Oh, it's my phone. Nice. Homie's doing the pre-show then.
Woohoo!
We'll join just after we finished it on the main JB Motorsports channel. As I'll turn it again, 12 to go. We're halfway there, everybody.
Woohoo! Does it feel like it?
No, it's flying by, isn't it? That's the distance of a sprint race. What was I saying about... I'll stand corrected. Here we go. The gap between Marini and Raul Fernandez is 53 seconds. The gap between Marini and Marc Marquez is 1 minute 30. Yeah. And he started from the pit lane.
Oh my god.
It's 1 minute 30 seconds to... 1 minute 31 now to Marc Marquez. You can see it on your map, actually.
He should not be that far behind.
No, he should not. He's actually started from Valencia, not Andalusia. Still, this is the 3rd or 4th Spanish Grand Prix this year. Everybody moaning, oh, why does Spain have 4 Grand Prix? I agree with you.
Just accept it.
Let's get rid of Valencia. Let's get rid of Jerez. Let's have Barcelona as the Catalan Grand Prix and Aragon as the Spanish Grand Prix.
I agree.
Yeah, Jerez isn't suited for MotoGP. Valencia is always too cold.
I genuinely think they have so many Spanish Grand Prix just because they have a lot of Spanish riders.
And Dorna.
Yeah.
But with Liberty Media coming in, that means there'll be more American races. Yay!
Woohoo! Do we have any American
No,
races here?
just one in Kota.
One singular one.
Yeah, we used to have 3. For a couple of years, we had 3. We had the United States Grand Prix at Laguna Seca. We had the Americas Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas. And then we had the Indianapolis Grand Prix at Indianapolis. But we went the other way around on the road course.
Do you know, I'd want one in America where it's just chaos. You know what I'm thinking, don't you?
Where are you thinking we'll go? Road America?
No.
Where?
It's not exactly suited to
Nashville
MotoGP.
track race. Megan, you see we've got 22 riders in this race? Yeah, all dead if we go to Nashville Street Race.
They could just be really slow.
There's a reason that we don't street race in MotoGP.
I love Nashville.
I'd just like to point out we do technically have a street race in MotoGP. That, of course, is not Thailand. What's the other one? We went there and it rained and we had a woman dancing in the pit lane.
Argentina?
No, do you remember the woman dancing in the pit lane? And we were
Yes.
delayed for hours. What race was that?
I'm pretty sure it's Argentina.
Indonesia.
Indonesia.
There we go.
So
Yeah.
either, they're next to each other, so it's hard to think.
Yeah.
In the calendar, not. I don't actually think they're next to.
They have
no,
moved.
they're not.
They've moved each other now because we haven't yet gone to Indonesia yet this year. I think it's Indonesia and Thailand back to back.
They weren't.
So, right, this is the first of 7 races in 9 weeks for MotoGP, including quite a lot of night races. Yeah, Megan's now just realised that as well. It's okay, the next 2 are European before we hit the night races. Megan then remembering also that the night race in Japan is going to have to be her in the box for quite a long time, followed then by a longer day in the Coventry box when I'm at Brands Hatch with Jez and Josh. Time to go. So the field now just split.
Do you hate me or something?
Yes, I do. Marc Marquez is in a category of his own again. Who says they lost
a
it?
different sector.
Who said he lost it? Honestly, who?
Probably Alex at dinner.
Yeah. Probably mocked him. Can you please pass me? Oh no, you can't move your arm, can you? Sorry.
It's like, oh, would you look at this? It says first on it. You can't remember what that's like, can you, Mark?
Just shut the balcony door, would you, Mark? Oh no, is that your recovery put out for another 8 weeks? Sorry. How did he do that? That was when in 2021 when he did his shoulder. He was out for 8 weeks more because he shut the balcony door and he pulled his stitches. He just closed the balcony door, but because closing the balcony door you go like that, it pulled all the stitches out from here on his bicep, and he just went. So he closed the door like that. And
I can imagine the regret in his face.
And then he won in 2021 when he came back. Second race back, he won in Emilia-Romagna and hasn't won since. I'd just like to point out.
The balcony really traumatised him.
141 races ago.
Wow.
Yeah. Proves how many we've done. That's starting to taste like amaretto.
Wishful thinking.
Probably is wishful thinking, to be fair. Either that or someone's changed my bottle.
Just like casually, just like.
I could do with an amaretto actually. We've got decanters full of it, and Disaronno. Same thing, richer taste. Apparently, white Disaronno is quite good. I've yet to try.
We should one.
If it whitens your teeth, I'll have it.
I wonder if it did.
I have no idea. 9 to go, and this Aragon Grand Prix is about as exciting as having my toothache.
Ah, I know the pain. Not currently. Thank you.
Give us a minute. We're going to bang right on the table to work ourselves out. What's going on? This is the problem. Because of the tyres being chewed up here on this new surface, which is incredibly hot, incredibly dirty, so it's ripping the tyres to shreds because it's brand new. It's got no groove in it yet. And everyone's having to save the tyres, which means we're getting massive gaps. And it's not being helped that Marc Marquez is just back to being an alien.
4-second gap.
And it's rising. You can see it ticking up and up and up. 4.368, 4.393. It's just ticking up and up and up.
You better have a lot of crashes in the F1 race.
I'm expecting...
I saw someone move.
There's an overtake? That's new.
Yes. Somewhere, someone moved. I don't know who. It was Rins.
Being passed by Nakagami.
It must have been.
Yeah, so Nakagami's up to 13th place again. Still, let's have a replay of Alex Marquez. This is what I'm talking about, look at the tyre.
You can actually see the rubber growing off of it.
Yeah, it's just getting, and we've still got 8 laps to go. It's just being shredded off.
The size is definitely
Yeah. It's not good, is it? I mean, out of 10, it's quite, I don't want to say alarming, but it is alarming about how much it's going to change between the two and sort of differentiate as well and try and have the fight back. Our internet's going a bit dodgy. Oh, there we go, it's back now.
It's been doing it all day.
Yeah, I know. I'm worried about this next session that we have to go to shortly. So, 8 to go. How many is that going to take us to? What time is it now? 31. Oh, actually, yeah.
Probably about 14 more minutes.
Yeah.
But again, at the rate this race is going, could be done early.
Matthew Owens has... I just need to apply to Matthew Owens. If that means that he's actually put us on now, over to you.
Right. So, 8 laps to go. 7 laps to go now as Marquez passes the start-finish straight. And at 4.308 is the gap between him and Martin currently. Alex Marquez is currently in 3rd. So both Marquezes currently looking to stand on the podium, which I think would be quite nice symmetry for Mark's first win in a while, and it would be nice to have his brother there with him on that podium.
Yeah. I know you're on about that one. They've just got to hold it together nicely, haven't they, for the next couple of laps? I don't know what's happening in this MotoGP season. That some races are corkers, some races are boring as hell, and this one is verging on, well, yeah.
This is the way.
Oh, I don't know. I'm hoping we have some good ones. I bet Japan is always a cracker. So I'm going to wake people up in my hotel room for that. You better be ready to do some of the shouty bits. Because
I'm not mentally prepared for that yet, thank you very much.
You better be prepared to do some of the shouty bits. Because I will be in a hotel room full of people. Well, not the hotel room itself, but, you know, the hotel. I'm going to ask them either, what do you think's better? Top floor in the extreme corner or bottom floor in the extreme corner, so I'm on the ground floor? What's better, do you reckon?
Easy getaway from the down floor.
Yeah, but top floor, I'm not unlikely to disturb anybody. And what a view for the camera. In the middle of the night.
Don't mind that, it's just a pile of birds. Oh, wait, no, it's Superman.
I'll actually have a commentary box for 2 races as well. I'll be travelling for a Grand Prix in a different commentary box. You'll be here controlling it, and I'll be over there doing nothing but talking. I'm actually quite looking forward to that. No, because I'll be travelling. I'll have a commentary box as well.
I'm looking forward to it.
I think Jess is bringing that to, so is JT, so we'll have all our stuff set up for a good stream. And we'll just use the phone stuff for data.
When this race finishes, I need to go inside and grab a book.
Alright, but your F1 book, yeah. 6 laps to go. Want a quick off to get to F1. He's covering the pre-show. Bagnaia is closing in for the 3rd place on Alex Marquez in the only action that's happening in this race. Bagnaia could take 3rd place, says Craig Bennett. You're absolutely right.
But only one person
Your
is improving.
comment was well timed there, Craig. He is the only person improving.
Alex Marquez.
Bagnaia last lap time. Faster, faster, faster. The Spanish fans are willing him on. They're on for Spanish 1, 2, 3 here as well. But it is a Ducati top 4, but it's 23, 24, 23, 24 bike in that order.
KTM's really want to have a go.
Yeah. And they're the 2 factory bikes as well, as they come into pressure. Alex has gone wide, and that's going to allow Bagnaia to swing round the outside. And Bagnaia's going to go wheel to wheel, and they're both off! They're both off! And out of the race! And that's a huge accident for Pecco Bagnaia and Alex Marquez. Down at turn 9 and 10.
Oh,
they're both okay. They're both up and okay. But Jorge Martin will take a 17-point lead in the World Championship. And Pecco Bagnaia arguably takes Alex Marquez out. And he got rolled on by the bike. And I really hope that Bagnaia's okay, because that bike rolled on his neck. I thought it snapped his neck looking at that.
They both kind of got rolled on.
That's Bagnaia's fault. Alex went wide, and then Bagnaia just took the normal racing line. Where was Alex meant to go? It's this bit here, look. The rear tyre whiplashes back. Oh, that's a horrible one.
He's going to have a neck injury from that.
Yeah, they're checking on him. He's up and walking fine. Alex's bike's on fire. Alex Marquez's bike's on fire. Are they going to stop the race?
He really wanted to be on that podium with his brother.
That puts Pedro Acosta to 3rd, but it gives Jorge Martin a 23-point lead in the championship. I told you, Megan, one wrong mistake and a race win gap appears, and that's what's happened.
Oh my goodness.
It's yin and yang again.
Our only hope is Martin crashing.
Are they going to have to stop the race, though, if Bagnaia is up and walking away?
Airbags did not deploy them.
It did for him. Look, you can see it's puffed up around the suit. Let's take another look at it. So, Alex loses the rear of the bike, coming down here into turn 12. He's regaining his normal race line. Bagnaia goes on the outside and just drives into Alex.
Yeah.
And it's this bit I don't like, because watch the rear tyre of Alex Marquez, it rolls over the head of Pecco Bagnaia, and Bagnaia gets sort of zipped round into doing an oval. Watch this, ready?
Thankfully, it hit his shoulder, I think.
Yeah, that is a very scary crash for Alex and for Pecco there. First of all, I'm just glad they're okay, because that could have killed either one of them the way that bike rolled over. Second of all, they are not stopping the race. Third of all, that is definitely going to be a penalty for Bagnaia post-race. I can't see why they would blame Alex for that.
For knowing people, will probably end up blaming Alex.
Yeah. Morbidelli passes Bezzecchi. Yellow flag, sectors 3 and 4. Is that because Bezzecchi's gone down on the deck? No, we've gone green. I just want, That's the second accident that I thought that could have killed Pecco Bagnaia in his career. The first came last year in Catalonia when he fell off in front of the entire field and two riders, one run over his chest, one run over his leg.
Geez, Spain and him just don't mix.
No, it doesn't, does it? Catalonia as well. Yeah. Barcelona, and then here.
Is he just ticking off all of the Spanish races?
Is, yeah. Bagnaia is up and walking away in his own steam. That man is made of rubber. Elasticated rubber.
He doesn't even seem injured.
No.
He had a bike go over him. And a human.
So now, the gap in the championship is Martin's 23 points. Now, with sprint races, that's fine. But with only 7 to go... Oh, dear. That's the worst thing for Bagnaia to have done. When the gap is that close, it yings and yangs in sprint races and Grand Prix. To crash...
I somehow knew Bagnaia wasn't going to make it through this race.
Hey, and Bagnaia, in my opinion, has always been the lucky champion. There's been no one there to challenge him. Martin fails every time. I don't think he's world championship quality. Bagnaia sometimes does great racing, sometimes doesn't. You get no consistency.
Maybe now with Mark back in the picture.
SHC says, who's at fault, do you think? I will put the blame on Bagnaia.
Why he was so close going that far down.
Yeah.
I do not know.
Let's take another look at it. So he's turning in. They're going to say that, why did Alex come back? That's a misleading camera angle.
He had nowhere else to go. It was Bagnaia who went round the outside.
And then just cut the gap off mid-corner.
Whoever's on the outside, on the mid-corner, if the crash is going into it, it's always the outside person's fault because the person who is on the inside of the corner has nowhere else to go.
Yeah, the bike steps up.
Yeah.
They're going to investigate it after the race.
Also, due to the closeness of how Bagnaia was leaning and giving absolutely no space to Alex Marquez, it meant that he could not actually lean on his bike correctly, meaning that he massively infringed him.
Yeah. Now, there's nothing that Alex could have done there in my book. That is Bagnaia. We'll wait to see. But let's remember, of course, that Freddie Spencer is in charge of the stewards, and he's as balanced and reliable as a chocolate teapot. So in his book,
Alex will get the penalty.
It'd probably be Alex getting the penalty. Yeah, there's no consistency in the stewards. That's why
he'll see that camera angle and think, "Oh, it's Alex."
Yeah, that's why he's leaving at the end of the year, and he's being replaced by Simon Crowfar.
So Bagnaia, what was going through his head just then? What was going through?
Alex Marquez's bike. Right over it. I think Martin Brundle's done sort of Oasis joke on the grid. They've called him Martin Gallagher. Let's take another. Let's see a replay here. 9.8 in focus for Martin. That's because the gap between the medical centre for Pecco Bagnaia now.
See, that was just
Alex is walking in. He's limping a bit on his leg.
Well, that's because the bike actually went onto his legs.
Yeah. 2 laps to go then here in Motorland Aragon for what has turned out to be a very dramatic championship race. Rins passes Nakagami.
I know that Bagnaia literally had a bike go over him, but I do believe that Alex may have had a bit more contact with the bike than what Bagnaia did, because as soon as the bike went over Bagnaia's head, it was done. He didn't have any more contact, but with Alex, he did. And his airbag did not deploy.
No, Alex's didn't. Bagnaia's did, though.
Yeah, because of the contact with that wheel, he was safe from it. But
he was on top
Alex
of the bike
didn't have
more often, so he didn't have time for it to deploy. Yeah.
He got smashed by 2 bikes.
Yeah, and Alex didn't have time for the airbag to deploy because he wasn't off the bike. He was riding Bagnaia's. So it was never the cord never got pulled.
So Alex took more of the beating then.
Just the head that worried me as well, watching that. It was a very nasty accident. That could have very easily been the end of Pecco Bagnaia there. The way that rear tyre gripped on Bagnaia's helmet, and it spun him round like a milk top. It was like whoosh.
Lucky it went off pretty quickly.
Yeah. That could have very easily snapped his neck. I wouldn't be surprised if Bagnaia's got a bit of whiplash.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Seems to be fine though.
He's up and walking, but that's the adrenaline. Same. He'll probably have some.
In about an hour or two,
yeah,
he'll start to feel it.
Yeah, a bit of delayed concussion maybe coming through, and I'll be very surprised if that puts Bagnaia out the next weekend in San Marino. That's going to be massive.
Maybe at the championship.
Yeah, because Martin will just run away with it in both of them. Speaking of running away with it, Marc Marquez is going to start the last lap here at Motorland Aragon. There has been nobody better than him this weekend. Fastest in free practice 1, topped practice. Fastest free practice 2, topped qualifying. Won the sprint race. Didn't go out because he didn't want to risk the bike or himself in the wet warm-up. He did one lap. I know what I'm doing. I'll go and win the race. He's taken it.
5 seconds.
5 seconds. This will be a big weekend for Mark because this is going to boost his self-confidence, Megan Noed, from not winning for years to finally coming to a track where there's no historic data for the main team to use. It's a level playing field, and he has shown them all. I'm still here, and I'm going to be a force to be reckoned with next year.
Just like, don't forget I exist and I am on this grid. It's like whenever Lewis Hamilton wins in F1. It's like, you got to remember, championship.
Yeah,
He's had many.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. It's a similar situation. Hamilton didn't win since 21, neither has Marc Marquez, the two gladiators of modern day formulas as well. Not winning in recent years, both of them having their legitimacy questioned as well. Hamilton's passed it.
Until this year.
Hamilton then wins the British Grand Prix and then wins in Belgium.
Timeline's the same.
It is exactly the same as well, yeah. Marc Marquez, many people said, oh, he should retire. With all the injuries he's got, he said in his own book and documentary, I hate the thought of not racing. It makes me cry. I want to be out there. I want to be racing. He fought back after operation after operation. He said, I will come back at full fitness. He came back and Honda didn't listen to him. They built the bike completely wrong. He said, I'm off. I'll go somewhere where they want me. Ducati opened their doors with open arms. He accepted them. And now, for the first time, it is Marc Marquez, a Grand Prix winner. It's 2 hands aloft. The Gladiator is back, and Marc Marquez wins his 60th Grand Prix in MotoGP. 1,043 days later, since Emilia Romagna in 2021, it's numero uno for the Spaniard who wins at home. Fantastic!
That was amazing. And Ed Rins just passes Jack Miller for 9th position further downfield. Oh, I feel like Mark's looking back to see where Alex is.
Alex isn't there. He'll know he's out of the race, as they told him on the pit board as well. He'll pick up the Spanish flag. He won the sprint race yesterday. He wins the Grand Prix today. It is maximum, and it is a grand slam for Marc Marquez. A statement is made here in Aragon, and in 2024, he is on a 23 bike, and he's done that. Imagine what he's going to do next year on the factory team.
He is going to be hopefully unstoppable next year.
Quickly run through the order then. It's Marc Marquez. Tyre pressure riders for Raul Fernandez, Jack Miller and Fabio Di Giannantonio are going to be investigated after the race, so it could be a penalty coming for them. Marc Marquez wins from Martin second, Pedro Costas third, from Binder, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Di Giannantonio, Bezzecchi, Rins and Miller the top 10. Megan, closing thoughts?
I thought that was very exciting, and I'm very happy for Marc Marquez.
Marc Marquez wins the Aragon Grand Prix. The Maestro is back, and it's an all-Spanish 1, 2, 3 here in Aragon. You're back with us live then here on JB Motorsports for day 3 of the Sepang test. So, what an interesting hour we've had. Everyone heading out there straight away on these time attack runs in the coolest of the track temperatures as well. Track temperature is at 45 degrees Celsius. Air temperature is at 29. We've got a 62% humidity, wind at 6 kilometers an hour. So it's all looking very strong to begin with. But it really has been battle of the Ducatis V24 and 25. Alex Marquez on the GP24 is fastest by 7 thousandths of a second to Pecco Bagnaia, who is on the GP25 bike. So there's a lot coming up there. It's a 1:56.493 for Alex Marquez. We're finally into those 1:56s. Hello, everybody, by the way, watching on the YouTube chat. Hello, sometimes I can see you there coming in as well. Hello, everybody. So, yeah. Great run there. We've got Quadraro third, Morbidelli's fourth, Pedro Costa jumped up into fifth position in the last few laps as well. Zarco is sixth, Bezzecchi seventh, Mir eighth, ninth for Fermin Aldeguer, and in 10th place for Jack Miller. Still yet to go out on the circuit today, though, is Augusto Fernandez. Andrea Dovizioso has turned his first laps in the Sepang test after not being there in days 1 and 2 for the Yamaha Factory Racing. He's now out on the circuit and he's done a 2:02.224. We'll bring you up to date with everything as the session goes on. So, time attacks will continue, the light runners as well. Let's send it back, though, to round 13 of the 2024 season and the San Marino Grand Prix. On the other side, we'll have more updates. MotoGP moves away from Motorland Aragon and heads over for a double-header in Mazzano. Welcome to the Gran Premio Red Bull di San Marino e Adelia Riviera di Rimini. And it's time for the Tissot sprint race to get underway. The field is set, the drivers are ready, so are we. Anticipation and tensions are rising ahead of the 25th race of the 2024 season. Welcome to MotoGP's round 13 and the Tissot Sprint, coming to you from the Emilia-Romagna region. But it is the San Marino Grand Prix. Qualifying earlier on, this is your data. Pecco Bagnaia on pole position. Franco Morbidelli is second with Marco Bezzecchi third. 3 different Ducatis on the front row. Then it's Johan Zarco in. Then it's Jorge Martin in fourth. Pedro Costa is fifth with Brad Binder in sixth. Alex Marquez seventh with Anea Bashi in the eighth. Marc Marquez ninth. Fabio Quartararo 10th. Maverick Vinales 11th. And it's Jack Miller 12th. Aleix Espargaro goes in 13th. 14th for Fabio Di Gianantonio, 15th Pol Espargaro, 16th Johan Zarco, 17th Augusto Fernandez, 18th Miguel Oliveira, 19th Raul Fernandez, 20th for Alex Rins, Luca Marini 21st with Takaki Nakagami 22nd, Stefan Bradl goes in 23rd position. The field is set and we're all set to go. It's hopefully going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend. Martin is on 299 points. Bagnaia is on 276. That is 23 the gap in the championship going into this weekend. It's a double header here at Mazzano. 2 sprints and 2 features ahead of us. There's a load of smoke bombs being set off. They were told not to do that. They've done it anyway. But this is going to be crucial. This is going to be awesome because MotoGP, every single time we head off into the distance, it's going to be a very exciting race. Megan Birch will join me in the commentary box momentarily, ready for the start of this one. Let's see if she actually gets in before lights out. I'll just move out everything so that she can sit down and get into the commentary box without knocking anything over. She'll also be with us for the St Mary's Trophy, which is coming up in the race of Goodwood Revival. Warm-up lap has started. Megan is walking in, so she's got that timed to perfection to this one as they are into the last corner now. She wasn't feeling very well this morning, so she gets a break. Hello, Megan.
Hey.
San Marino, 13 laps ahead of us, and Bagnaia back on pole position. What do you think could happen?
Crash? I'm hopeful.
It seems to be, doesn't it? Hey, no crash, no stoppage, nothing. We have
Not
got
stoppage crash.
We've got to get to the St Mary's Trophy.
Not stoppage crash, just yellow, someone slipped off the bike and have to restart.
Ready ready for the start procedure then. The green flag is at the back. The race is about to get underway. 13 laps at San Marino. It's eyes to the lights and pull the throttle back as we go sprinting. It's a great start for Martin Bandsta from Franco Morbidelli, who almost goes down. He sort of gets a twitch on the bike. Brad Binder's coming up the inside. Martin leads into turn 1 from 5th to 1st. As he comes through, he's battling with Pecco Bagnaia. The two Grassinis are side by side. Alex V. Mark going out wide. There's an Ea Bastianini trying to cut back through, not working out. Was Marco Bezzecchi. He's battling with Pedro Acosta. Martin, though, leads the race from Bagnaia second as we come out of turn 7. Now it's the long run down to Scarpello at turn 8. Martin knows he's going to have to go defensive. Bagnaia knows he's got an opportunity to dive through on the inside. He does not. Well, that's exactly how you should go, Megan. As up the inside, that's Ea Bastianini making the move on Marco Bezzecchi and Pedro Acosta. It's 4 wide further back.
Right, do you know, was it Morbidelli who had the problem where it jumped?
Yeah.
Well, I think, do you know that thing we have to push down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alex Marquez clipping the back of Fabio Quartararo, coming out of turn 9 into 10. Almost caused a problem as he come into turn 11 as well. Mark's already on the back of Bezzecchi.
Yeah, I think that thing was like too far down because you notice how it jumped
The whole
up.
shot device, yeah.
Yeah, it's jumped up suddenly.
Yeah, Morbidelli was lucky to keep that upright and stay in 3rd position. He had the problem that Bagnaia did a week ago in Aragon.
He seemed to know as well because you notice how compared to everyone else, he kept his head down.
Yeah, he knew that he would have to fight the bike as well. It was going to come up. I'd love to get a replay of the start as Martin nearly touches the green at the exit of the first lap then. They're all stuck together, which is nice to see. Brad Binder's in 4th position, keeping it in as well. Look at Marc Marquez, just focusing on Marco Bezzecchi coming through the first 2 corners, taking wider lines. He's ready to slip back through somewhere. Bezzecchi not looking comfortable as we head down the back stretch.
Right, on board with Marc Marquez right now. And they really are all very close together. And I think I see Paul Espargaro trying to make a move.
Paul's dropped down to 17th position from his starting area as well. They've all had a difficult time. There they are at the back, yeah. Someone go down there. I thought I heard something in the back of my earshot. Maybe not, as they come down to turn 8.
Just the car starting.
Ah, right, okay. So they come through. That's very misleading from outside the commentary box area as well. So here's Martin. He's got 4/10 advantage to Bagnaia. There's Brad Binder. Binder and Acosta, sort of the only 2 out of a Ducati runaround. They are all literally just sort of going, okay, let's just see what happens now.
Just like, cross your fingers, though not for riders, because that would not be wise.
Well, for Pecco Bagnaia, this is the worst possible thing that could happen. He needed to start closing in on points to Martin by winning this race.
Oh,
Has not worked out. Digi's down. He's
right
coming
there.
in. So he's lost it on entry. Yeah,
See?
yeah.
There he is.
Di Antonio crashes out of the Tissot sprint then from 12th position. The front end buckles in at turn 13 into 14, 15, 16, the last 3 corners. He might actually be able to rejoin, and he has done.
It didn't actually hit the gravel. It stopped just short of it.
So he just lost the front of 14. Yeah.
I told you, just losing it, but can continue.
Yeah, Martin has done a 131.3, Bagnaia 131.236, so Bagnaia's faster. Morbidelli is closing in on that on last year's motorcycle. The top 2 GP24s, though, back at the front on a circuit where they have data. Guess what happens? And next weekend as well, Marquez is going to have data of 3 times as much. So when we're back here for the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix in a few weeks as a double header, we are going to be in for a Marc Marquez treat. But I was expecting Bagnaia to win this. But of course, the king of the sprints, Martin, has won 14 of them over the 2 years. Of course he's in the lead.
Yeah, is it just me or do I smell petrol? I mean, I get the cars running, but that's a lot of petrol as well.
Oh, great. Don't they, and that, we're in a box full of electrics. If we blow up, that'll make YouTube sensation, won't it?
Should I go tell them what?
No, it'll be fine. It's just the car exhaust, probably.
It's a lot of petrol.
If we explode, then we'll have a problem.
If we get constant updates.
if we explode, YouTube, I think, might know and might help. Anyway, back. God, it is a strong smell, like you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
But something threw up there from Marc Marquez. I text them just in case, actually, because that is a very strong smell coming through where we are. So, as we just get carbon monoxide poisoned with a coach as well. Into lap 4 we go. 10 to go. Martin leads by 0.3 of a second. Bagnaia in second. Morbidelli's in third place at the moment, but Enea Bastianini and Brad Binder are battling over fourth position. They're closed in as well. Right back with Pedro Acosta. Those three in a tow. Then it's Jack Miller, Marc Marquez, and Marco Bezzecchi for seventh place as well. Into the pit lane has come Stefan Bradl. He has come in, but Jorge Martin has been given a track limits warning by the stewards. Wow, okay. So Martin has been given a warning by the stewards that he is going too much over the line as Acosta tries to look on the inside there of... well, that's Binder, because Bastianini's got through on Binder. He's made the move there as well. There's the confirmation that Martin's got the track limits warning. Bastianini has passed Binder. We didn't see it on TV pictures.
Why is he getting track limits? Why are you trying so hard? I mean, I get it's 2/10 difference, but still, even if you make one mistake.
Both of the Prima Promax are having track limits warning. Acosta and Miller now getting the same thing.
Huh.
So they must have done it 3 times running.
So they're all seeming to have a lot of difficulty with everything.
Yeah.
Everything seems okay, apparently. Just not in here.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens. Only with 10 to go, plus then the St Mary's, and I'm here until 6. Something or other. Yeah, we'll think about that. So it's another couple of hours to go. SHT says Bradl's day is done, just like that. iFan says Marc Marquez 93 as well.
Bezzecchi crashes out.
And that is, you just see him dropped underneath from Marc Marquez in the rear camera, coming out of turn 2. The front end buckles away.
Same thing as the teammate.
I don't think that's in the middle of the circuit. I will be alarmed if it is. Because
I think it is.
Oh, and the bike's caught
that's
fire. So he's just dipped out from underneath him. Do you know what I reckon? Oil on the bike there, and it's caught fire. Yeah, it's caught fire.
Yeah, oil on the bike, and then it's skidding along, so sparked it.
Yeah, and just whoosh.
That's coincidental, but we smell petrol and then fire.
Binder versus Acosta. Acosta on the inside line, coming into turn number 9. They're going to really go together into 10. And through goes Pedro Acosta, passing Brad Binder for 5th place with a chef kiss move to slip through on the inside line. Bezzecchi is okay, but that bike is on fire. Local yellows at turn 1 then. And there, I believe, are meatball flags out. So there is a slippery surface flag out.
Oil.
Down on that part of the circuit. So there is oil down. We're about to see, 20 bikes fly through that part of the track.
That ain't good.
We'll see if anybody goes down. Wouldn't it be a shame if it wouldn't be interesting if Martin goes down and Bagnaia gets the 12 points and everything sort of closes up into tomorrow's Grand Prix?
That would be funny.
Well, one always crash at opposite times. Martin crashing in races, Bagnaia crashing in sprints. Only coincidence he crashed last time out. Through 1 and 2 now. Looks to be okay. We understand it's on the ulterior layout of this circuit, where there is the rallycross section of the circuit where there is oil that we also use for Formula E.
So we're for yours.
Yes. Yeah. Just checking that as they come through. So Martin leads a second now. Well, that does not look like a second, does it? That's wrong. That's what, 0.3 of a second. Yeah, 0.3.
0.3. Now 2.
So again, we're going to have a close battle as well. Lap 6 of 13, effectively half distance.
3.
Someone moved up the order there, and I didn't see who it was. I'm keeping
4.
an eye out on the running order.
1.
No, I couldn't see it moved up. I think it's Miller and Marquez. There we go. Vinales passing Alicia Spargrove for 11th position. So the two Aprilias swap over as they come down towards turn 10 and 11, flicking through at 11. That's the top of the J section on this circuit. Initially, we just race in a J.
Not good. Yeah, true.
It's my circuit.
Not a good day for the R46s.
No, both are down at the back. Bezzecchi's out of the race. D'Antonio is down in 21st position to falling earlier on. So in their home race, they're not doing very well. They get 2 home races, but I bet they're going to say, yeah, but this is San Marino. Yes, we're in Rimini, our home race, but actually, it's the Emilia-Romagna that you need to really be going like, that's our home race in 2 weeks' time. And there's a test here on Monday as well. Oh, slidey between them all.
Do you know what? A surprising amount of people in MotoGP come from here.
Really? Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
It's like a surprising amount.
It's a mix of Rimini and Spain, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like they just like at school they're just like, what do you want to be when you grow up? You better say MotoGP driver.
In this area, it literally is like, what do you want to grow up? Valentino Rossi, done. Rossi, done. Rossi, done. Oh, Miller's had a rear snap under braking, and Marc Marquez doesn't need to be asked twice to send it up the inside. He takes 7th position away and sets off after Brad Binder for 6th place. And Marc moves up with a stellar move on the inside left in towards turn 9. Now we're taking a look at the race leaders coming through turn 11, then into 12 and 13. The gap in the championship will stand as 26 points, so even if Martin crashes out tomorrow's race and Bagnaia wins, the gap will still be 1 point. So Martin's now starting to take away this championship, and Bagnaia knows it. They were running out of time. There's not that many races left.
There's not. And is that Augusto Fernandez getting track limits?
It is. Augusto in the 37 getting a track limits warning on the monitor. You are correct there.
Yeah, because 25 is round.
Yeah, on the Tech 3. Sorry, on the Trackhouse Aprilia. Trackhouse. Yeah, I was right. Trackhouse Aprilia. Don't know why I doubted myself there. It's because I've been...
It's been a long day.
My brain already is going... all the stuff from the cars we've been calling in the Goodwood Revival. I've only done one Goodwood Revival race myself today, but yeah, we're off, I think, for the rest. Hopefully, this race is over in the next 12 minutes and we can go across straight over back to the St. Mary's Trophy for touring cars.
And Antonio anticipates.
And out goes Digi, so both VR46 Ducatis are out of this race. It gets worse and worse and worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're not having a great time of it.
They really are not. Anything you can do, I can do better.
If you're not a VR46, apparently.
So that's what,
or
20
Honda.
20 riders left. Takiki Nakagami is the last. Alex Rins fighting injury, he's 19th. If you're just joining us for the first time today and wondering where Juan Mir is, he is not racing due to his gastroenteritis. It has gotten very much worse overnight.
We wish him well.
Yes, we do. We sympathise. And he has withdrawn from the event.
Yeah, because that's not going to be
Not the only thing withdrawing from him, but still. You don't want to... The last thing you want with that is to be bouncing on top of a motorcycle.
Yeah.
It would be hell.
But it always gets worse before it gets better, so the fact that it's got worse is a good sign.
And he'll still get to race here because he'll be here back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The riders are actually staying in Rimini for the 2 weeks. They've got the test tomorrow and then they're staying in for a week. Yeah, they're all going on holiday here. I think they're all off to Rossi's ranch as well, quite a lot of them. Marc Marquez is not allowed. Surprise, surprise. Speaking of which, despite him being a Ducati rider.
Isn't Rossi having another daughter?
I believe so, yeah.
Got a team in the making.
Get them into the WRC early on and then get them into Moto 3, then into Moto 2, then into MotoGP. And
just like you're a Rossi, this is what we do.
I would really love if Valentino Rossi's daughters became the first ever female motorcycle world champions.
That would be
in the
perfect.
Premier class.
I kind
it
of
would
feel
be so
like
justice.
I kind of feel like that's been his aim. It's
Yeah.
like as soon as he had a daughter, he's just like, perfect. Guess what we're having? Let me guess, another girl.
The most successful male and the most successful female will be Rossi's. That'd be quite something, actually. We're stalling because Marc Marquez is umming and ahhing about passing Binder, which is quite surprising, considering that it's Marc Marquez and Brad Binder. Down to turn 11.
Do you know what I've noticed? Quite a lot of the motorsport community, when they have children, they end up having girls.
Yeah. Well,
A lot of them.
Marino Franchitti's son won the Stirrington Cup, the pedal car race earlier on. Marc Marquez sent it up the inside, down at turn 14 on Brad Binder. He was planning that for so long. I was watching the monitor while talking to you, Megan. I could just see him wheeling him in. And then, okay, I'll brake slightly later, leave the brake and clutch out, and away we go.
Something tells me he's been fishing.
Yeah, well, Marc Marquez knows how to fish. He's got his racing bug back, hasn't he? His race-winning bug. I'm impressed by Franco Morbidelli here. After that bad start, still in 3rd position, after the terrible season he's had. This is really good from him before he leaves next year.
It is, especially going up against Passionini.
Yeah, Pole's up into 14th. He's passed Johan Zarco. As things stand, by the way, if this was the race tomorrow, Zarco would pick up a point for Honda. So that's something to keep your eye on, to be fair.
3 points now.
Oh, he's really past Pole. Damn.
Yes. That's a good thing for him.
Not for Pole. Pole's been... Pole crashed in qualifying and in practice too, so yeah.
I'd rather Pole get one, obviously due to my...
Bias?
Yes, against Honda.
Well, I'll keep it together.
One of them are out. The other's in last place. And then there's Zarko. Why are you at Honda?
And then there's Mard. And then there's Mard.
And then there's Zarko.
Let's have a look at the start then, Megan. You take us through Franco Morbidelli.
Oh, look. Is it Martin that's still
No, it's more. There's Morbidelli. Look at Morbidelli. There's one Twitch. And there's the second
Yeah,
Twitch.
you can see him jump up.
Almost hit Pedro Costa.
Yeah, it was very tight into that corner. Oh, a little bit of contact there at the back.
Didn't see who with, though.
It was near a VR46.
So that was Nakagami alongside. This is Binder and his live launch. Binder got a great start, but Martin from fourth to first. Morbidelli too. Go on.
He was just like, do you know what? I see a good way about this. Just like, go right through.
Al says, go Fabio from Indonesia. Hello. And SHG says, this will be Morbidelli's first MotoGP podium in how long if he does finish third? About 2 years?
Jeez. Alex Marquez track limits. Can we just talk quickly about how many of the field have track limits?
The top 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh, hello.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 of the remaining 20.
So it's easy to say who doesn't have a track limits warning, and that's Marc Marquez, Brad Binder, Aleix Espargaro, Miguel Oliveira, Ralph Fernandez, Luca Marini, and Alex Rins.
Oh, and Zarko.
Oh, and does Zarko not have one? Yeah,
Yeah.
Zarko too. Everybody else has track limits warning, which is quite ridiculous, to be fair, because you can see how close it's getting.
It is. And just look at all that. Despite us having 3 instances, it's just all track limits.
Yeah, the messages are just track limits, track limits, track limits, track limits to put in the commentary box.
It's like that fateful day that we had so many lap time deletions in the F1 race.
Oh, what was it, like 1,000, something stupid like that?
Something like that.
It was 70 laps, and we had like 1,000 deletions.
And it was running like 20 laps behind.
It took us.
Was that another?
Yes, it was. Augusto Fernandez has been given a long lap penalty for track limits, so he's now broken of that, and it is due to extreme track limits. Yes.
Long lap penalty. He said something else about long lap penalty. It came up twice.
Long lap penalty for extreme track limits.
Yeah, but it came up a second time.
It's flashed up twice.
Maybe if you missed it, here it is.
It flashed up once telling us, and then it tells it flashed up again with the reason why. It's a really bizarre system.
Why can't they just put it on field?
Yeah. Zul says, go Marc Marquez. He's in P6 at the moment, 4/10 behind Pedro Costa, so he is pushing. 2 laps to go.
And one of the only ones not to have...
Binder, track limits warning.
So
that's now
7
to 11, yeah. 7-11. So there's a shop opening there. What's the point of 7-Eleven?
Why do they have a
It's open 7
lowercase
days a
n?
week, 11 hours?
Apparently. Must be.
That's not really good with business, is it?
Why do they have a lowercase n?
I have no idea what's going on.
Who thought of that? It's not...
Morbidelli's going to get passed by an Air Basciini here, coming through down into turn 14. It's the same as Marc Marquez. Oh, Morbidelli sees it coming there and shuts that door.
Not only do they have one number and one word number, but they also have the word number having all capital letters except the last one, N, lowercase.
Standing up
Same
there
size.
onto the last lap. Well, Martin has a 1.5 second advantage. The battle for third is brewing up as an Air Basciini tries to look round the outside of Franco Morbidelli to the first corner. Did not work out. He'll try and slipstream him as much as possible, though. So it kind of is working, it kind of isn't, Megan.
This actually might work out. And long lap penalty again for Augusto Fernandez. Why have you come up a second time?
Well, it's a case of one, case of the other.
Oh, due to incorrect long lap.
Oh, you're joking me.
Yep. He did it wrong. How do you do it wrong?
Must have touched that line, exterior of the circuit, and it cost up. Basciini sends it up the inside in turn 8 on Franco Morbidelli and retakes third, but goes too long. Morbidelli gets the cut back, pulls the throttle and goes back through to third. We want Morbidelli to get this podium. It's like when Danny Pedrosa had it last year here. Do you remember? Oh, no, you weren't here. Jess was... it was Julia with me in the box for that one.
But I watched it from a distance.
Yes.
So, we need Morbidelli.
Is Yamaha making progress? Well, they're P9 at the moment with Fabio Quartararo. So
Better
yes,
than usual.
it very much is.
Not better than a couple of years ago. But
Well, Marquez has passed Pedro Acosta for 5th place. They've made that position clear. Morbidelli's only got a few more corners left before it's sweet number 15 in sprint racing. There's Mark on the inside. Acosta trying to fight back, carrying around the outside. That's a battle to the line. Jorge Martin, though, will extend the championship advantage to the front. It's 26 not out. 15th sprint race win for Jorge Martin in MotoGP. Pecco Bagnaia is second, and Franco Morbidelli gets the podium in third with a fantastic race. 4th for Bastianini. Marquez is 5th. Then it's Acosta, Binder, Miller the points final out. Before then, Quartararo, Alex Marquez, Vinales, Aleix Espargaro, Augusto Fernandez, Zarco, Paul Espargaro, Oliveira, Ralph Fernandez, Marini, Rins and Nakagami, D'Antonio Bezzecchi and Bradle are out of the race, and damn!
they started it 8 minutes early. And also, in the top 11, Marc Marquez, the only one not to have a track limits warning.
They've started the St Mary's Trophy 8 minutes early, which means we can't interrupt it. So...
Oh, well, we can do our commentary on it later when we do it.
No, because it's live.
I know, but we can...
Oh, I can't be bothered.
So we're not doing it.
We get St Mary's Trophy tomorrow as well. There's 2.
Oh, well, that's perfect then. Obviously, we weren't meant to do this one.
Why have they started it 8 minutes
I don't
early?
know. It said it would start at half past
2, yeah.
But then they did it 8 minutes early.
That's a surprise. Let's hope for a red flag. I've just looked down at the monitor and it was on. Oh, well.
Done. Session will not be restarted.
That was the
That's the previous
Ford
one, right?
Water Trophy, yeah.
Oh, I reckon that's why they've
Drizzle.
started it. They're doing it before it fully rains.
So that means you can join me for the Magic Cup.
When's that?
An hour.
Do I have to?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Magic is GT cars.
We'll see.
So the Ford GT40s, that sort of thing.
I'm not feeling...
What a race.
Well
Look at that. 2 seconds fast, 2.2 seconds faster than last year's sprint time. So
Yeah,
last year's
faster
sprint
and
time,
faster.
19 minutes 58 seconds. This year's 19 minutes 56 seconds. Martin won both and did it 2 seconds faster than last year.
There's a lot of twos.
That is quite good actually as well. Final thoughts on the sprint, Max?
I thought it was very good, and also I just realised that technically if you add up all his things, it adds up to 8.
Okay, well, there might be a safety car in this race, and if there is, we'll change over and take over. If not, we'll leave you to it. Thanks for your company. If you're watching us on YouTube, you'll be redirected to the Goodwood Revival. So take care, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye. Before that, this is Marc Marquez on Pedro Acosta, sent up the inside on the last lap, and that was why Marquez finished in 5th. Nice move.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, sweet move as well. Thanks for your company then. We'll be back tomorrow. Reminder, MotoE is up next. Well, we'll just leave it for MotoE then. Yeah, it'll be easier.
yeah. What?
Can't do the Magic Cup. MotoE.
Obviously, we're not meant to do these things. There was a change around there.
Augusto Fernandez. Penalised down to 16th place.
Yep.
Right, that's it. I'm taking over the
3-second penalty.
I'm taking over the St Mary's Trophy. I want to call some Goodwood action. Martin wins, Bagnaia second, Morbidelli third. We'll see you tomorrow for all the action. Take care. Bye-bye. Tension is rising here at the Mazzano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli for round 13 of the MotoGP World Championship in 2024. Slicks or wets, that's the bet for half the field to try and decide upon here today, as the weather conditions are turning into an interesting combination. A flag to flag is possible, but one thing for certain, anybody has a chance to win this race today. Let's take a look then at how they line up on the starting grid here as well. The white flag has now been displayed as the warm-up lap starts. That now means that we have the chance of a flag to flag. The white flag being displayed means that it is raining and that the riders can change their bikes if it gets to worse. So we're not now expecting, unless the rain is heavy, the red flag to come out. This is the starting grid then. Pecco Bagnaia on pole position. Franco Morbidelli is second with Marco Bezzecchi in third. Jorge Martin is fourth. Pedro Costa fifth. Brad Binder sixth. Alex Marquez is seventh. Enea Bastianini is eighth. Marc Marquez ninth. Fabio Quartararo rounds out your top 10. Then it is Maverick Vinales 11th with Jack Miller in 12th. Aleix Espargaro is 13th with Fabio Di Giannantonio 14th. 15th for Paulo Espargaro, 16th Johan Zarco, 17th Augusto Fernandez, 18th Miguel Oliveira, Rafa Fernandez 19th, Alex Rins is 20th, Taki Kagami is 21st, Stefan Bradl's 22nd. Luca Marini has withdrawn from the event with a viral infection. His teammate, Juan Mir, was already out with gastroenteritis, so neither of the LCR Hondas, the factory Repsol bikes, are going to go out on the track. Megan Birch alongside both of them.
What are they giving to them?
I have no idea, but Megan Birch alongside me in the commentary box.
I've said more bad things to anyone from this town.
Warm-up lap has started, but the white flag has been displayed, Megan, from race control. So the rain is here. They can now swap bikes, but it's going to be if it gets heavier and when it gets heavier. That's the question. Hello to you.
Now looking at that weather, it could hold off.
There is a big rainstorm due in, by the way. Like, huge.
I'm going to check for weather, see if it tells me anything more.
Don't need to. Simon Patterson, rain getting heavier. A little heavier from trackside.
What's the name again? Like, how to spell it?
Tyre choices for now. Everyone medium and front out there as well.
No, I mean the town.
It's up there. Anyway, stand up because it's ready for a start procedure. Green flag at the back. We're in a flag to flag here at Mazzano. Nobody knows what the next 27 laps holds. The World Championship's on the line. Pecco's on pole with 5 lights on. It's blast off in Mazzano. Great start this time for Franco Morbidelli. Once again, Jorge Martin's going to come on the inside line. They're side by side to the first corner and they almost touch. It's the 23 bike that's ahead, but Bagnaia leads the way. Look further back. Brad Binder, Marco Bezzecchi in a battle. Alex Marquez hasn't made a great getaway either, and now the smoke billowing in from turn 6 and 7. It's Martin up the inside, gets ahead of Franco Morbidelli as we head down into turn 7. Bagnaia leads, Martin second, Morbidelli third, Acosta fourth, Binder in 5th position. Then it's Bezzecchi, Marquez, Bastianini, Quartararo. Morbidelli's right round the outside of Pietro Acosta, who's trying to come back through on the inside line. Hasn't worked out down here. Few riders going wide. Oh, a little bit of a tap there. Enea Bastianini having a battle. I think that was with Alex Marquez looking at it as well. Coming in, yes, it was. Alex is down to where Quartararo is. Oh, and going wide there is Fabio Di Giannantonio, losing more and more places. So does Marco Bezzecchi. So the two VR46s that retired in the sprint race yesterday are not having the rain coming down in San Carvone as well. We've got some flags up and a little bit of a bike twitch from Bezzecchi. No one gone down yet, Megan, but we are in a flag to flag. They can change if they want to. Acosta's going wide. This seems to be the dampest part of the track. It's the last sector.
It certainly seems it. That rain, I don't think it's going to hold off much longer, and Alex Marquez just loses position to Quartararo. No jump starts, and he's gained position again on Quartararo. We're in a battle.
Yep, no jump starts and race control. We can show you those messages now. We've just taken the blog off, so it's not that bad as the top two in the World Championship do battle once more. And Martin's trying to look up the inside and almost takes off this front tyre on the rear. 9 times out of 10 you go down the deck. That's the second time today we've seen a front wheel touch someone's rear tyre and they didn't go down. And that's a third. That's a third.
Is that debris just gone off?
Yes, it was. Acosta touching the back to Franco Morbidelli. That's twice in 2 corners. Somebody hits their front tyre on the rear tyre of the bike in front and they don't go down the deck. And the rain's getting heavier as we come down into turn 8 as well. Aleix Espargaro's gone a bit too deep as well. And it's all going off now as well as the rain gets heavier.
Di Giannantonio passes Aleix Espargaro and it is looking to get increasingly worse so far. And it just all seems so dramatic right now. And further down the field, Vinales has been passed by Paulo Espargaro.
Simon Patterson is saying that the riders are sliding all over the place as well. We can see that the white flag has been displayed all the way around the circuit. We've also got the white flag with the red X. That indicates it's raining in that part of the circuit. It certainly is heavier in Sector 4. The two championship protagonists, though, nearly coming together. Martin trying to go on the inside into turn 3 on Bagnaia. Here it is again, Megan. He just puts it up too much. Bagnaia doesn't know he's there. It's the same situation as Aragon.
It is. Oh, and then he almost gets caught by his teammate just behind when he was trying to back off a little bit. But it's just... How much happened just then?
And the space of 2 laps, we've had so much. 1:32.089 for Pecco Bagnaia. He has the fastest lap of the race so far. This is Pedro Acosta on the inside of Franco Morbidelli. And there was a winglet that came off of somebody's bike. Well,
Just got a bit too close.
It must be Morbidelli's.
Yeah. It seems like it was Morbidelli's. And then again, it could have been... it might... Oh, it's Acosta's, I think. Or something.
TPMS not active due to white flag as Acosta dives up the inside of Franco Morbidelli at turn 8. Acosta up to 3rd. Now, what is the TPMS not active?
I don't know what it is.
Track map system not working?
I mean, it has to be. I don't know what else it could be.
Morbidelli back through on the inside of Pedro Acosta at turn 9 as well. So,
Morbidelli does not want to give up his position.
Yeah, just to point out to you, we'll share it on the race control messaging that we have up in the commentary box. TPMS not active due to white flag. Don't know what that means. Track positioning marshalling system. That's what's going, that's what it is.
We just figured out.
Track positioning marshalling system. So that is the boards around the circuit. They're not active due to the fact that they are showing white flags. So if there's a yellow flag, they'll have to rely on the yellows themselves, but that's not going to help the rider because they don't get that information from race control.
That's going to make the situation a whole lot more complicated.
It is going to make it more complicated as well with the white flag still being out. It is a flag-to-flag race then, if we have to. The white flag was displayed just before the race started, so they'll continue to push and continue to attack as we are keeping this race glued on the monitors.
Fastest on track is now Morbidelli.
Oh, that's not surprising, really. I kind of expected that on the GP23 bike as well, because he can just tail in the 24s. The 24s have more torque. 23 lasts this condition better overall. As we take a look on board, this is with Marc Marquez in the white Gresini this weekend. The men in white, they said, over on the board as well for Gresini.
Just going to quickly calculate the possible time, so that's 91 seconds.
Well, you've got to remember as well that if the rain gets heavier, the lap goes to about 2 minutes. So,
oh, this is actually
30, yeah, it's not that long of a race in dry conditions, but in wets it changes several times. So you do have to be careful. As we take a look, there's Brad Binder and Ayabashi just behind him. Pedro Acosta.
Acosta down.
No, he's gone off. I think Acosta's just gone wide.
No, he's down.
No, you're right. He's dropped out. Yeah. So Acosta was off the circuit, I saw, and then he's just dropped it coming
right
down.
After.
Yeah, that's down at turn 14, and he's in the gravel as well. I don't know how that's happened.
He's trying to push up his spike.
He'll get going again. I reckon he's tried to rejoin, and the track is damp there. Oh, he's put gravel all over this circuit, and no one's going to like him for that. So watch him. He gets offline, he comes back on, turns in, and the front end's just going to dip because there's no traction. I reckon the painted line had water on it, and he's come back on the track, tried to turn in. Oh, and there it goes.
He still never let go of his bike.
He still doesn't know. He continues to hold on against that as well.
It's like he tries to push his bike towards him, just like, no, you do not go on the wall.
Well, Acosta as well had contact with Morbidelli on lap 2. On lap 5, he's down, and the top two factory bikes now moving away on the Grand Prix 24s. Morbidelli is joining them in battle, so it's a three-way fight at the front. Then it's Bastianini, Binder, Marc Marquez, Miller, Bezecchi, all sort of closing in on the tail-end fight. I'd even throw in Alex Marquez in 9th position. He's closing in nicely as well. But no one at the moment seems to be wanting to focus on the fact that the rain is just staying the level, that psychological rain. It's not getting heavier, it's not getting worse at the moment. It's light rain, according to our timing systems up here in the commentary box. If it does go flag to flag, then we get worse. Well, if they have to come in for it.
Have you noticed how all 3 Hondas, if Rins get out of the way, would be in a row? near the back of the grid.
Yeah, Rin's down in 20th position because he's coming back from injury and isn't having the greatest restart to his season. But I agree with you, Megan. They would be all together in a line, and I think that's something that even they know needs to be worked on a little bit more.
Does Antonio his bike didn't look right just then.
No. Digi's sliding around like crazy. Remember yesterday that VF46 wasn't right. But when was the last time we saw Franco Morbidelli in a position to win a race? His last race victory was Valencia in 2020. But Morbidelli does like this circuit. His first ever race win in MotoGP came here in 2020 at Misano in San Marino's Grand Prix. So he knows how to win races here.
He needs to win again.
He can win again as well as he closes out. He was on a Yamaha back in the day as well, don't forget. As they continue to close in. I can see the raindrops are falling as Marco Bezzecchi versus Jack Miller. And yeah, you're right, he's going to be forced wide. Just doesn't get the traction on. Alex Marquez beautifully slips it through on the inside line and takes over. So that's Miller 7th, Marquez 8th, and Bezzecchi down to 9th. And maybe a bit, that's Miller also under attack from Alex Marquez. So
further down the field, Raul Fernandez passes Vinales. So Vinales goes even further down the field. I feel like it's very...
What's happened to him in the second half of this season as well, with 7 to go after this one.
Something just does not feel right there.
It does not, as they continue to fly through. There's the grab from Acosta coming on the circuit, so they'll get that out of the way. Over the line we go once more. 21 laps to go. Morbidelli's out!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
But we're watching the TV picture, so how's that happen? He's going to drop it into turn 1. There he goes. Out goes Morbidelli. He crashes out of the first corner, and the chance of victory has gone away from him. After such his airbag's gone off, but after such a great lunge, he's down. And out goes Franco Morbidelli.
Why? Why Morbidelli? Out of everyone.
The rain's getting heavier. That's why, Megan. The rain's getting heavier down to the first few corners.
Alex Marquez goes into 6th, though.
The rain is getting heavier. The rain is getting heavier. So this is now going to play a factor. We thought it was easing off. Look at this down to turn 8. You can see the rain, fine rain coming down.
So much moisture.
And they're all going wide as well. Miller passes Marquez. That's Alex Marquez out of the way. But they're all taking the wide line. You can see that the damp part's coming through. The rain is here. It is raining. It is raining. Back now, Martin on the track together. It's visibly raining. Now is the time to pit. So that's from Simon Patterson in the pit lane. The bikes are getting ready. It's a flag to flag.
Morbidelli could start again on that.
If he can, now that is a point. If Morbidelli's bike can get restarted, he can get back in and they're all off the track. They're all going off. Off goes Martin wide. And it's really hammering it down now in Mazzano.
I can foresee so many track limits.
Into Carvone they come, but they'll be excused because it's wet weather. They'll get a free pass. The track limits won't matter that much, but they have to come in this lap. Now the flag-to-flag rule is you come in and change. Martin is coming in. Bagnaia is not. Bagnaia is not coming in. So the World Championship leader enters the pit lane. He feels the time is right, and now this is crucial because he's going to fall out of the points-paying positions. Several other riders coming in.
Aleix Espargaro, Raul Fernandez, Vinales, spelt wrong for some reason.
And in comes Hoy Martin, a
Rins,
beautiful
Acosta,
pit stop.
Fernandez, Augusto.
But is it wet enough out there? That's the question. The pit lane looks bone dry, but it's a different tarmac to what it is out there on the circuit. Oh boy! And there's a yellow flag in the last sector as Augusto Fernandez has crashed out. That brings out a yellow flag. Martin, Fernandez, Aleix Espargaro, Raul Fernandez, Vinales, Rins, Acosta. They're all in the pit lane. Morbidelli's out of the race, and Fernandez going down. And these come back in now.
Rejoined.
Aleix Espargaro's crashed out. Aleix has crashed out. He's come back out as well. So Aleix has gone down, coming out the pit lane, and he's come up and gone again. The rain's getting heavier. Look at Bagnaia. Bagnaia was 4 seconds in front. He is right there with Brad Binder. And there's contact as Miller goes through on Marquez. The top 14 that haven't pitted are right up there together. No sign of the red flag at the moment because they don't need to be. But now they've all got to come in to change in the pit lane. I don't know why they've gone the extra lap. Martin has swapped over. The 14 up haven't. 15 down to 20 have.
Marquez goes into 2nd place.
This is unbelievable. The rain.
2 points.
Martin's only got 2 points, but how long for? Because look at Marquez. He is the king of these conditions. He passes the 2 KTMs of Binder and Miller, and he's going round the outside of Pecco Bagnaia. Marquez is going to have the lead of this race. He's on the inside, but that blocks Bagnaia coming into the pit lane. And now Marquez leads. The two KTMs are side by side into Mazzano. And Miller passes Binder. And Marquez leads in San Marino.
But when are they all going to go into the pits? And that was Brad Binder repassing Alex Marquez.
Bastianini's in trouble now. Look at that. Bang Martin will lead by 7 points, but it's a 9-way fight, maybe 10-way fight for the race victory here. Alex Marquez under pressure as well. He's going to get lunge on the inside and contact. And cutter. That's going to be Quartararo taking 2 of them. Bezzecchi and Alex Marquez go wide. It's all happening so much we can barely keep across it. Marquez leads, but look at that's Mark. He's got 2 tenths to Bagnaia. Miller's in 3rd. Binder's 4th. Bastianini's in 5th. And then it's all help coming further back as Alex Marquez sends it out the inside of Marco Bezzecchi. But Fabio Quartararo's there looking up the rear and almost having a high side. Oh boy, this San Marino Grand Prix is dramatic. Here comes Bezzecchi back through on the inside. Quartararo sits it out through 9. Tries to cut back, but it's too wet for that. Whoa. They've got to pit, surely. One of them is going to end up going down. Marquez is the king of these type of conditions, but even he can't stay on if there's more water on the track. Well, my money's on Bagnaia crashing out, to be fair.
To be honest, I think it's one of the back 3 of them because they're bound to take each other off.
They are battling like crazy. You are right there as well. But they're not stopping this lap time. They don't feel like they need to. Now, what's the lap time comparisons, Megan? For those who have stopped and haven't, so Mark and Martin.
Those who have not stopped are actually quicker on the track than those who have stopped.
Marquez's last lap time was a 1:34.5. We're waiting for...
Martin's was a 1:46.
But we're waiting for him to come through. That was his pit lap. We're waiting for him to come through for another lap time around, so we need to hold on for that one. Martin is in 15th at the moment, getting 1 point paying position. Martin is coming out the last corner soon, so we will get that lap time now. They're 2 seconds a lap slower. This might actually... Martin's coming back into the pits. Martin's into the pit lane.
Why?
So it's not wet enough yet. But can you do that? Can you swap bikes back? I don't think you can.
No, I don't think you can. Unless it's some problem we're not aware of.
You can't. Look, he's come back in. He knows. And Ralph Fernandez coming in as well. So that everybody who's swapped over... This is amazing. Everybody who's swapped over to the wet bikes have gone too soon. And now the Martin's just standing because they don't know what the rule is. This is unbelievable. The World Championship leader is just standing in the pit lane waiting to get on one of the bikes.
And
this is an only shambles going on now as Bagnaia tries to come back through on the inside of Calvone and Marquez hasn't worked out. And they're going to be lapped. They are going to be actively lapped.
Martin rejoins the race.
He's on slicks.
He knows he's lost.
He's on slicks. But now look, the track is dry. It's not wet.
Everyone who has pitted has just made the huge mistake, and everyone who has not has calculated and actually saw it through, testing how bad the rain was going to get.
I said this would be a World Championship deciding weekend. How right was I? Because we saw Bagnaia crash out. We saw there's Martin there, and there's the race leader, and he's lapped. The championship leader has been lapped by Alex Marquez, Mark Marquez, Beckerman, and all the rest of them who haven't stopped. The World Championship leader is lapped, and now Pecco Bagnaia is going to be really, really enthused to get past Mark Marquez because he will bring the championship down to 2 points.
I can feel Bagnaia laughing.
This is just swings and roundabouts in MotoGP in 2024. You never know what's going to happen next.
Jack Miller's in 3rd.
And where did that come from? The man who has been kind of announced as officially joining Prima Pramac when they have the Yamaha engine next year. He's now running in 3rd position, holding off Renee Bastianini.
And may I just say, Honda are in a row, but they're in the middle of the grid and all have points.
And here comes Pecco Bagnaia into Calvone. I thought he was going to have a lunge there on Mark.
Rins has entered the pit lane.
Well, he was on the other tyre as well, so he swapped back.
Yeah, he's on wets right now.
Yeah, so that's going to be Martin back up into a points-paying position. What on earth is going on in this championship? As Kieran says, it's snakes and ladders. This is an absolute disaster, says SHT as well. Josh can have a break. Josh is not going to have a break. No, it's absolutely just non-stop. And the best thing is, we're only on lap 11 of 27. There's 16 laps to go, and there's more rain coming behind that. the little cell that disrupted the race. What's going to happen next?
I have no idea. Rins rejoined for race.
Bastianini's looking for a move on the inside line. And Jack Miller for third position coming out of turn 3, not doing it. Through 4, nothing there. 5 and 6 comes back. The double loop around. Miller sliding out the rear of the bike. Bastianini tries to get the cut back, not going to work out. Alex is ahead of Brad Binder. Eyes to the front though with Bagnaia and Marc Marquez closing up as well. Fantastic Grand Prix at the moment.
Almost an entire lap behind Martinez right now.
Yeah, Bastianini's going to go lunging up the inside into turn 8, trails back in and goes for it. Miller tries the cut back, can't do it. Up into third. Oh, maybe he can. No.
Just shy.
Oh my goodness me. This is certainly one of the best races of the year.
You don't even have a drink to help you.
No, I do not. And the door's shut as well, so it's getting quite humid here in the UK.
I had a dry throat today already.
What on earth is going to happen next in this one? And I'm glad that we're not on until about 4 o'clock now for our next one. For the coverage on the Goodwood Revival. I get a little bit of a lie down for the last few races. This is This is beyond insanity. This is absolute mental racing right now. Now, where is Martin? Martin is officially a lap down. If you look at the monitor, he is a lap down on the rest of the field. So Jorge Martin is currently in 15th. He'll pick up 1 World Championship point only with 15 laps to go. He is outside of any realms of winning this race. Unless it really rains, but then he'll have to come in as well. So
he's not going to win.
He's not going to win. They've lost it. Everyone who swapped bikes earlier on have lost it. And they've all gone a lap down.
They all made a huge mistake. But surprisingly, the Hondas never did make that mistake. And now they have 3 in a row and are all getting points.
13, 14, and it's been 12, 13, 14. Zarco, Nakagami, Brado.
Everyone who did not pit has just guaranteed themselves points.
Comically, they're all the LCR Hondas as well.
Yeah.
With Brado wildcarding this weekend. This is absolutely insane racing. All the LCRs, Hondas, the top 14 says, SHT, back up your point, Megan. This race has kind of settled down now into a rhythm because the rain has not come down as hard as we thought it would.
Now they're all just determined to get as much gap between each other as they can.
Just taking a look at Simon Patterson's Twitter to see if there's any information that I've missed as Alex Marquez closing up. He's got the 2 KTMs right alongside him, Miller ahead and Bagnaia behind him as well. This is absolutely... Yeah, I agree. They needed to... This is unbelievable at all. Martin laps. Back in for slicks again to try and take a look at it. This is perfect for Bagnaia. Let Marquez find the wet spots because he's at the title threat. So yeah, let Bagnaia just stay in second place until the last lap and then pounce Marc.
Or just stay there, let Marc have a second win.
2 wins in a row could be coming from Marc Marquez, who predicted that coming in. I think I did actually with my pick a winner. I might be getting my pick a winner right for that one. I hope so. Marc is good in these mixed conditions. How's Alex? Well, he too is a world champion, and he's right behind Jack Miller. Jack Miller, who won his first ever Grand Prix in the Netherlands at Assen in 2016.
He's not doing too badly.
Yeah, not bad at all. The Aprilias are F, says SHT. That they are, 16 and 18 in the lap down.
Acosta passes Aleix Espargaro for 0 points.
And yeah, that's just for 17th position. So effectively ignore 15 down. It's the 14s that are in this battle. But I don't know. We've still got that chance of more rain coming in. It's not over yet, Megan.
15 downs.
Yeah.
15 downs just fighting for a single point.
Why did Now, I'm very surprised that the rules have allowed them to swap bikes back. I thought the rule for flag to flag was you can only swap bikes once. But no, they've all come back in for slicks.
Then they're going to change them another time.
I think it's a new set of slicks for Martin, isn't it? 9 laps in the front. Let's have a look. Yeah, Martin, 9 lap front and 3 laps soft rear. Now, is that bit allowed, where you can swap the rear tyre out during the race? Well, the stewards will deliberate on that one. I presume it is, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. They would have studied that rule book like crazy. Marc Marquez leads.
They changed Marc's bike a bit this race.
Instead of, well, yes, 1, the livery is different. So that's all. But yes, 2, they have had a little bit of an error update to that bike. Even though it's the GP23, they've put a little bit of the 24 on it. Just a touch of error updates on the winglets at the front there.
That explains why it's so far up.
It does look a bit different. And I don't think, look at the Gigi Delineo. would Gigi Dell'Igno really press that big red button to, as well, the metaphorical red button, I must say, as well. What we would actually do was, everyone says, oh, the red button shut down all the bikes at Pecco's to win the championship. I don't think he would do that. And Alex Marquez has passed on the inside line, getting ahead of Jack Miller into the braking zone for turn 8.
Woohoo! Getting closer and closer to that podium.
Look at the two KTMs, though, having a battle. This is energetic stuff, isn't it?
It is. And it'd be nice for Mark to win again with Alex actually on the podium too.
Yeah, I didn't get it last time out in Aragon, with Alex crashing out in a battle with Pecco Bagnaia. But they are now running in that order again, so it's not completely out of the realms of possibility that could be on for another accident. The two KTMs getting a bit too close together. Jack Miller in 5th and Brad Binder in 6th position, holding it on. Oh, I'm loving this race. Bagnaia was faster than Mark in that last sector, so they are flying around on deltas. Over the line we go then, with 12 laps remaining in the MotoGP San Marino Grand Prix. Marc Marquez leads with Pecco Bagnaia 2nd, Enea Bastianini's 3rd, Alex Marquez 4th. GP23, then it's GP24, 24, then GP23. So, which is the faster bike again in these conditions? Yeah, just the rider more than the bike itself. And these two, of course, teammates next year. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia on the factory red team. And Enea Bastianini moving over to, I believe, Gasgas, if I'm not mistaken. I just don't know what's going to happen next. SHT says, we are getting more glimpses of the potential ride between the next year teammates. Absolutely. Mark is going to... Now, Pecco Bagnaia, I've always said, is a bit of a lucky world champion. He's done some fantastic racing, but he's not been in the position where he's gone, okay, let's focus down. If Marc Marquez comes back in, he's going to whip Bagnaia, and Bagnaia's going to try and whip him back. So the duel next year is going to be amazing. Then everybody else, all the other big Ducati riders being forced out and moving over to just as equally good machinery. Oh, we're in for a great year.
So they're going to be at each other's throats.
I'd like to say hello to William Razin, who has joined the JBMotorsports membership as well. He's our new member on the channel. Welcome to you. There's a brand new members video actually coming out tomorrow, where JT's been trackside with some caravans, and all the caravans got destroyed. So JT's been trackside again at his local raceways, and those videos will be going to the members tomorrow over the next 3 days as well. Alicia Spargo enters the pit lane. Now he's 18th, Megan. Do you reckon that could be just a bye-bye-bye?
It could be, because honestly, what's he going to do? Change to wet tyres again when it's cloudy weather?
Rin's now up, so Augusto Fernandez and Franco Morbidelli are the only two that are out of this race. We will keep an eye on it as well. So hello, William. I hope you enjoy the members' channels. In fact, the main channel actually on JBMotorsports, we're getting a bit of a redo, so all the new thumbnails are coming on soon as well. I think JT said he was at Mendip's Raceway. That's where they were.
Coincidentally, Alicia Spargo is one of only 3 riders right now to actually improve their last lap time score. So.
Yeah, he's closing up on these two battling at the front, aren't they, as well? So Marc Marquez lifting up the pace a little bit. Just letting it all fly up. Again, the helicopter camera getting a little bit of rain on it. But no sign of it actually changing. It just says cloudy now. No sign of any light rain on our monitors from the race control information. Like you can see back at home as well. That data that you're seeing is the same data we have up here in the commentary box.
What was that on the track?
Where? Didn't see.
It was like a wet patch.
Probably was.
Yeah, it was in the shape of like oil.
Could be reflections of a visor strip.
No, it was big.
Again, could be a visor strip. Gravel was also there. Don't forget Acosta went down there earlier on in the race.
It was like a darker version of the track, and it was like that big.
Could be a donut line. There was some revving earlier on with some...
no, it was all filled in.
I have not got a clue. I'll keep an eye on it. Where is it? Last 2 corners? I'll have a look at it. I was looking at the timing screen at that moment of the race.
I'll tap you when I see it again.
Just say there and I'll spot it. Down to turn 8. So the race now calming down. The top 3 are moving in, but looking at the distance, there are more rain clouds hovering in. Now look at that for the first sector. I don't usually do this, but take a look at the full timing screen. Look at that. Marc Marquez, 20.4 for Bagnaia, 20.4, but exactly the same lap time, Sector 1, for Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini. Like, 20.457, the pair of them.
That's coincidental.
That is insanely coincidental between... it's unbelievable how close you can get. Now, it's at this part of the track back coming into Carvone, you say?
About.
Right, let's have a look then. It's round here.
Somewhere. That was while you were speaking before.
So, we'll cut to the angle now. Couldn't spot it. They could have patched it. I heard there was a lot of patchwork.
No. I think it might have been like early corners.
Marc Marquez twisting a little bit into turn 1, the rear snapping out. Here's the battle further back though. SHT says this will also be huge for Cassini to close in on Prima Primac and the constructors. Massively so. This is more from Simon Patterson. Aleix Espargaro, by the way, has technical problems. That's why he's out of the race. Just to update you on what Simon's saying, I doubt Marc Marquez's crew expects him to be out in front like this. I might be a little relieved there's no tyre pressure penalties in a flag-to-flag race. That's true. So Marc Marquez doesn't have to worry about tyre pressures when the race is declared flag-to-flag because the conditions factor into that.
True.
So it's a flag-to-flag. Tyre pressures don't matter. So, in fact, you could run a really illegal bike and you wouldn't be called on tyre pressures because there's no need. So all those investigations that pop up post-race won't be popping up today.
Well, that's good.
Which means Marc Marquez can just keep out doing it at front. It looks like the man in white might be doing a good job. Now, this is proof that the race is slowing down. A little bit of dust. No rain, I can see, Megan, on that. And you can see Bagnaia's eyes locked in on Marc Marquez.
He's just like, where are you going?
He's almost smiling. Looks like a smiling viper, doesn't he?
That's because Martin's literally out of way of winning.
Is it there you're on about?
It might be.
Yeah, it's a patch.
I'm not sure.
It's a patch of the circuit.
I'm not sure. Very strange.
Rain's coming in harder. So there's more rain about 5 minutes away. We've got 8 to go. We might get that rain coming in again. So the end of this race could be quite exciting. But we are, just like to point out, we are past 2/3 race distance. Megan.
I think it was a smaller bit alongside it too.
Keep an eye. Well, they did have to patch after the accidents earlier on the weekend.
I hope it was just a patch because it looked darker. It looked fresher. Like someone's just watered it with a watering can.
So just take a look on the socials. Again, don't have a go. Imagine if they had radios between pits and riders. This race would be really bleep with the team managing the riders, telling them what to do, no mistakes. That's true. They have been saying that the ship-to-shore radio is coming in MotoGP, but they don't want the riders say, well, we don't want it. And Dorna and Nam are saying, well, you're going to have it. And it says, well,
they're not going to use it.
Yeah, so the only way the riders say, okay, we'll have it, but is only if race direction can tell us and talk to us. Like, if there's a red flag, it will crash anything. They don't want to be managed. They want to ride the race themselves and be solo.
Yeah, but also, how are they going to use it?
I know.
For people who literally have to keep their hands on two handles, do they expect them going to be like, okay?
Also, these guys are in their own heads during races. So imagine right now, Bagnaia's turning in leaning angle, the engineer goes, okay, Pecco, down we go. Suddenly you get a voice of God in the back of your head, and it's like, what on earth was that? And you're in a focus zone.
It's not like when you're in a car.
Exactly my point.
It's a bike.
Yeah, you have to be focused every single time. You know exactly how it feels.
You're literally using your own balance.
Yeah, you don't want to be mid-corner and hear from an engineer, and then you go down on the deck and it costs you a championship.
And most of it is corners.
Yeah. I mean, the teams do have radios, but that's to talk to themselves and to tell what to put out on the pit board. Just leave it with the pit board. It's done for 75 years. Why do we need more?
It's like, some technology just doesn't work in some parts.
Marquez has opened up the throttle. He's pulled out 4.8 seconds to Enea Bastianini, and now he's pulled out a second to Bagnaia, but Bagnaia's gone with him. He's tried to at least. 20 laps in before track limits warning. Yeah, first track. Aleix Espargaro is out of the race. So we have confirmation on our radio here. Alicia Spargo entered the pits and retired. Fabio Di Gianantonio has a track limits warning as well. Megan has spotted the radar.
Rain.
Ah, okay, it's coming in more.
On the camera lens.
Right, they would have cleaned that as well.
Higher up.
Marc Marquez looking very good with his sector times.
It was like misty rain.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be, I think. No, what's wrong with that? P2, 6 laps to go. Your gap to Marc Marquez 1.2. Perfect, I understood that. You can't have... Oh, is it that? The donuts in the little section of the track.
No, it was tight. It was just like a big blob. Like, do you know when you just spill a bit of water on the ground?
Yeah, go on.
It was like that.
I'm just checking the good revival. Very impressed with your laptops, by the way.
Thank you.
It has another 6 laps to go.
By the way, tomorrow and Tuesday, you're barely going to see me. Because I'm just going to be... I'm just going to be writing up transcripts all day so that I can make room for more transcripts.
6 laps to go. Marc Marquez leading by 1.4 seconds. So what started out as an absolute cracker, once again has turned into the Marc Marquez show. Oh, and Bezzecchi passes Miller.
At least Bezzecchi's doing something good this weekend. He has not had the best of it this weekend.
All this does is change the championship back into what we wanted it to be. We were all really annoyed when Pecco crashed last time out and the gap was 23 points in the championship.
And now, Martin made a mistake. And it fixed it.
This is what it's going to be. This is what it's going to be. One will make the mistake, the next week the other will make the mistake. And it's going to go like that, yin and yang, for the next 9 races.
It all depends just which one makes the mistake in the final one.
Just like to point out, Megan, as well, we've got 6 races in the next 7 weeks. So that's a lot of back-to-backs coming up.
Martin, track limits one.
Aha! Will he lose that point? Actually, he might, you know. He might lose his last point. We should really actually be looking at the battle. Here it is now, because there's Jorge Martin, and there's Maverick Vinales. So Martin might not get any points in this race at all. As Vinales goes to the inside line, has he made that position for 15th? That could be crucial in the World Championship, not just yet, but we'll have to keep an eye on that, because if every point counts in this championship, and if Martin loses out, the gap in the championship's could be theoretically down to 2 if Bagnaia wins the race.
Here's the battle, and it is very cloudy out there. Binder track limits warning.
Another flashing up on the monitor. Oh, it's a yin and yang, this race. Fantastic. Martin holding on. This is the battle for 15th, the last points paying position. Both a lap down.
So far, it's the cat in 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, this is fantastic. He's got new soft rear tyre, remember, Martin. Hasn't done all the race distance.
What was that from Dijantonia?
Don't know, but Marc Marquez was 7 tenths faster than Bagnaia on that last lap. The guy's on 2 seconds.
Jeez. He really wants that second friend.
Zarco's flying out. This is Rins. This is over... well, how is this over battle for 12th? Because Rins is a lap down. Okay, the graphic didn't even realise that. The TV director doesn't know that that's not a battle on the circuit. That's Rins, who is in 19th position, a lap down. And there's Johan Zarco, who's on the lead lap in 12th. Now he's realised that was not the battle for 12th position. Far, far from it.
The person who is next to Zarco right now may have a blue car, but... bike. But he's not even the same team.
It's Miguel Oliveira.
Yeah.
In the track house.
I mean, Rins' teammate is all the way up in 8th.
Fabio Quartararo, and doing a very good race, I might add, for Fabi at this one. A track where he clinched his World Championship in 2021. There goes Marc Marquez. Of course Marc is going to have his day. 2 in a row. I'm back, baby. That's what he's going to be saying. Here comes the men in white.
Bezzecchi track limits.
And Alex Marquez goes wide, coming out of Calverne. Marco Bezzecchi looks to throw it up the inside line. He's getting super tight into turn 15 now as well. Marquez shuts that door. Bezzecchi will just challenge him. 3 to go here in San Marino.
2.3. Quartararo.
Oh, well, that's our fault. We said about it.
Yeah, at least. Oh my god, so many people.
He was 2 tenths fast like that last time as well, Marc Marquez. Compared to Pecco Bagnaia.
Does the 2 arrows pointing each way mean they've changed bikes? Or
Yes.
like
That's a bike swap. Because swap.
I wonder if they will get a penalty.
You alright?
Yeah.
You want to try that again?
No. I wonder if they'll get a penalty.
I doubt. Yeah, we should try 3rd time. Okay, that was well timed. That was Vinales' data card coming up. Do you think they'll get a penalty?
Yeah, do you think they'll get a penalty?
I don't know. Stewards don't take notice of bikes and the consistency's all over the place. I think they might get away with it. They would have black flagged them by now.
Maybe just want them to finish the race. I am super tired and I do not feel well.
Oh, look at Bezzecchi closing in on Alex. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Someone get me a cattle prod. Just up the inside. Again, just edgy on the brakes. Marquez is now 2.3 seconds clear to Bagnaia with 2 laps to go. Oh, that's a brave move from Bezzecchi, trying to go on the outside line at turn 14. Not the way. 2 left at 15 and 16. Super fast last corner here. I think he's practicing for a dive bomb on the last lap. He's have to wait because there's 2 to go. Down towards turn number 1 again. Just holding it together nicely. Marc Marquez in complete control of this race. Pecco Bagnaia in P2. Bastiani's 3rd, Binder's 4th. Alex Marquez P5. It's an interesting little championship battle that's developing here. I'm enjoying this. Because now we're going into a week's break. Then we're back here at Misano for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. But then the flyaways, Indonesia, Japan when I'm away. It's going to be to and fro. Oh, to make you a bit happier, Japan's an hour earlier this year, so you get to go back to bed early. Then it's back over to...
That also means I have to wake up early.
Yeah, but then it's over to Australia. And you like Australia because it's at 2 a.m. for us, so you just go back to bed afterwards. Wait till I tell us a Formula 1 race on Monday. In America, it's fine, it's fine.
So it's late at night.
Yes. Does mean that we are completely screwed because we actually technically have MotoGP F1 in the morning for us. Yeah, Megan's now just working that out. Bezzecchi's going to go for it. He's launched up Alex Marquez into turn 14. I told you he was planning it. Oh, Alex tries to come back. Can't do it. Marco Bezzecchi up into 5th position. Superb move. That was perfect. On the inside line at 14. Shut the door when it needed to. Didn't let Alex cut back through, and it's perfect.
And we're back to the battle for 15.
Marc Marquez is on his last lap, about to win his 87th career victory across 125cc, Moto2 and MotoGP. It will be his 61st victory in the series and back-to-back as well on the line. Look at that. He's 3.1 seconds clear to Bagnaia. Bagnaia very much just thinking of the championship right now. I can't... Look at that. It's a classic livery. On course to win a race. It looks beautiful. It's the same livery they had in Silverstone.
Huh.
In case you were realising it looked familiar. You know, that weekend when everybody thought that they were all in white. And we could not work out what the hell was going on.
And we just had to differentiate them by the stripes.
Tao says, are my eyes really showing Marc Marquez leading a race? For the 2nd week running, your eyes are not deceiving you. It's the last sector. He took a grand slam a week ago in Aragon. He said, don't call it a comeback. I've been here all season long, ready and willing. Just give me the opportunity. In his conditions, he saw it again. The man in white is number 1 in Italy. The San Marino Grand Prix goes to Marc Marquez. The 2 back-to-back races have been won by Magic Mark. 2nd for Bagnaia. And Nia Bastianini in his home race is 3rd. Binder is 4th. Bezzecchi finishes in 5th place as well. What an absolutely storming ride. Anea Bastianini in Rimini is on the podium. His home race, literally, but it's, look at Mark. It's 2019 all over again. Week after week. Come on, he's saying.
He's so happy.
Alex Marquez finally gets to congratulate him on the circuit. Marc Marquez wins the San Marino Grand Prix. His 2nd win in a row and of the season. His 61st career win. I don't think there's anything stopping him from winning the rest of the year.
Not be anything.
He's been nowhere all weekend long, and he's got it. Fantastic, back to back. That is sheer poetry.
He's not even holding onto the bike.
No, he's not. On a greasy track.
I don't understand how Mark somehow has the ability to turn the bike while he is not holding on to it.
First time Mark has won back-to-back wins since the last races he won. The last 2 races he won in MotoGP were back-to-back, America and Emilia-Romagna at this circuit. He's now gone back and won Aragon, and he's won here at Misano again. So he does back-to-back, stops a while, back-to-backs. He's not going to stop now. He is a man returned to form.
I feel like he feels a lot more confident.
Oh, 100%. Look at the championship though. Martin leads 312 points to Bagnaia, 305. A 7-point difference back. And you know, with the amount of races we've got left, if Bagnaia and Martin continue... Marquez only 53 points back. It's not that far back.
Take it easily.
We've got further gaps in Moto 2 and Moto 3.
Yeah, it's a bigger gap in F1, but we still think Lando might take it.
Exactly. Marc Marquez stands every chance of being the ultimate surprise and showing these young guns exactly who's boss.
If you have that gap at this point in the season, then it's still entirely possible. I mean, it's not really anyone's game stopping until like the last 3 to 4 races of the year.
Yeah. And considering that Bagnaia and Martin continue to have these moments where they're just up and down, Marquez, I think, has come back from like 160, something like that. He's come back massively. I've opened up IndyCars in MotoGP. I've done it again. I'm trying to get to the chat there. Martin did get that last points playing position, so it's not 6 points, but he is going to regret that decision to come in because it was his choice.
He didn't think it through.
No, he didn't. Let's just take a look at the races we've got coming up. Emilia-Romagna at this circuit again. Mixed conditions again, anybody's guess. Indonesia, that's a Marquez kind of track. Japan, well, we all know Marc Marquez loves Japan. He's won championships there as galore. Australia, high-speed circuit, that suits Mark. Thailand, he's done it before. He went on a Honda, he nearly won it. Malaysia and Valencia as well. So what's that? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... 27 races left, plus 7 races. 14 races effectively still left this season. A hell of a long way to go.
It's a good amount of time.
Technically, it's 7 plus... It's technically 12 and a half races left because you add the sprints for his half points. But that's still enough time for Marc Marquez to get himself back in the title fight easy.
Yeah.
Easy. Do you reckon he's going to be thinking that?
Possibly.
After these 2 races?
He's certainly going to be told it.
Yeah. And Bagnaia and Martin are going to be very worried because if these two continue making mistakes, Marquez is now on form.
And then they see the man who has had so many championships in MotoGP starting to win more races. They're going to be shaking.
I would love it if Marc Marquez ended up winning this title in whatever bizarre end of season twist we've got coming.
It would be so funny.
Yeah. Which Ducati wins it? Oh, Marc Marquez on his first go, yeah. It's just sheer poetry. I am in love with what we're watching right now in MotoGP. And even in Formula 1. We start the year going, oh, it's going to be boring, it's boring. We get to halfway and we go, what on earth's going to happen next week?
Do you know, with the Europe team for F1,
yeah,
the points scored for each team, Red Bull were 4th. Whereas McLaren had massive height, and then I think it was Ferrari, and then it was Mercedes.
And it's going to continue in like this.
And then Haas.
Yeah, Haas have had a good proposal. But it's going to continue on this because if you look at the races in the last couple, Mark's got more points than any of the 2 championship leaders compared to him. Because the 2, they keep making mistakes. Martin crashed out in Germany. Bagnaia crashes out in Aragon. It's just those mistakes are cataclysmic.
And they're just leading to Mark
And
winning.
what happened in Silverstone? Someone went down at Silverstone, remember? It was to and fro at the line.
Bagnaia, I think.
Yeah. It's just more and more, again and again and again.
Right, I'm going to go.
The RAC Club TT Celebration is an hour-long race.
So that's 3:30. It ends.
Is that at 2:30 it starts?
Yeah.
Just double checking that. I'll be covering. Oh, great. So I'll go for another hour to an hour.
Can I just see Rossi?
Valet's here, yeah. Yeah, 2:30 until 3:30, and then the Glover Trophy. Go back then to the Glover. Great, so I've got an hour race coming up after
But you
that.
get like an hour break.
No, I don't.
50.
No.
30.
No.
You do get some sort of break.
I don't know. Right, cheers,
Okay.
Meg. See you in 2 weeks.
Bye-bye.
What a race in San Marino. It really was a great string of races back there. Welcome back live then to JB Motorsports. Just a quick update of what's been happening then so far throughout the day. Jack Miller crashed out at turn 4. Ryder is okay. And now he's heading back into the pit lane as well. Alex Marquez still the fastest by 7 thousandths to Pecco Bagnaia. Currently out there on the circuit, we've got Alex Marquez, Pedro Costa, Johan Zarco, Marco Bezzecchi is out there. Jack Miller has returned out there on a secondary bike. Maverick Vinales and Miguel Pirro. Still no lap time from Augusto Fernandez. And Dovi has still only done the 27 laps so far. His lap time now improving though to 1:59.929. So not too much going on. Let's turn it back then to continuing on as we round towards midday with 5 hours 20 minutes left, of course, of this one. To Emilia-Romagna, due to the cancellation of several Grand Prix last year, the Mazzano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli hosted 2 races back-to-back. The sprint races with Megan's commentary, and I'm back for the Grand Prix. Let's turn it back to last year's Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, round 14 of the season.
Hello and welcome to the sprint for the Emilia-Romagna time of the weekend here in Mazzano for MotoGP, and I can't hear myself as well, so I'm just going to have to keep holding this. I'm going to read out the grid for you quickly. On row 1 we have Bagnaia, Martin and Bastianini. Row 2 is Binder, Costa and Bezzecchi. Row 3 is Morbidelli, Alicia Spargo and Oliveira. Row 5 is D'Antonio, Raul Fernandez and Luca Marini. Row 6 is Mia Zarco and Fernandez. Row 7 is Miller, Nakagami and Alex Marquez. And I think that's all of them. I am not completely sure. I don't even know if I actually managed to get like the grid numbers right, because in my mind I was going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Though in my mind I'm thinking, are you on that number? Though, you know, the doubt when you're counting. I still have that. Currently on the warm-up lap for the sprint. The Tissot sprint. We used to call it the Tissot sprint, but then we found out that's not how you say it. Even though it sounded so right, but apparently it was so wrong. 14 laps to go round this track. Currently we are on that lap 1 technically, given we include the formation lap in that thing. There are 13 laps to go round in the sprint. About halfway through the warm-up lap everyone is. It is very sunny. Air temperature is 23 Celsius. The track temperature is 36 Celsius. That is a decent track temperature. Wish it could be higher, but still, it's decent. And I am quite thirsty right now. Though I've left my drink in my room, so coming up to the grid now, everyone checking where they are going. And my drink's just been handed to me. Thank you. About to get underway. Lights are about to go out. You can see the anticipation on each and every one of them, each checking where they are on the marks. 5 lights, and we'll go for the Tissot sprint. Everyone gets a good start. Martin gets an excellent start into turn 1. Further down the back of the grid, you can see it's 4 into 1 corner. Martin manages to get the upper hand on Bagnaia, however, and Bastianini into turn 1. Binder is in 4th place there. And, oh, I've been handed the iPad to do it. Still 13 laps to go. Augusto Fernandez goes right down to almost the bottom of the field. Acosta gets past Bezzecchi, and Miller goes into 18th place. Vinales gets past D'Antonio, and going into this corner now, we have 3 abreast right now. It looks kind of slow, the pictures, to me. I'm not as skilled as doing this as Joshua when it comes to the really fast talking on this way. Mir just dropped 2 places further down the back of the field. Binder tried to get past both Bagnaia and Bastianini at the same time, but failed. Already a almost 7/10 gap between Martin and Bagnaia. Hold on, my pictures have just gone a bit blurry. Marquez has gone into 4th position, passing Brad Binder. Quartararo passes Bezzecchi, and my screen's gone blurry again, so I'm going to have to go off this. And who's that moving? Ralph Fernandez made his way up the field to even get past his own teammate even more, given the bad start that they kind of had. Wasn't the greatest, wasn't too bad though. Right, 12 laps to go. Lap 1 has already been completed. Oh, and my pictures have finally gone clearer, so I can actually properly talk now, because it is so hard with blurry screens. The gap has gone down between Martin and Bagnaia to 5.5 tenths further down the back. Augusto Fernandez drops into 20th after getting passed by Zarco. Everyone keeping extremely steady at the moment, trying to build up. The gaps are slowly increasing, however. Acosta is getting very close to Brad Binder, trying to go around the inside, and can he hold it going into this straight? He can. He has managed to pass and hold off Brad Binder going round one of the corners. Here's an onboard of Acosta right now, keeping it steady and just narrowly avoiding the green. I think this is turn 11 right now that we just saw. Yeah, I think it would be. And that's Bastianini with a track limits warning. No jump starts according to the notifications. Martin's just set a 1:30.920, and that is Augusto Fernandez with a track limits warning as well. So obviously they have hit the green going round, I think it was turn 8. Here is, I think that's turn 11 now. We're going round. Only 82 thousandths off the pace. Of course, the gap between Martin and Bagnaia is 5 tenths between the two of them. Bagnaia has just set a 1:30.838, however. 11 laps to go now. And what's that? Bagnaia has just been... Okay, Bastianini's just been given a track limits warning, and I saw D'Antonio has been passed by Oliveira and Quartararo. That's who else I saw getting a track limits warning. Quartararo has been given a track limits warning. Seems like he was going past turn 2, it would have been, or 3. 2 or 3, I can't determine which one, though it seems he's got that going round one of those 2 corners. And Oliveira and Fernandez, keep passing each other continuously. They're in a fight right there, and Vinales has a track limits warning. Going past the line now, 10 laps to go. Entering into turn 1, everything seems smooth for Bagnaia so far, trying to catch up as much as he can to Martin. Can't quite do it though. He is still remaining steady at 5/10, so he's closing the gap very quickly around these last 2 corners. And just managed to get it down to 0.4 of a second behind Martin. Currently on board with Martin now. You can just see Bagnaia just slowly getting closer and closer. He's just managed to get another 10th on Martin, so catching up very quickly. Martin is going to have to really take a defensive strategy near the end of this lap, it seems. So Bastianini is 8 tenths back from Martin, and time's just been lost for Bagnaia there, though it was gained for Bastianini, his teammate. Morbidelli has just been given a track limits warning as well. That must have been going round because where he is, yeah, that seemed to be like between the corners of 2 to 5. I can't be sure which, since he is not currently on screen. Currently looking at the lead group of Martin and Bagnaia, with Bastianini just very close behind. He is 7.5 tenths back now, Bastianini is. And Bagnaia has lost a 10th of a second, it seems, and now up to 6 tenths, given he lost some time at that last sector, last lap. Right, 9 laps to go now. Currently we have 5 riders on track limits. Currently the gap in the standings is Martin leading by 10 with 324 points, with Bagnaia trailing 10 behind, so I think that is a increase of about 4 points, maybe 3 points. So the gap's just been put down to 0.427 between the 2 championship contenders. And what's this? Acosta has a track limits warning. Didn't he already have one? No, he didn't already have one, though he's just received one. That's near the end. It appears he got that near the end of the lap. Going on to lap 8 nearly. Entering the final 2 corners. And what will the gap be when we cross this line between Martin and Bagnaia? Further down the field, we can see a really close battle forming between Aleix Espargaro and Oliveira. They only have a 10th between each other. The gap is 4 tenths between Martin and Bagnaia, however. A second has been made between Bastianini and Martin, however, so obviously Bastianini has lost a bit of time since he has actually got extremely close now to Marquez. Maybe 8 tenths away, but still that's extremely close for him. Bagnaia is on, we are on board with him right now. And is that another? Nakagami has just been given a... Did I miss that one off? I obviously didn't see that one before, but Nakagami has a track limits warning. That makes 7 people with the track limits. Fastest lap goes to Bagnaia with a 1:30.792, slowly catching up to Martin. The gap now between the 2 of them is 2 tenths of a second, closest it's been all race, apart from when they started, obviously. Or even then, he lost a lot of time on the opening lap, because Martin got such a good and smooth getaway. I don't think we've actually had a replay of that so far. Aleix Espargaro has finally been passed by Oliveira, and Marini has just lost 2 places to Mir and Zarco, so he must have gone wide a bit there. Yeah, I'm having to drink a lot because of how much commentary I've been doing today and without a drink. Right, Miller's just Okay, I'm confused about this. Who just passed Miller? I feel like Miller was just passed and then he got the position back straight away. So obviously that was a very failed attempt at a pass. Currently looking at Martin and Bagnaia. Bagnaia getting extremely close there. However, the gap looks to be getting even further away. The gap seems to be going steadily back to 4 tenths of a second between the 2 of them throughout these last few laps. 7 laps to go though, and the gap between Bagnaia and Bastianini now is 1.2 seconds. Obviously Bastianini is losing a lot of time, either that or Martin and Bagnaia are just seeming to just sprint away. Mind the pun. Right, so it's just a replay of Bagnaia almost losing it, it seems. He almost lost it going round one of the turns. I think it was one of the hairpins, to be honest. Currently on board with Martin just then. And wow, my throat is really dry. And Mia has a track limits warning. See, he's battling too much with Miller, but he keeps getting track limits warnings. Right. So, people with track limits currently are Bastianini, Acosta, Quartararo, Morbidelli, Vinales, Fernandez, Augusta that is, and Nakagami, that I can see. 6 laps left to go. Currently looking at the battle between Bagnaia and Martin. I'd love to see one of the midfield battles. I mean, I get this is an exciting battle. Martin's just had a track limits warning. Okay, now that's exciting. So he did end up losing 0.2 of a second with that track limits warning. And I just saw something change on here. Alex Marquez has just been given a track limits warning on board with Bagnaia right now. Getting closer and closer to Martin. The gap is now just under 0.2 of a second between them, and that's going around a corner. So gap is getting closer and closer. I've just seen Mia pass Zarco for 18th position. Six laps left to go, and here's the track limits for Martin cropping up. Right, on board with Bagnaia. And now we get a bird's eye view of the two of them. Oh, please. Bagnaia tries to go round the outside of Martin. Can he hold it? Yes, he can! Bagnaia manages to finally get past Martin, and I swear I just heard a crowd. I'm not sure. Which is weird, because I'm not sure whether grandstands are open. I swear the few fans that are actually there are very loud. So that means Bagnaia is now in the lead. Martin now has a 1.3 gap to... Here's a replay. Oh, it appears that Martin went slightly off, so that's where he's lost a bit of time and got closer to Bastianini. So that allowed for Bagnaia to go around the inside of him. I can't be sure what corner it is. Looks like 10-11. But... oh, it could be. But it looks like Bagnaia was just able to get past him due to that one tiny little mistake in going on the curves, that little tiny bit. And Bagnaia was just able to get through, and he has already gained 0.5 of a second to Martin, and Bastianini seems to have woken up a bit since he's closing down the gap between him and Martin, which is now 0.2 closer. The gap's now increased between Bagnaia and Martin to 0.6, and Oliveira has a track limits warning. 5 laps to go of this sprint race. Currently, the order stands with the top 10 being Bagnaia, Martin, Bastianini, Marquez, who's calling up the order, Acosta, Binder, Quartararo, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, and Vinales. Just outside of the points, Oliveira and Aleix Espargaro are currently battling it out for 11th position, trying to get into 10th. So can't quite make it. 4 laps to go now. That was a very long lap. Does anyone else feel like lap 5 just went really, really long? Right, so... Josh was right, I do say right several times. Currently looking at Marc Marquez. Is this a replay? What happened to him? Okay, so going round, I'm pretty sure that's turn 11. Oh, he went off the track at turn 13. He went off the track at turn 13, completely missing. He literally went straight across the green and just went right onto the thing. Thankfully avoided the gravel and managed to stay on the bike. But a long lap penalty for Mir, exceeding track limits. So he will have that's the same message cropping up. And Alex Marquez further down the field passes Raul Fernandez for 14th. And Aleix Espargaro has been given a track limits warning. 3 laps to go of the sprint race. A 5/10 gap between Bagnaia and Martin, and between Martin and Bastianini there's a 1.2 second gap, so it appears like Bagnaia and Martin will be our first and second unless something unimaginable happens, which is kind of not unimaginable. If one or both of them crash out, I mean, it's happened before. I'm sure it's happened today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's happened today with Bagnaia. No, not Bagnaia. Martin. And, yep, I think Mir is about to do his long lap penalty, meaning he will go into last position because no way he's making up the time he will lose. 3 laps to go. Currently on board with Martin, trying to get past Bagnaia. He's just losing time. That is... Okay, so let's look at this. Increasing speed going round the corner. Yeah, he seems to be... He can't make it. He's maintaining a 5/10 gap between the two of them, which keeps increasing as it goes on. And Martin... Was that Martin going slightly wide there? So he's just lost a tiny little bit of time there. Going across the line now, it's 2 laps to go. That gap between Bastianini and Martin is actually getting extremely close now. Well, it's getting closer and closer. And it's just trying to look here. No one else has got a track limits warning since. And I believe Q2 has just finished F1. Anyone wants to know, here's a replay of turn 13. And that is where the pass on Martin from Bagnaia happened. So that's where it happened. I couldn't figure out whether it was turn 11 or not. But it's turn 13, and yeah, that was just so simple for Bagnaia to do. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure this is turn 13 right now. Nope. No, that is turn 15, I believe. And I'd love to see the battle between Bezzecchi and Quartararo right now. Well, the battle in that area at least, because... Can you please... Okay, there's a 6/10 gap between Bagnaia and Martin. I'd love to see more from the people who are extremely close together. Just seen 2 notifications pop up. Zarco has a track limits warning, and Raul Fernandez has a penalty due to a shortcut. So he has a penalty. Last lap of the Tissot sprint in Emilia-Romagna. Oh, and that's what I saw. Bezzecchi has finally got past Quartararo. So can he hold for position? I'd love to see that battle right now, but it's not showing up. And Quartararo has taken back 7th position from Bezzecchi. He is really going for it this weekend. I can imagine that in the race tomorrow, he is just going to be trying to get as close as he can to that podium. I'm really hoping for Quartararo to actually get a podium tomorrow. And someone else just got a track limits warning, though it was not showing up. Right, so... Oh, I believe Bastianini just took another track limits. I can't be completely sure, though I can swear he got on that green. Final sector now. I'm so tempted to stand up whenever it's the final sector, though cannot because I'm sitting down. Right, final sector going into, I believe this is the final corner, and Bagnaia manages to hold off Martin, and he crosses the line. Bagnaia crosses the line in first position with Martin in second, and third his teammate of Bastianini. That is brilliant. Bagnaia, who at the start of this race got such a bad start, while Martin just manages to go right ahead in the start, and Nakagami has been given 19th, I believe, on the entrance to the line, and the gap now in the championship is only 4 points between Martin and Bagnaia, with Bagnaia in the lead with 321. So I will read you through the order quickly, since we have to get over to the other F1 thing. In first, winning, oh, who's that? Ralph Fernandez has a 3-second penalty, failed to comply with his long lap penalty, it seems. Right, on the podium for the sprint race is Bagnaia in first, second is Martin, even though he had an amazing start. He just lost it halfway through the race, going wide. Third is Bastianini, fourth is Marquez, fifth is Acosta, Binder is in sixth, seventh is Quartararo, Bezzecchi's in eighth, ninth is Morbidelli, Vinales is in 10th, 11th is Oliveira, 12th is Aleix Espargaro, D'Antonio comes in 13th, 14th is Alex Marquez, 15th is Ralph Fernandez, Jack Miller is 16th, Luca Marini 17th, Sarko is in 18th, Nakagami 19th, 20th is Augusto Fernandez, Mir is in 21st. So thank you for watching. Please go over to JB Motorsports 1 because there is a qualifying going on for F1. Congratulations to Bagnaia on his sprint race victory. Oh, and he's lost his flag. He has dropped his flag on the track. Well, someone will pick that up soon, I assume. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
It's the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in 2024, and the bikes are on their formation lap. Hello and welcome to a very critical round of this year's World Championship. Here's your championship standings. Martin leads the way now by just 4 points to Pecco Bagnaia in this one. There is a lot of interest and a lot of intrigue coming in. The warm-up lap has started. The Dorna were a bit late there leading into the lap, and they let the bikes go a minute early. Fine by me. We need to get this done quickly before MotoGP interrupts Formula 1. Here's your starting grid then. Pecco Bagnaia in his 100th Grand Prix start, looking for 100 wins for Ducati. Alongside him is Jorge Martin and Enea Bastianini on the front row of the grid. Brad Binder has 4th, Pedro Acosta is 5th, Marco Bezzecchi 6th, with Marquez 7th, Maverick Vinales is 8th, Fabio Quartararo is 9th, 10th on the grid as well for Franco Morbidelli. Aleix Espargaro is 11th, Miguel Oliveira is 12th, Fabio D'Antonio is 13th, Ralph Fernandez 14th, Luca Marini is 15th, 16th for 16th for Juan Mir, 17th Jan Zarco, 18th for Augusto Fernandez, Jack Miller's 19th, Takuma Nakagami is 20th, Alex Marquez 21st, Alex Rins takes 22nd position. That's how it all lines up then. On the grid, we'll open up the full battle screen. Soft rear tyre for Marco Bezzecchi. Everybody else has got medium front, medium rear. Megan Birch isn't with us. She's not very well. She'll be back with us for Formula 1. She's giving this one a miss to be okay for Singapore in an hour's time. So we're getting ready then. All set. The Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix is about to get underway for MotoGP. What's going to happen? Bagnaia versus Martin, 1 and 2 on the grid. All 5 lights are on. And pull the throttle back as we go racing in Emilia-Romagna with a decent start between Bagnaia and Martin down towards turn 1. Martin is going to have the lead. He's gone in deeper. He goes in too wide though. Bagnaia sweeps around the outside. Brad Binder in the battle with Enea Bastianini. Are they all going to get through safely? Yes, they are. Bagnaia leads. Martin second. Bastianini's in third position. Fourth for Brad Binder as we come in towards turn 5. Down the hill. Turning tight. pull the throttle and accelerate. Bezzecchi gets ahead of Pedro Acosta, and look at the lead that Bagnaia's got already. It's half a second as we come out down towards turn 8. Acosta Fernandez drops down to 16th place. Bastianini's on the back of Martin into the braking zone for turn 8. Look at Marquez coming up the inside of Marco Bezzecchi, takes 6th position. Binder gets ahead just of Pedro Acosta. Acosta trying to fight back round the outside, hasn't worked out. Into Tardante as well. Miller's in 11th, Oliveira's down the order. Mia down to 21st position as well at the moment. Zarco down to 18th. Down towards Carvone we go. Bagnaia holds that inside line and holding it well in his 100th MotoGP start, looking for Ducati's 100th race win, as everyone else behind is trying to throw it in and not throw it down on the deck. Awesome start then to this race. Lap 1 coming to be completed then as we navigate into turn 15. Turn 16 here, the last corner, that is Mazzano, and over the line. 4/10 becomes 2.5. Martin nailing it back down, both on GP24 machinery, of course, so we know what they want to do. Top 3 bikes in this race are the current Ducati specs as well. Bagnaia, Martin, Bastianini, 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're in for a repeat of the sprint race where these two were ebbing and flowing until Martin made that error. And Brad Binder coming down into braking now. It does not look good. Has he dropped it? Yes, he has. Yeah, no, yeah. Binder's out. Binder's crashed. Binder's out of the race. That bike did not look steady at all coming down, and he dropped down the timing screen. And Martin's going to the inside line down towards turn 8. He's having a look on Bagnaia, can't get through. So just little by little, change by change. Binder crashed out then. That puts Pedro Acosta up into 4th position. Marc Marquez directly behind him in 5th. Bastianini now running in tow as well with Jorge Martin. Out we go again towards Carvone. Martin closing back out to Bagnaia. They are still running so tight together. Yellow flag retrieved. Binder's rejoined the race according to our timing screen, which is great news. Just touched the brake again. Turning in. Caden says no. Is he still in? Well, yes, Binder has rejoined the race as Martin nearly checks himself up on Bagnaia's rear tyre. That's going to allow Bashi to have a go through. I can confirm to you, I'll take a look with the race control messages. He has rejoined the race. See, Binder has rejoined the race. He is in, don't worry. Pekka V. Martin is on, says SHT. That is the case, and join in. And Nea Bastianini set the fastest lap of the race at 1:31.4 coming into it as well. As they all turn in again. The battle at the front is still going absolutely crazy as well. On the inside, Martin takes the lead of the race. Bagnaia gets the cut back through 5 and 6. Bagnaia leads. Listen to the cheers of the crowd as this keeps on swamping. And here comes Nea Bastianini. It's 3 wide as we head down towards turn 8. Martin to the inside line. Last of the late breakers. Bagnaia shuts the door on the outside line. Oh, brilliant. The gap in the championship now just 1 point, but Bagnaia will lead it. 5 points difference between 1st and 2nd for a win. 25 for the win, 20 for 2nd. 4 points Martin had. Bagnaia would lead by 1 point in the championship. It's so crucial between these two today. Martin closing him in. Martin to the inside line at turn 11. No way! No way! He backs out of it. You can't do that, Jorge. Who'll be watching, Jorge Martin or Jorge Lorenzo with that type of manoeuvre? Spaniards have no fear at this circuit. Out we go. Hugging that inside line again. Bagnaia's going to have the attack. Try and get the gumption back. I need to run up to change things and hand over to TNT for a lap. I don't think I can. 1 lap could change all the difference. I need them to have a bit of a gap between. I've got 9 minutes for them to have to do that. Acosta, 1:31.401. He's in P4. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and he's right up with this race leading lot as well. He's dragged Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi with him out of 3. 4 and 5 coming up before 6. 4, 5. The 2 double rights. Bagnaia just lifting into 6 at the curve. 7, the straightaway curve before heavy turn 8. Martin's in the toe once more. Pulls to the inside line down in turn 8. Last of the late breakers. Bagnaia knows he can't defend this one. Martin takes the lead of the race. Bagnaia tries to come back. Almost runs into each other. And there's the gap and the lift-off that we were waiting for. Jorge Martin on lap 4 of 27 takes the lead of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Martin leads 9 points in the championship now as well, separate them. Bastianini is going to be closing right out. Marquez in the mix too. He needs to get past Pietro Acosta. Fantastic race here in Emilia-Romagna. Through Carbone, into the braking zone for turn 14. Martin's got it, just needs to stay calm. Stay calm, stay relevant, stay on the line, and here's a replay. Let's head back over to the world feed.
Yeah, look. So by the time you get to the braking zone, he's all he's going to do is gain one bike length as opposed to coming from further back. And I'd say that's where he does really well. Martin's clever there. He keeps the throttle closed, he keeps the door closed. And Bagnaia thought he's going to accelerate and go wide. I'll get back past, but no, not to be.
Wow, he has just done a 131.2. That is 3/10 quicker than Marquez managed last week. Now conditions are so much more favourable. In fact, there's a sort of hazy cloud over the top that's just kept the worst of any heat there might be out there. The rain that we've had in the last week in this part of Italy too has meant temperatures are ideal. This track is grippy, and Jorge Martin using it to his full advantage. Bagnaia's going to come under pressure now from his teammate Enea Bastianini. Bastianini would make a move if he felt that he was able to, but on that occasion just holds firm.
Coming now though, he's got the exit. Oh, it's so, I was about to say it's one line at that point.
Oh, and he is going through. Bagnaia had to run deep. He knew Bastianini was there. Wow, this is huge as regards the championship. Pecco Bagnaia's teammate, Enea Bastianini, has passed him, and now he's set about Martin.
Absolutely, there are no team orders at all in MotoGP, certainly at this point in the season. Maybe if it was the last round. So right now, all Bastianini's thinking about is himself, his championship, and he's wanting to win this race.
He's also not out of the championship. I won't point that out. He's behind Marc Marquez. He's 64 behind Jorge Martin. Bastianini will win races, I'm pretty sure, before the end of the year, if not today. You think of Malaysia where he won last year. You know, there are places that Bastianini will fancy as we come into the home straight. Still 131.2 from Martin. And Bagnaia 132.0. He's not able to match Martin's pace at this stage.
No, he's
sadly not,
he's
no.
lost his rhythm. That's what happens as well.
Oh, Acosta.
Pedro nearly got flicked to the moon there. So it all settles down now, and this is what Bastianini needs. He just needs a lap off just to settle, press reset, and then you start again. The Sunday race, it's a long race. We've still got 22 laps to go. So
yeah, and he's struggling for rear grip at the moment is Pecco Bagnaia. Look, he's already in the back of the clutches of Pietro Acosta, as I have to run around to get everything sorted for Formula One in a few moments' time. With their pre-show starting, Omi's hosting that one. We'll be live straight after it. Martin, Bastianini, Bagnaia, Acosta, Marquez still in 5th position. Amazing strategies at the moment between them all. Just needs to stay calm, and Martin has a big advantage here. Like, I've never seen him this calm and knows exactly what he needs to do. I don't know whether to be impressed or worried, to be fair. It's that type of race between them. This is replay at turn 4 from Pedro Acosta. Oh! What? That's not right. I was on board with Acosta watching Binder go down earlier on in the race. Dorna's TV graphics there not really working, so we were on board there with Acosta looking at Binder crashing out, but they made it seem like it was Acosta who had crashed out. I was like, what? No. He's still in 4th position. Lap 7 of 27. There's Marc Marquez closing up 8/10 to Sed Acosta, who's going to have a go in a minute on Pecco Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi holding it all together. Now, Bastianini might just fancy an attack here because he is 7/10 behind Jorge Martin, but is faster in that first sector. Martin at 25.6, Bastianini at 25.5. Quartararo is battling his old teammate Franco Morbidelli. Yamaha versus now Prima Pramac Ducati. Morbidelli is on the 23 bike, remember. So this is over 7th and 8th positions as Oliveira moves up to 13th ahead of Di Giannantonio, who's dropped down to 14th place. Ralph Fernandez currently has the last points paying position in 15th. So I wonder, medium front, medium rear tyres at the moment. I wonder if they've just changed ever so slightly, that we've got, I don't want to say it, the grip isn't there. This Bagnaia is slopping again. Can't afford to do that. Do you see what I mean about, is Martin and Bagnaia actually championship material, or have they just been really lucky to be on the best of the machinery without Marc Marquez or any other rider being consistent? That's the question, because they keep making silly mistakes like this that other riders wouldn't have done. So that's why I'm looking forward to next year. Here's the race start then, and let's go over to Neil Hodgson.
It's not going to be the case.
Definitely not. Right, keep your eye on Bagnaia on the outside. Watch this, how clever it is. Cuts to the inside, accelerates, and just throws it over his nose. Thank you very much. Hits the apex perfect. So from here, you look at Bagnaia in pole position, you think, right, he's going to get absolutely mugged. He's going to come out fourth, but he just plays it perfect. Does the cutback there, really aggressive, decisive. Wow, how tight it is.
I'll tell you what, brave from Bastianini as well to keep the barnstorming Binder at bay. At the front, the gap was 9/10. It's down to 0.4 after that last lap from Enea Bastianini.
Yeah, it's closing up.
Is
I muted that. Martin leads, but Bastianini is closing him in once again. As we take a look, there's the race control information. Nothing's changed so far on the overall monitors between them, as we've got many a different monitor to show you. This is the one that everybody, including me, enjoys the most. The battle gap screen, that we call it. Still going to be up there. Over the line then, lap 8 of 27, now lap 9 of 27, 19 to go. Gap between Martin and Bastianini now 0.2 of a second. It's been closing lap upon lap upon lap. And it's exactly what we like to see. A little bit of drama, a little bit of tension, a little bit of everything is what we like. Round we go again. I've got a feeling Bastianini's going to have a go here. Super aggressive at the exit of turn 6 into 7. Down the straight we go. Is Bastianini going to have a look? No, settles behind Martin. Interesting strategy developments happening right now then. 6 seconds in one lap. I'm being told these two could lap the field in if they put their foot down. They've already put out a second to Bagnaia. Gap between Martin and Nakagami is 16 seconds. That's first to 20th. Binder, of course, a lap down on that order, so it doesn't really count in the mix of things. But hey-ho, that's how we like to see it at the moment. It's this type of battle, this type of weekend that, again, getting the advantage, keeping the advantage. Bastianini is the fastest rider on the track right now. Pedro Acosta's down. Pedro Acosta has crashed out of the Grand Prix. And that, from 4th place, is a bitter disappointment. How's he done that? Must be at turn 14. Has to be turn 14. Oh, he's turned 15. Well, that could have been a very nasty one. He's up and walking away. The airbag's gone off as well. The bike isn't damaged. No damage to the tyre barrier either. So that is very much good news. He's okay. I never like the look of that. Always could be a bad one. Over we go once again. Yellow flag retrieved. Back to green flag running. Martin with track limits warnings. Martin, track limits warnings. Ooh! Race and championship leader being warned by the stewards. What did you miss? Well, out goes Pedro Acosta. He's crashed out of the race. And track limits warning for Jorge Martin, as you can see on the monitor. So it's getting interesting. If he goes over one more time, he'll get a long lap penalty. They've pulled out 2.2 seconds right now. Bastianini and Martin have to Pecco Bagnaia. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that these two could have an almighty ding-dong. There's Acosta being ridden back in. Let's see how he did it. Turn 15. Oh, he just lost it. He couldn't pick the bike up. Lost it mid-corner. Considering I've seen a horrible accident there this year, Costa got off very, very lucky. Yeah, dropped the front on acceleration when he tried to put the bike up. The front dipped away from him. Sadly, nothing he could do about that one. The leading group then with 17 laps to go. Martin and Bastianini holding it together, pulling it all in. Really giving it the gumption. GP24 is too good. If not, Marc Marquez may win this year. Absolutely. Just imagine what it's going to be like with Marc Marquez on the main bike next year. It's going to be absolutely insane. I can't wait. I physically can't. It's going to be such an exciting challenge. Omi's started the pre-show for the Singapore Grand Prix. So that'll be, well, after we finish here on MotoGP, we will go on, we're on a quick off. So literally as soon as the flag goes and everyone's crossed it, a quick off here. And then we'll redirect you to F1. If you want to watch that, you can join us there. 2-hour Singapore Grand Prix in a title battle just as close as this one. We're being treated this year, aren't we? Martin and Bastianini, not the two I was expecting to say. Megan did warn me that Bagnaia didn't have a very good sprint race. Let's just see what can be done. Led the championship, of course. Martin by a point. 4 points, sorry, coming out of that one. Over the line we go again. Martin staying well clear of that green triangle at the exit of turn 16. He knows what that could bring. Harbinger of doom. Doom and gloom, to be fair. As they'll rocket once again. Vinales has passed Aleix Espargos. The two Aprilias are swapping battles between each other. Martin, Bastianini, that's 2.9 the gap. So yeah, just keep it together. Over the exit we go. Martin just taking down 2 gears into turn 8. Gently accelerates. I'm really excited now. This could be a really interesting race. They've just got to hold the advantage. They can do it. They will hold the advantage. They can and will. Just realised that Lemonade's been in here since this morning. So I've been drinking and doing the Moto2 and MotoGP. Interesting. A glass of water, please. 2.8 seconds gap now as well. That thing's changing at the front. Seems like now we're in the tyre saving mode as we approach half distance in this Grand Prix. Lap 14, which will be half crossover distance of the two. Of course, because you count the lap you're on. So 14 lap 14 and 27. 14 laps to go. Count the one you're on. 15 to go. Martin braking hard in towards turn number 1. Bagnaia has started to close that gap now. It's 1.1 seconds. It was 2 seconds back. Actually, now I correct myself. 2.825 now between Bastianini and Bagnaia. Bagnaia and Marc Marquez is 1.193. Marc Marquez has 0.6 to him, and Marco Bezzecchi running in 5th position. So there are deltas that could be found, will be found, and probably will then be exterminated as they come out. We're watching Fabio Quartararo running in 6th position now. Down into turn 8. There's Franco Morbidelli directly behind him. He's P7. Quartararo 6th, Morbidelli 7. 15 laps to go. Hello. D'Antonio passes Miguel Oliveira for 12th position. Down into turn 8. Worried there might have been an accident there. There was not, I am delighted to say. I was wondering if there's only 20 in this race with the cost track. Yes, I can zoom in to make my eyes a little bit easier reading the timing screen up here in the comms box. Sector 4. Yeah, it's looking good. Bastianini's got it. Live Constructors Championship. Ducati will be on exactly 500 points. KTM 256 points back. They would take the Constructors title with ease. So that's something to keep an eye on. And Bezzecchi has now been given a track limits warning. So Marco Bezzecchi awarded track limits by the stewards. You can see in the messages just below us here in the comms box. Martin was given around about 8 minutes ago as well, that same message of track limits warning. Do it again, you get a penalty, and that penalty will be a long lap. 7:10 still the gap. We're at half distance, by the way. 44, okay. Half distance then of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix for MotoGP. The last of the European races before the flyaways. Indonesia up next in a week's time. Then we go to Japan. Then it's Thailand, Australia, Malaysia. And the season rounding out in Valencia. 6 races after this remain in the MotoGP calendar. Just checking I've got that the right way round. The calendar keeps changing so much this year. It's hard to tell. Ducati will win the Constructors though. So just confirm, yep, Indonesia next up, 29th of September. Japan, 6th of October. Australia, 20th of October. 27th of October, Thailand. 1st November is Malaysia. 17th of November, Valencia. So it's actually Indonesia, Japan, Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Valencia. That's the order of things. Still, Malaysia will be fun. At Sepang. Just want to know, actually, what time are we doing the Australia Grand Prix? Because often, yeah, it starts on Thursday. Practice 1 is at, 12:45 a.m. on the Friday. Practice 2, 5 till 6. Sprint race for Australia, 5 a.m. What time is the race on Sunday? 4 a.m. for the Australian Grand Prix. Okay. 4 a.m. for Australia. Then back to bed for the whole day. Oh, TV picture's gone off. I've lost it. Oh, no. Oh, hello. Now, this happened yesterday in the World Superbikes race where they lost TV signal and it's trying to fight back. Is it fighting back? Come on. Come on, you can do it. No, I've lost it. I've got no TV pictures. Oh, well, are they red flagged the race? No sign of it at the moment. Hopefully it's just on our side at the moment. Just finding out if it is on our side at the moment. 6/10 at the moment. Bastianini has just done a 1:30.939 at the moment. D'Antonio has a track limits warning that's come through. I'm having to commentate at the moment on I'm having to commentate on timing screens. Oh, and we're back. So we're back on. TV pictures restored. 12 laps to go. Martin, 0.539 off to Bastianini and Bagnaia. Marc Marquez still running in 4th position. There is Pecco. Fastest up of the race. 1:30.939. Martin and Bastianini now 4/10 between each other. So TV pictures had a little bit of a glitch. They're back on now. That happened yesterday in the World Superbike race, and they had to red flag the race, and that's why Daniele Petrucci won. Became the first rider to win MotoGP, World Superbikes, Rallycross, and the Dakar as well. So an amazing, and yeah, motocross, yeah, fantastic rider, Daniele Petrucci, a living legend in motorcycle racing, to win all forms on a bike. Bagnaia now starting to close back in. 12 to go. He's got the time in order to find what he needs to. The Prima Pramac guys watching on. See what the Martinator can do. Jorge Martin over the line. 11 to go here. 7/10 to him and Bastianini. 1.7. Yeah, it's closing down now. 2.4 separates Martin and Bagnaia. You can just feel it, can't you? Starting to come through. 1:30.877 for Pecco Bagnaia. Fastest lap sequence now. Lap 15 and 16 getting quicker and quicker and quicker. This is going to be tasty, isn't it? He's going to do it. He's going to do it, isn't he? He's so much faster than everybody else. Down into 8 again. Hug that inside line. Really try and grip the accelerator. What a fantastic little turnaround this is turning out to be. Just coasting once again, as we'll have the advantage here. 0.579 gap between Bastianini and Bastianini and Bagnaia, 1.873. So they're just holding it down. I wonder if Bastianini can actually get through on Martin, or if Martin is going to hold that front advantage. Zarco, track limits warnings flashed up on my monitor now here in the comms box. Ralph Fernandez and Antonio Mia, yeah, all a little battle. Alex Marquez also with track limits warning. Mia passes Miller, 14 and 15 swapped over. That's what I saw in the comms box. 10 to go then. So around about 15 minutes left of the race. Yeah, it takes us to about 44 as I predicted, if they remain consistent. Very tight before we go on air for this one, my goodness. How fun this could be. Hold that inside line. Gently, just gradually pulling that accelerator on the throttle, dipping the clutch in as well. Looking at the accelerator speed as well, Bagnaia, even with the toe, so much faster than Bastianini. And Bastianini faster than Martin on the straight as well. They're all three doing exactly what they need to do by closing up, keeping that advantage. 21st to 10th at the moment for Alex Marquez. Great recovery, says SHD. I agree with you. What a run. Inside the points as well. On that Grassini, a bike we know that can win races. He certainly gripped it nicely and got it going. Bagnaia is coming back into the title and the race fight at the moment. They need to just find it. Let it run, let it go. Find the differential between it and then push the power down. Martin's still there. Here we go again then. Over the line. 9 to go. Gap 0.4 of a second. You're just waiting for Martin to make an error, slip off, make a bad accident. And the championship swings. Even now, Bagnaia would lead the title by a considerable number of points. Got to be so careful. 15 points for third, the gap would be 11 as it would stand. That's insane. So Martin knows he can't risk anything. That's the thing when it's so close in World Championships. One DNF, and you're out of it. I know there's 6 races to go, but it's effectively 12 with the sprint races that pay half points at 12. So yeah, this race continuing to attack. Zarco up to 17th, Nakagami 18th. So they've swapped over once again. Coming up at 8 to go. I miss Megan. It's not easy when you're solo commentating. Doable, but you know, you miss your sidekick. She'll be back with me in about half an hour's time for Formula 1. Don't expect her to stay for the whole race of F1. If she's there, she'll be there. Martin. Hang on a minute. Miller passes Marini. Martin is now 0.3 of a second back. He's losing time in these sectors. I wouldn't be at all surprised, you know, if we see Martin just push it a bit too far, trying to defend. 8 to go. Just takes that one mistake, that one error. How the tyre's doing as well. Medium front, medium rear. Bezzecchi going well with a soft rear tyre. The only one in the field to do that. See if it works. TNT.
That's where you feel, don't you, for Bastianini? A turn 4 might be a chance for him. Okay, Bastianini trying to set one up down into Tramonto. They got really close again. Martin's not breaking Bastianini, and all the while Pecco Bagnaia, actually the gap is steady between himself and Bastianini, and I think it's more Bastianini reacting rather than Bagnaia relenting.
Yeah, and we are now just about getting into the point where in previous races, when you've seen Bastianini in previous years, this is where the way he rides, the way he is able to save that rear tyre, normally he gets stronger. He can keep the pace. starting to think about it. He's getting, obviously, he's close enough now, and now he's looking for an opportunity. Where can he go? Between turn 1 and 2, that's a place. Turn 4, you mentioned, that's another classic. Down into 8. They're your main ones. That was definitely on the green.
They were both on the green, weren't they? Bastianini
definitely was.
I thought Martin wasn't too far away
either. He's going to have a look here. He's going to have a look on the flip-flop. No, not quite close enough, but he's setting it up for the next lap.
I'm almost certain that Martin was as well. I remind you, he has got a track limits warning hanging over him, but Bastianini's got to have one soon. It looks like it's hard to tell sometimes from these cameras. Trackside cameras. From the overhead, you get to see things perhaps a little bit more, but they both look very, very close on that occasion. So warning triangle by Martin's name means he has a track limits.
Oh, someone's
down behind. It's not Bagnaia, is it? It is! Pecco Bagnaia has crashed out of 3rd place in his own Grand Prix.
It's happened again! I don't believe it! The one thing I said couldn't happen has happened! Pecco Bagnaia has crashed out of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix! The front buckling down into turn 8, and he's out! Martin leads the title by 23 points! This is what I've been saying throughout the entire season! Neither of them are World Championship material when they still make these rookie errors in Grand Prix racing. Bagnaia may be a multiple world champion, but it's come at a time when Ducati's had the best bikes and everybody else around him hasn't had the same talent level as a world champion. I don't believe it. Marquez will be on the podium, but out again of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix is Enea Bastianini. He was out in the last race we ran in Emilia-Romagna. Insane. Just insane. Absolute bizarre. Now, Bastianini needs to do damage limitation here for Martin not to do it. I knew as soon as I brought back in that this happens. We have a championship leader crashing out. Oh, you want to scream. You physically want to scream. As they turn again. So yeah, just keeping it together. So Martin by 0.2 of a second. Bastianini right there. Can you believe it, everybody? He threw it away again. As soon as he hit the brakes too hard, down he goes. The World Championship now swings the way of Jorge Martin with 6 races to go. You want to cry. You actually want to cry. Such an exciting battle. And Bagnaia's thrown it away. And that's the man Ducati kept. Yes, he's a 2-time world champion, but Bagnaia is the crusher. So is Martin. I can't understand how these two have got to the front. They have talent, but they also have the best motorcycle. Put Marquez on the current bike, he'd win races. He'd win the championship. That's why next year is so important. It's such a strange situation going on in MotoGP right now. Oh, and Martin's gone wide! Martin outbraked himself down into turn 8. And again, Bastianini wants to find a way through. He's trying to. Are we going to see a repeat of the Italian Grand Prix when Enea Bastianini defied orders and did the action? Are we going to see another run from Enea Bastianini taking a race win away from Jorge Martin and helping out his teammate as much as he possibly can? We're coming up on 4 laps to go in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Into the penultimate corner. Into turn 15. 4 laps. Let's have a look at a replay. This is what happened to Martin then down at turn 8. Hits the brakes. Brake too late. Couldn't get it stopped. Missed the apex by a country mile. And through. An opportunity came for Bastianini. The gap now a 1/10 of a second. This is what we are waiting for. This is the attack. Mark can get second in the championship because Mark is strong in Asia tracks. Absolutely. If Mark still has a chance to get the title. Not that many points back. There's Bagnaia. Have to rename this a crash a lot. Don't get him in an Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. It wrecks his World Championship. Meantime, his teammate's going to try and do everything he can to stop Martin getting such a big advantage. Fabio Di Giannantonio has been given a long lap penalty for abuse of track limits. Too much. This race is giving and taking in the same breath. Come on, Bastianini. Can he win at home? Italian round. Emilia-Romagna. And can he get Ducati's 100th Grand Prix victory? Bastianini doing what he does. If he's been let loose, if Bagnaia doesn't have a great day, Bastianini has a fantastic day. There's Digi's attack. Tyres going for Martin. Through we go again. Back on the power. 3 laps to go. Down into turn 1. The right-hander. Left at 2. Right again at 3. Into 4 and 5. Just hold it. Come on. What have you got? He's sort of leaning into the screen. I know I am. Braking hard. Oh, Martin again making errors out of 4 and 5. Bastianini is chomping at the bit. And he's got such a great exit. He almost hits the back of Martin coming out of turn 6. He's side by side on the inside line down towards turn 8. He pulls out of the move. Bastianini looking so much on the move. This is going to be a fantastic race. Julian said that Mark will win Asia. It'll be a wet tour. Could be. Rain in Asia. Mark loves those circuits. Apart from Indonesia. Big accident there, didn't he, a couple of years ago? Put him out of the race. Can he conquer? Well, to be fair, he did also have a side-by-side in Thailand as well. So, yeah, I'll say he can do it. Through Carvone, in towards now turn 14. Martin, the front end is dipping away on that bike. He's got no front end grip. Martin has no front end grip. Bastianini does. 2 laps to go of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Over the line. Who is going to win? It's a dogfight between 2 of the most unlikely of people. Martin leading the race. That was predictable. Bastianini going for a second run. Di Giannantonio has completed his long lap penalty. Oh, Bastianini's sliding that rear of the bike out. He's trying to get the inside line of the pickup. He's letting Martin know he's there. Bastianini has such a great exit compared to that of Martin as he heads down towards turn number 8. Down, 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 down. Holds that line. Gently accelerate. No, nothing there. He's trying as hard as he can. He can't find the pace. He can't find the rhythm. Smooth again. A smooth operator. Back on. Pull power. Pull the throttle. Clutch, 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 clutch. Too far back on this lap. I wonder if now we're into turn 14 again. Bastianini's going to have a little bit of a look on Martin, trying to plan out the last lap. Looks on the outside of 14, gets the cut back. Martin's got it blocked. 15 comes up at the left. Nothing there. Will he try and have an attack at turn 16 on the inside of Mazzano? We saw in Moto2, a run round the outside is possible. 1 more lap to go with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Martin to take an extraordinary lead in the World Championship if he can make it to the end. Bastianini will be right there with him. He wants to keep the points as small as possible to help his teammate. There's 5 on offer. He's going for it at the inside. They're going to make contact. Bastianini forces Martin off the track. Martin puts his hand up to Bastianini to say, what was that? Surely a penalty for Enea Bastianini for forcing another rider off the track. gap in the championship will now regroup to around about 18 points. It's up the inside. He didn't even attempt to turn in. Bastianini might get that one called there. Bagnaia's going to be happy with that. I don't think this win will stand. We'll have to update you later on if anything changes, but the fans are loving this here in Emilia-Romagna. Will they be loving it that much if they realise their boy might not get out? Born in Rimini, Italian bread and butter, a track he knows best. Grew up racing here. Emilia-Romagna is the name. It's an Italian home race. It's an Italian round, an Italian bike and an Italian rider. Enea Bastianini wins literally at home. Martin is furious in second. Fist up to the officials and Ducati. Marquez in third. Bezzecchi fourth. All four of the Ducati riders and teams inside the top four. Ducati, Prima, Grassini, VR46, pretty much in the order they should be. What a race. But for Bastianini, was it racing or was it villainy? That's your question. What's Martin going to say to him now? Come on, he said, I'm sorry. But they handshake towards each other. Martin accepts it was racing. And he gives the win to Bastianini. That's sportsmanship there. Bastianini apologised. Martin said it's racing. Hot heads, but better on the circuit as friendship and respect. Bastianini wins from Martin, Marquez third, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, Viñales, Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro. Then Alex Marquez fall back to 9th, Oliveira 10th, Mia, Marini, Ralph Fernandez, Quartararo, Zarco 15th, the last point. Miller, Nakagami, Augusto Fernandez, Binder. Out was Bagnaia and Acosta. Next weekend is the Indonesia Grand Prix. We're live all weekend on JB Motorsports. Join us then for the action. Thanks for your company. It's 100 wins for Ducati in MotoGP. It's another win for Bastianini, literally at home. He couldn't be happier. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Back live here on JB Motorsports, where we have approaching the lunch break and only a few riders out there on the circuit, Juan Mir and Luca Marini. For the Honda HRC Castrol's, just doing some long simulation runs as well. At the moment, with the way track conditions are, with air temperature at 31 degrees, ground temperature 51 degrees Celsius, we're just sort of waiting around to see what's going to happen for this afternoon. Approaching the halfway stage, though, of this test, Alex Marquez still the fastest on a 156.493. Pecco Bagnaia is second with Quartararo third, Morbidelli's fourth, and Marc Marquez puts it inside the P5. So, not long to left. The Crash blog isn't really updating as often as we'd like it to. There we go. Just gone 1:30 p.m. The track is silent, apart from Morbidelli, as most team riders take an unofficial lunch break. The big debate here is if it's going to rain or not this afternoon. Some forecasts say yes, perhaps even at least 2 p.m. Others say it won't rain. So it looks like we're still going to be debating whether or not it will rain later or not. So let's switch it back, because after we hear from round 15 of the season in Indonesia, it will be time for the midday report from MotoGP TV. Right now, though, let's head over and listen back to last year's 15th round of the championship in Indonesia. MotoGP moves away from the European season and heads in to the final. Welcome along to the wonderful Mandalika Street Circuit, all set to go for what is going to be a very exciting round 15 of MotoGP in 2024. Hello everybody, welcome up to the commentary box. The Tissot Sprint is about to get underway. Here's your starting grid then. Jorge Martin on pole position, Marco Bezzecchi's alongside him, Pedro Acosta has the front row. Then it's Pecco Bagnaia, Enea Bastianini, Fabio Quartararo, Johan Zarco, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Franco Morbidelli, ahead of Maverick Vinales on the top 10. Then it's Ralph Fernandez. Marc Marquez crashing 3 times in qualifying. Number 2, he starts 12th. Then it's Alicia Spargo ahead of Alex Marquez and Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Luca Marini, Tahiti Nakagami, Brad Binder, Juan Mir and Augusto Fernandez. Alex Marquez also crashing big time during qualifying as well. We're underway then, on the formation lap alongside me in the commentary box is Megan Birch. And Megan, we're in now for what should be a fantastic race. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon. Though technically, morning.
Good morning. How are you doing? You doing well?
Well, I've been up an hour, so not too bad, but I would much rather be in warmth.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? And also, MotoGP have changed their systems again. So
Hate when they do that.
I know. Same here, same here. So just having to adjust everything as on the fly to see if it's going to work okay.
It's like, leave it be. Let people get used to it.
The whole let it be situation, yeah. I know
If you're
what you
going
mean.
to change it at the start of the year.
Yeah, so I'm having to run around like a headless chicken getting it all sorted right now as we head in. Megan, what do you think is going to happen in the race? Who have you got your eye on?
Well, I haven't really seen any of this weekend because of,
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Though Bezzecchi seems to be near the top.
Bezzecchi's doing really well at the moment.
I'll
He
go
was
for
surprising.
Bezzecchi doing really good. Podium, maybe.
He surprised me in qualifying, I can tell you that much right now as well, with everything. As you can see, the tyres, starting tyres and hard tyres as well. So that should be fixed now. Honestly, it's such a pain in the behind, all this. As they get ready to come onto the circuit, on the lineup, on the main grid. Now, hopefully as well, we've opened up the race control messages. Let's just see how that's going to work out throughout this one. On the starting grid then. Now watch out for Jorge Martin starting from pole position. In the practice starts yesterday, he couldn't engage the launch control system, so that could be a factor to come into today. Pedro Costa, third on the grid, he starts on the clean row. All set then here, ready to go. The race start for the Tissot Sprint. Lights out in Indonesia. Again, Martin bogged down. Bezzecchi gets a good getaway. So does Anaya Bashanini. Martin in the second phase of the start gets a great run. Round the outside and towards the first corner comes the Ducatis. Pecco Bagnaia up into second position. And Anaya Bashanini goes to third. Pedro Costa losing down a couple of positions. So is Anaya Bashanini. Marc Marquez back up the order into fifth. What? That's an amazing getaway from him. He just will not stop getting away, will he? Tremendous start on the inside line down up towards turn number 1. Good stuff so far then, Megan, and so far clean start from everybody. Zarco's up to 11th place as well, but great start. Martin leads, Bagnaia still second place. Game on.
Yeah, it's looking very well for Ducati so far. Further down the field, I've just seen Jack Miller overtake Alex Rins and still suffering with bad throat and stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Miller gets ahead of Rins, so 12th, 13th. Fernandez ahead of Brad Binder, Nakagami, and Mia and Miller there too. Martin leads the way as they come in towards turn 14, 15 and 16 coming up next in the last sector on this circuit. Martin almost having to stand the bike up. Digi gets ahead of Morbidelli down a couple of places as well. They've got to be so smooth and so swift at this part of the circuit to get it right. 9 times out of 10 though, you want the day.
Oh, no.
Martin's down! Martin's down! And this is what I keep talking about in the World Championship. You keep having 2 as a throws. Jorge Martin crashes out. The king of the sprints is out at turn 16. And now Bagnaia can get those points back he lost in the World Championship. The gap now down to 12 points. Exactly what Bagnaia needed has happened. Martin crashes out. He picks it up though and gets going. But these 2 again.
And it's Marc Marquez and Bastianini, they're on the same amount of points right now.
54 apiece. Martin now has 12 laps to get himself back into points-paying position. Let's take a look how it happened. Yeah, SHT, didn't we predict it, Josh? We did indeed. If it's not back now, it's Martin into turn 16, and the front just drops away, Megan.
Yeah, it did. I mean, if you notice, they've been taking the Acosta approach, just not letting your bike go.
Unbelievable to how they've got it there as well. just gets worse and worse. Bagnaia leads the Tissot sprint.
Ralph Fernandez.
Ralph Fernandez, has he gone down or is it the inside? There's Zarco, and there we see side by side with Maverick Vinales. Vinales goes through. Yeah, Raul's crashed. Raul Fernandez has crashed out of the race. Yellow flag out sector 3 as well. And he's rejoined.
Yeah, he's rejoined.
Well, there we go. So that must, I don't know if that's a crash or it's just gone straight on.
Might have just gone straight on.
Yeah, the way he's gone. Well,
Because he doesn't seem to be having any trouble with the bike.
Well, that's up to 20th now for Hoyt Martin. It's 7 seconds back to Bagnaia. But look at this from Marco Bezzecchi, and Pedro Acosta has managed to get himself back up into second position as well. Didn't have to... Mia's down on the outside, so Mia's gone down again. Yellow flag sector 4.
In the same position as what Ralph Fernandez did.
Turn 16 as well, so Mia's down there. Look at that, the top 4 all setting fastest lap times. Mia's out of it. 1:30.638 then at the moment. That's Marquez. The fast lap. There's one Mia down at turn 16. Same place as Jorge Martin. He's out of the race.
I'm guessing that's a problem area.
We've had a few crashes here this weekend, and this Manjalica Street Circuit still is causing problems.
It's lap 3, and, well, let's face it, all those just happened in one lap.
Yeah, well, yeah, in the space of 1.5 laps as well.
Yeah, 3 and 3,
yeah.
but technically one.
This is lap 3 of 13. It's unlucky for some. Maybe this sprint race really is going to be unlucky. Brad Binder gets ahead of Augusto Fernandez, and now we're looking at Ea Basciani trying to throw up the inside. Marco Bezzecchi takes second position away from Acosta. Marc Marquez comes back to on the inside line. Does he get 2 for the price of 1? No, it's only by 1, I'm afraid. Mark up to third. He's never finished ever at this circuit, Marc Marquez. Never a Tissot sprint, never a Grand Prix ever.
Well, if you look at it, Bezzecchi's going up really high from his points, so Mark's going to be trying to get past someone who's really dedicated to winning this weekend.
Well, Marco Bezzecchi's on a soft front, soft rear tyre, but Pekka Bagnaia hard front, soft rear. It's a majority of the field that he's on that hard front, soft rear tyre, but they are taking no prisoners. They don't want to have anything worried about them as well. And I can't believe I'm going to have to go from one to the other on the timing screen, whereas before I had to switch the messages on, and now they've all switched it back again.
Rins has track limits.
So already, and Rins has just passed Alex Marquez up in 12th. Martin with a 1:30.616. He's got the fastest time of the race, and there goes Pedro Acosta back to the inside of an Ea Basciani to retake 4th position. Basciani was not going to be able to get to on that point as well. Mark already gained 8 places. Are we going to see a flashback to the Tissot sprint at Jerez where everyone just bins it? Possibly so.
It's a possibility.
Everyone just sort of wants to throw it away at the moment as well. It's that type of racing action as Marc Marquez hoses in over the top, and now we see Basciani trying to go around the outside. Again, Acosta just sort of shutting the door at every opportunity, but Bastianini's going to launch it up the inside down into turn 13, and he's got him on the inside. Quartararo's in here too, so is Fabio Di Giannantonio.
That's unusual for both of them. But right now we're coming up to the area where everyone seems to be crashing, and Martin's making his way up the order. Right now he's in 16th.
Yeah, out of turn 15, down towards 16. There goes Morbidelli, there goes Quartararo, passing Digi. I believe that's, it is Digi, who tried to have a couple of positions again. It hasn't worked. Marc Marquez closing up on Marco Bezzecchi as well. Morbidelli can't get through on Digi as he comes into the braking zone for 15, then into turn 16. The very tight hairpin we've seen. Already a couple of guys go down today. But Bagnaia just needs to keep his start. Here's the start again on board with Marc Marquez.
Right, so Mark gets an amazing start. He sees everyone just going slightly to the side and just decides, you know what, I'm just going to go straight on. Literally, he does not move at all, though he managed to get past about 4 people in the start of the race alone. I mean, that is incredibly skilled. Then we also see Acosta also getting past a load of people at the start of the race. I mean, he even managed to get past Bastianini relatively easily.
There's Mark, as you say, inside of Morbidelli and Quartararo.
There's Mark right there, and Di Giannantonio just sat there, just like, wait, help.
Lou says, is Martin doing a last to 7 challenge? It looks like it's possible. Where is he at the moment? He's up to 16th position. He's, and Fernandez passes Nakagami. Nakagami going down a couple of the orders as well as Quartararo tries to have a go at Pedro Acosta over 5th position as we come in towards turn 13. Not going to work out this time. Look at the waves crashing in the background against the rocks as well. Manjalica, wonderful venue for a circuit as well. Shame the fans can't get in. Average general admission ticket is 30 euro. It's 30. Look at all the empty grandstands. It's 30 I don't know what the currency is over there, but whatever it is, it's 30 compared to where the minimum wage is only 150 per month. So yeah, they need to dramatically dock the prices.
So they've just not got to eat.
Yeah, they've got to dock it. There's literally about 500 people in the venue today, maybe less.
And those will all be people who have a bit extra money.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. So look, the grandstand, the main grandstand looks a bit full, but yeah, it's still very empty at the moment.
I'm sorry, but admission should be 1.
This circuit can host 35,000 people. It's struggling to even host 5,000 at the moment, as we see Martin right in the back of Brad Binder. Martin's already up into 15th place, so this is the race to be in points, but he's run wide at turn 1, and that's going to allow Aleix Spargo to look up the inside as well. But that's why we love everybody in Indonesia watching us here on JB Motorsports and watching along with the action. We've got 20 riders left in this race, though.
Right. Now, looking at the other Prima Pramac, we can see Morbidelli in 6th position, just behind Acosta. Actually, it's not going to be a tie for him being behind. He must be really close to him. Acosta has track limits too.
And Morbidelli's just gone off the circuit while Acosta went back to on the inside.
Ah, it is because they're so close to each other. That must be why he's had track limits.
Just getting... Mute!
I couldn't.
And they go, oh, Morbidelli just saved it! Morbidelli saved it! He dropped the front when passing Acosta, and he saved it on his elbow. That was a Marquez-style save. Well done, Franco Morbidelli. Brilliantly held, and he's only lost 1 position to Acosta. He's kept Quartararo behind him for 6th position. Morbidelli showing us all why exactly he's not a human.
True. And do you know who's just got 2 positions in 1 corner?
Who?
Quartararo.
Yeah, well, he got ahead of Vinales and Di Giannantonio as well. Let's just put that.
Saw an opportunity and went for it.
7 to go. We're halfway in the Tissot sprint. Again, what are they going to find out there as we watch with Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia just ahead of him? Is Bezzecchi on course for a Tissot sprint win? That'll be something. Bezzecchi's never won a sprint race before.
Be a nice addition to his collection.
But Bagnaia needs every point possible. Bezzecchi and Bastianini coming through on the brakes. Oh, he lost! He's gone straight on! Bezzecchi made a mistake. He tried to touch the back of Bagnaia and went straight on. Again, the brakes on the front end of these chicanes are not working. Marc Marquez takes 2nd position. Now, did he touch front? Yeah, he just locked up the front. Oh, it was close to wiping out Bagnaia.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, a little bit of a commentator's curse. All I'm saying to that is, it looks like Gigi Dall'Igna has pressed the red button. Stop the Ducati.
Just like, oh no.
Marc Marquez now on the rack of Pecco Bagnaia. These two are oh, hello. What's happening there to the timing screen? Look at Zarco, Morbidelli, Di Giannantonio and Quartararo. Quartararo's down to 10th position now as well. Major shake-up in the middle half of this race. Morbidelli gets ahead of Zarco as well. Martin stuck behind Binder still as they come across the line. Lap 8. Yeah, time screen's flashing around like crazy.
Zarco's in 8th.
Zarco nearly qualified on the front row of the grid. Like the LCR Hondas have been fantastic this way. Look at the mid-pack. Look at that. They're all side by side together. As Morbidelli gets ahead of Vinales, there's Martin on the back of Brad Binder. 2 tenths between them at the moment, and still trying to find out gaps between them. I don't know why I'm saying grap.
I mean, it's not freezing in hell, but it feels like 0.
Yeah, well, hell has frozen over. Hell have no fury like a Zarco on a charge. And
anyone in hell Norway? It's going to rain later.
Martin!
Did he nearly go down?
That is when he went down. I thought it was. I thought it was a replay of him doing it again. But that is when Martin went down. They could have said there was a replay of that turn 16 crash. Zarco is a surprise wild card this weekend. He really is coming through at the moment.
Yeah. So hell's not frozen over just yet.
Yeah, but this is exactly what Martin didn't need to do after Bagnaia crashed at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix last weekend. The gap in the championship was 24 points, 12 points on offer for a sprint win, and he's gone down and given Bagnaia the keys to the cookie box as well. Yeah, the cookie jar. He's got everything now. Nakagami.
I was about to say something. So, Honda and are even getting track limits warnings. They're going so fast. Fernandez too. I think that's Augusto.
Yeah. They've just got to take it time after time after time between them all. Martin is up into 14th place. No, 13th now. Gets ahead of Alex Rins on the way down towards turn number 1. Bagnaia leads this race. There goes Martin on the inside, getting ahead as well.
I could reach it that time.
Well done. Binder's down, so Martin 13th. Remember, it's only the top 10 that score points.
For some reason, Zarco's in it.
Yeah, Zarco's P8.
What's happening?
Bastianini's got a 130.189 on the last lap. He is fastest. This is a replay. And that's Martin on the inside. Oh, hello. That's Quadraro touching Morbidelli. And that's why Quadraro and Morbidelli dropped down so many places, Megan.
Okay, that explains it. Morbidelli got away kind of scot-free over there.
Yeah, that's his second save of the day as well for him.
Quadraro, not so much.
Sadly not. Bagnaia leading by 0.3 of a second to Marc Marquez.
Now Quadraro close to the other Prima product.
The gaps. Hang on a minute. What is this? I want to see what this new feature is for show group gaps. Oh, I see. It just massively makes the timing screen.
Fights.
Yeah. Okay, that's quite handy to know. But
Yeah.
it makes the timing screen a massive mess for me.
Bezecchi's all on his own.
Yeah. Bezecchi's on his own at the moment. That's okay. I might keep on with that, but I don't like it.
It's not too bad when you want to figure out how far
Yeah.
what part of the groups are.
Yeah, I think that's a feature for us in the commentary box, not the timing screen though. That one I think I need to adjust to make it stay still. So they turn in, back on the power. There is battle for 12th. So that's Alex Marquez ahead of Jorge Martin.
And it goes round the inside and easily just gets past him.
Kind of expected that, to be fair.
Yeah.
GP24 bike versus GP23 bike wasn't really going to be a much of a mission. There's Pecco Bagnaia leading, Marc Marquez second, and Bastianini right behind it. This is Marc Marquez proving to the world again. Look, I'm on a GP23 bike, a year and a half old now, compared to this new machinery that you guys are racing that's still being updated. Mine isn't. And look, I'm keeping up with you.
He's proving it's the rider, not the bike.
And it's also proving that this is going to be next year in 2025 an absolutely barnstorming championship with Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia right at the front in World Championship positions.
Also, may I just say, Quartararo right now is thinking, I've only just got rid of one of these guys. Why are they back on my tail?
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it, how they keep coming through. Martin already now back through. He's trying to have a go at Fabio Quartararo next up in this one as well, as they'll hold the action together. Over now, down it towards turn 15. Then it's the heavy braking zone for 16. That comes back underneath it as well. Still holding it together. And Bastianini thought about it. Oh, hello, Mark's thinking about it. Move on the inside line. Bagnaia goes defensive. The gap now just a tenth of a second. Bagnaia made some sort of mistake there as they come out of the last corner. Turn 17 over the line here in Lombok, in Mandalika, into the braking zone for turn number 1. Down, 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 down. Still can't find a way through.
That's not good.
3 to go. Binder is up into 13th. Alex Marquez goes into 4th position. So there's a little bit of tuning still to go as they come over the line. Alex Marquez goes 13th. Brad Binder is in 14th position as well. Bastianini's got a great run on Mark. Mark's going to have to go defensive here. Bastianini was thinking about moves into turn 7 and
Backs
8.
off a bit.
Down now towards the kink at 9. Braking hard for turn 10. This is the opportunity that Bastianini was going to hope for. Rear steps out, goes too wide, exactly the same as Marco Bezzecchi.
And Binder gets track limits, passing Alex Marquez.
So that'll be a warning, because that's Binder already with his second track limits, if I'm not mistaken. Looking through our messages, no, that is his first.
Right.
Martin up in 12th place as well at the moment. Sorry to cut across you there. Just have a look. Yeah, gaps to 12 points.
So, as soon as I started to say it, it's like it decided, like, nope.
You have to sort of stays between it all as well, isn't it? It's a really strange situation going on right now as well in the championship.
Look at that 1 point difference right now between Bastianini and Marc Marquez.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Oh, championship.
Yeah. Marc Marquez 51 points back, Bastianini 52. What this does is also bring both of them back into the World Championship hunt.
It really does.
It's not over. It will not be over.
It's probably the only championship where it's definitely not over for anyone.
Yeah. Bastianini makes it on the inside, trying to get ahead. He's trying to make it level again. Marc Marquez just doing everything he possibly can to hold it through. 2 to go. Looks like Bagnaia's going to win the sprint race.
Bastianini right now saying, hey, come back here. You may have won a lot of championships, but I'm not done with you yet.
Listen, Bastianini nearly lost it on the inside. He's trying to have a go at Marquez. Mike is not going to be able to defend down towards turn 9 and 10. Can he get through on the inside line? Bastianini's going to send it. There's a yellow flag out in sector 1.
Augusto Fernandez.
And Bastianini takes second position away from Marquez. That was wonderful. It's a GP24 Ducati Factory 1-2 in a sprint race. As Megan said, Augusto Fernandez is out.
Yeah, he crashed out right in the middle of the bell.
Right, that's not great then.
And now it's a 3-point difference between Bastianini and Marc Marquez.
Crucially, Bastianini puts himself within 2 race victories with 5 races and, well, with 6 races and 5 sprints still to go in this race. 11 races left in total.
After this one, Bagnaia just needs to win a sprint race.
Yeah, and if he wins tomorrow with Martin scoring no points again, it changes everything in the championship once more. We are going to get it down to... This championship's going to have to go down to the last race of the season. No ifs, no buts, no babies. Last lap recall. Might go down to a sprint race, thinking about it.
Do you know I have an odd feeling it will?
If we get into the last race of the season, it has to be decided on the Sunday.
Yeah, and Fernandez ain't coming back.
No, he's out of it. So Augusto Fernandez retires from the Tissot sprint.
Oh, Mia retired too.
Yeah, for that crash, remember, in 2016.
All right, so he didn't get back up from that one.
No.
Shame. I'd hope he would have rejoined.
There we go. This is clear. They've really just got to try and hold it together, Martin.
That was a big
This is over the last
twitch.
points paying position, whether it be 13 points or 12 points between them. Martin needs to get ahead. Miller through 7, 8, Kink at 9, down towards turn 10. Is he going to get ahead? Yes, he does. Jorge Martin is back into the points, everybody. The gap now 13 points in the championship in a 13-lap Tissot sprint. It's unlucky for some, but not for Pecco.
What round of a season is this?
15.
So close.
I know. Technically, it's the 30th race of the campaign.
Got another 3 in there.
Yeah. Unlucky for some, but Martin's back into the points. Still into the last few corners. This is 15 into 16. Bastianini won't help. This time it's going to be a Ducati 1-2 in the Tissot sprint. Marc Marquez will finally finish a race here in Mandalika. 13, unlucky for some, not for Ducati. It's a 1-2 in the Tissot sprint. By a tenth of a second, it's formation across the line. 1-2, they needed that, and with it, they confirmed the Constructors' Championship of 2024. It was already practically a done deal from the last time out in Emilia-Romagna, but it is 100% now that Ducati are the Constructors' Champions of 2024. And now, going into tomorrow's race, the gap in the World Championship stands at 12 points the difference. Martin, 3-4-1. Bagnaia, 3-2-9. Game on, Megan.
So it's still 12. What happened? Martin got points, but
Must
it's
not-
still 12.
Yeah. Interesting situation out there.
Maybe it's only 8.
Top 8 for Zarco. No points for P10 in the Tissot sprint, only 1st to 9th.
Ah.
Have they changed that bloody rule again?
Seriously.
It was 1st to 12, then it was 1st to 10, then it's now 1st to 9.
What is it? Next year it'll just be only top 3 get points. Sorry.
They're just literally just trying to stop Martin.
Yeah.
Zarco got points though to come into it.
Woohoo.
They've changed that rule mid-season though.
That's not good.
Ooh.
7 points for Mark.
Not bad for him. Finally finishes a race here in Indonesia. Thank God for that. It was usually 1st to 9th for points in the Tissot sprint. No, it was 1st to 12th.
At the beginning.
Last year it was in Portugal.
See.
There's Davide Taldozzi and Gigi Dall'Igna walking down together to Parc Fermé. Finally, a good race. That's Martin really struggled now, isn't it? It's throwing the Catmull's to pigeons again.
I've read that book.
Gone through 1 race win to 1 sprint win now. How on earth is Bagnaia this lucky? How? I'm saying it right now.
Some people just are.
Bagnaia and Martin are not World Championship material. They crash too often.
I like Bastianini to win a championship.
Bastianini's proven to me more this year that he's a championship contender than Martin. Marc Marquez in third.
He's always fighting out. He very rarely crashes out.
Do you know, I'm going to say this. Ducati did the right thing not promoting Martin. They did the right thing promoting Marc Marquez.
Yeah.
Because Martin is not a World Championship contender. And neither is Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia may have won World Championships, but in my opinion, he was locked into them.
Sometimes looking into championships does happen.
They're crashes, and they keep doing this.
They both always seem to crash around each other. It's like they're magnets of the same charge, and it just repels them.
It's not a World Championship, and tyre pressures for Ralph Fernandez is under investigation, by the way.
Jeez, it's not a good day for someone called Fernandez.
It's never the situation, is it, Megan, of, oh, it's a points change between the two of who finishes higher, who finishes low, who outraces the other.
Who's crashed and who's not.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's not how you win a World Championship. This is why Marc Marquez, I think, next year is going to wipe the floor with them. A lot.
I agree. They're going to get a very big surprise.
Yeah. Definitely 100% on that one. Right.
I think the contender against Mark next year will be Bastianini.
Seems to be the one that makes the most sense, doesn't it? Coming into the action. MotoGP roars into life for the Grand Prix of Indonesia. 27 laps ahead of us for a very exciting Grand Prix. Jorge Martin today starts on pole position. Can he do better than yesterday? Alongside him, Marco Bezzecchi and Pedro Acosta. Then it's Pecco Bagnaia and Ian Bastianini alongside Fabio Quartararo. Johan Zarco, Fabio Di Antonio, Franco Morbidelli, Maverick Vinales, Raul Fernandez, Marc Marquez, Aleix Espargaro, Alex Marquez, Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Luca Marini, Takiki Nakagami, Brad Binder, Juan Mir and Augusto Fernandez, the 21 riders out there on the circuit at the moment. Hard front, medium rear compound seems to be the go-between for quite a lot of them. Some choosing the soft front, soft rear approach. But alongside me, the commentary box for this one is Megan Birch. And Megan, as they head down towards turn one, it's almost like a practice start. So much of the unknown, especially as yesterday, that the tyres took so long to get right. We know today anything could happen in the next 45-minute race. 12 points, though, between Martin and Bagnaia in the standings.
It certainly is extremely close, and I'm honestly not that sure who will go down and who won't. I mean, Martin went down yesterday, so could that mean Bagnaia has to have that swap around and just fall into the gravel?
It's going to be keeping it close, and it's that old saying, isn't it? Keeping your friends close, your enemies closer. Over the weekend as well. We've got two camera angles, once again up in the comments box as well, high and low, to keep across throughout the weekend. And so if we need to sit down, we've got the low angle. If we need to stand up, we've got the high angle as well. So that'll keep you across it. Just to pick you up, if you weren't with us in the warm session this morning, brand new livery on the VR46s, the flag of Indonesia, so white and red for now, the VR46 today, so the white and yellow sort of highlighter livery now being replaced. Megan, turn 16 was where Martin crashed yesterday. He really does need to pick it up and fly straight on. Can he get a race victory today?
I mean, it's possible,
but
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Also, turn 16 is just a problem area.
Well, Bagnaia's won here in 2023. Oliveira won here in 2022. Let's see what we've got. It is the Grand Prix of Indonesia for the third time of asking. Martin crashed out here last year. Green flag at the back. 27 laps ahead of us for the MotoGP Grand Prix of Indonesia. It's all eyes to the lights. And pull the throttle back, and again the Ducatis do not get a great getaway. Great start from Ian Bastianini. Poor start from Pecco Bagnaia. He drops down to 4th position. Martin leads into turn 1. Bastianini takes it to 2nd position. Marc Marquez tries the outside line. Don't know where he was going with that. He drops back in positions. Morbidelli comes back up to 6th position. Quartararo moves up, and there goes Martin leading. Bastianini in 2nd. Big one there. Huge one. This will be a red flag. We've got 1, 2, 3, about 5 riders riders all down the back. Yeah, this will have to be a red flag. Huge accident. Alex Marquez down, Aleix Espargaro, Jack Miller, Luca Marini, all in the back of the field. Surely, Megan, this will be a red flag.
Yeah, it's Marini, Miller, Aleix Espargaro and Alex Marquez, all of them. And that is not good.
Yeah, it was right in the tail end as you come up through turn 1 and 2 and swap back. Yeah,
I saw a group moving down the order. I was like, what's happened?
yeah. So Rins and Mia still in that little battle. They continuing on. So incidents coming into investigation by the stewards, but surely this one has to be a red flag. We saw an accident in Moto 2 with Juan Masia, but it still needs to be a stoppage. If this is still that was a biggie, and there's a lot there. Yeah, look, there's riders involved, there's bikes everywhere. They're going to have to decide it quick because we're coming into that braking zone for turn 1 and 2. At the moment, no sign of the red flag as Morbidelli dives up the inside. But surely we must get a stoppage to this race soon as we get back up into 6th position, trying to fight back as well. Martin leads this race.
Tell you what, I do commend right now Rins and Mia because they managed to avoid all of them, especially when riders are actually on the track.
We're coming to that part of the circuit once again when there's riders there. Do we need a red flag or can we get this going? There's still bikes right in the firing line and marshals. I don't like this. This should be a race stop.
They've almost got it done though.
Yeah, they have, but it's still debris.
But the next time I come around, they'll be done.
It should be a red flag. I'm sorry, it should be. So that's 4 riders out already at turn 2. A huge incident. Let's take a look at that start once again, Megan.
Who did it?
Well, he all starts up. It has to with Alex Marquez. Let's take a look. Oh, it was Miller who dropped the front. And Miller
just collected everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know how Mia managed to avoid.
Let's take a look. Yeah, Miller drops the front, collects Alex Marquez, and then Aleix in there as well. And it's like a bowling ball. He just threw it all down the order. So no red flag, and the yellows are still out in the first sector. Right, we've gone through again. Surely this should be a stoppage. There is clearly a lot of damage still out there on the circuit that requires it. We're now coming up for 2 laps now under racing conditions. There's no safety car in MotoGP. That should have been a red flag because look, they haven't slowed down, have they? We're just on a 131.892 from Martin.
They've increased speed.
Yeah. This is not right. Over the line we go again. Yellow flags have been out now for 2 laps. It should be a race stop and a restart, but we're not going to have that. Lap 3 now as we come in. On board with Pedro Acosta, looking back to an Basciani, still on the back there. Bezzecchi and Morbidelli completes it out. Bagnaia 6th, Marc Marquez 7th. There's still motorcycles right in the racing line. Where is this red flag? Look at it, we've got a fire now somewhere across the back. Where's the red flag? We have a motorcycle slap bang in the centre of the circuit. Why is there no red flag? I know race controller a bit dim, but this is getting beyond a joke. This should be a red flag situation. Digi's got ahead of Marc Marquez.
Do you know what I just realised?
Oh, there he goes on the inside.
Jack Miller took out 3 of the people who have brothers who have been in MotoGP. Binder's the only one who escaped.
Oh, Marc Marquez back up the inside line, getting back ahead of Antonio. Simon Patton, I agree. Just effing zero concern for marshalling safety Nortal. Twice now riders have went past that scene, and there's still a bleeping blank in the firing line, but the woe beside anything would have set the TV central. This needs to be... Look, the yellow flag's going to be out for 3 laps now. Where is the red flag? Just stop the race as we see on the inside.
It's getting dangerous.
Yeah, Acosta battling with an Basciani. Acosta takes 2nd position. So Martin pulls out a 1.2 second gap onto the 4th lap. Sure, we'll just have the yellow flag still out in sector 1, shall we? Marshals are risking themselves. It just takes 1 for somebody to get killed.
It does.
1 mistake, 1 accident, 1 rider to fall off, and you whack it into a marshal.
I mean, it took 1 slight little twitch to take off 4 riders.
Yellow flag has been retrieved. I'm trying to have a look to see if everyone is actually clear in that sector of the circuit. It looks like they are.
Yeah.
Brilliant work by the marshals, but that should have been an instant red flag. I'm sorry. If 4 riders going down and having bikes laying in the circuit for 3 laps at racing speed is not classified as a red flag, sack every bloody race director and every marshal. That should should have been a red flag. That is beyond the stupidest thing I have seen in my entire life. The race director needs a flogging for that. Absolute flogging.
F1 would have already had the red flag out.
Yeah, as soon as it happened, we could see it. It should have been a red flag. That is the stupidest thing I've seen in a very long time in MotoGP. They will not change until a rider is killed again.
That needs to be investigated.
They're not going to change. Oh, it's unbelievable.
No one in motorsport seems to, unless something terrible happens.
Well, if the race does get red flagged and we have a restart, it's on the last complete lap, like the starting grid is completed. So it will be the running order now. It will be part 2 to the race. But they're not going to red flag it now because they've managed to clear it, the marshals, and we have got green flag running. So this race will continue on without a red flag. Martin leads by 1.5 seconds. Morbidelli dives up the inside of Enea Bastianini for 3rd position down in turn 1. Morbidelli was a little bit surprised about that one as well. Yeah. I agree with SHD. Can't wait for Simon Crafar. Simon Crafar is taking over the steward's role. He's not taking over race director. And the marshals were still there. The marshals were still picking bikes up. I've just seen them pushing a bike behind the barrier.
But why is it...
It took 5... Why was the yellow flag received? Oh, that is stupid. So stupid.
Okay, this just confuses me now. Why did they think it was safe enough to retrieve the yellow flag?
Beyond angry. I am beyond furious with that one, actually.
Just breathe.
If I was the marshals, I would refuse to. I would protest. If I was the MotoGP marshals, I would protest. I really would, because this is getting beyond a joke. That's 2 races running now, back to back, Moto2 and MotoGP, where we've had riders and marshals in dangerous positions, and they did not red flag the race. We had Juan Masia collapsed at the side of the circuit, and the medical car drives straight by him.
What?
Yeah. I still don't know how Juan Masia is. We've had no news from him.
So, someone
Yeah.
clearly needing medical attention.
And the medical car just drove by and the race didn't get stopped. Yeah. Not kidding. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Oh, up the inside, there goes Marquez. Takes the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia tries to get the cut back on the inside. Mark steps the bike up. Bagnaia back on the inside, turn 2. Mark gets now passed brilliantly by D'Antonio, who slips it through on the inside line and turns through on the inside line. We have now gone green, by the way, in this race. But the majority that we're talking about at the moment is the sheer stupidity of the FIM MotoGP race director, who should have stopped the race.
We really should have stopped the race. And quickly, do you know that new gap thing?
Yeah.
It really shows what the groups are like.
Bezzecchi dives up the inside of Enea Bastianini as well, so he makes that move. Stick very well down there. Yeah, I've put it on for us. I thought it might work out better for us.
I mean, we have got 4 riders, just not on the
Yeah.
screen anymore, so it fits.
Yeah, so no jump starts, but we've already got, as I said, everyone out of the race. Now we're seeing, that's interesting, that's Digi getting ahead of Bagnaia, and Bagnaia coming right back on the inside. Mark's coming through as well. Digi goes very, very wide. Mark dives to on the inside line down to turn 10. So Marc Marquez back up into 7th position with a brilliant move back as they come into the braking zone. Is that actually at 16? Yeah, that's at turn 16. Here's turn 17, the left-hander. Point and squirt the throttle out over the line again. Very surprised by race control. I'm waiting to see the reaction from social media from the journalists who are watching this trackside as well.
Probably going to be angry.
Yeah, well, I know Simon is, and Maddie will be angry as well, and so many other journalists are also saying actually as well that they should be there. Pretty sure that's someone's crashed bike currently burning on the service road. Yeah, Simon's noticed it as well. So someone, yeah, it's gone now, but someone's bike was on fire. So I wonder which one exploded. Let's take a look at that start again then, Megan, from your POV.
Okay. We're looking at Bagnaia. Now, it may say no jump starts, though his bike definitely did jump, though not before the lights went out. It just jumped. I don't know whether that's to do with the ride height or something, though he could have gone down right there and then. And why is there people actually on the track there?
That's the FIM steward just behind the medical car, look like, making sure the start light. But I agree, why are they on the circuit?
Yeah, you're not meant to be on the circuit. There's only one person meant to be on the circuit at that, and at least they're way behind. That's the person waving the flag.
There's Marquez getting fissured out towards the back as...
Bsky gets a terrible start. He went down like 4 places.
Yeah. Slowly, this race going through again. Now, this is the battle for 6th position between Bagnaia, Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio. I like that because it tells us what the gap is on the battle. Still running around together. Over the line again. 1 minute 30 lap times. These races are going thick and fast.
Yeah.
Really, it's quite a good race. Now, I want to point out, remember, for Enea Bastianini, who has hard front, medium rear, he is so good at keeping those tyres to the end of the race. Watch out for Bastianini later in the stage of the race to pick up that speed, pick up that gap, and do something about it. Reminder that next weekend for the Japanese Grand Prix, we're on JBMotorsports 2 for all of the action across the whole weekend. And Megan will be taking you through the sprint race.
Yeah.
And as up the inside, Marc Marquez gets a pass by Di Giannantonio, but Marc comes right back at him at the exit. Very nicely done. These two are going to go hammer and tongue together throughout the entire weekend.
They really are. Also,
he's back again. There we go.
Has Antonio got his livery changed?
Yes, as I said, they're racing the Indonesian flag this week for this one as well. So it's the red instead of the neon yellow. Marc Marquez back through, down in turn 9 and 10. Coming through 11 and 12 into turn 16 now. The heavy braking point. Marc's going to get forced out wide. Digi goes back through on the inside for 7th position. Marc twitching that GP23 bike as well.
I feel like we've been on lap 20 forever.
It's lap 19 laps to go now. Lap 9 of 27. It's because you're noticing it more as they come across the line as well. Pecco is struggling big time. He really is. Bagnaia in 6th position. So now the championship swings to Martin's way. Bagnaia, who was so good yesterday in the Tissot sprint, having a bad time in the Grand Prix today with a different tyre configuration. And yeah, well, just as I said, this World Championship is not going to be who scores the most points, who outscores. It's who just finishes the race without crashing, which is silly. It's not really a championship hunt, is it? Really?
Right now, I'm wondering which one of them's going to crash.
We're all wondering that same question as well. Oh, hello, what's happened here? Di Giannantonio's down!
Oh, no.
Di Giannantonio's gone down! That's the
waves.
Yeah, there he goes! Digi's down, he's dropped the inside.
Here is fun. Just go grab it. Wow, those waves are powerful.
Well, like the waves, Digi's crashing against it. Down at turn 10, mid-corner, Megan, and the front just buckled away from him.
Yeah, he immediately let go of the handles too. He was just like, you know what? I'm not doing an Acosta, I'm just holding onto the bike. If I'm out, I'm out.
Yellow flag's now out at sector 3 for that little accident out there on the circuit. Digi went down, Zarco still running in the top 10 and keeping Bindu at bay. Asia battle for 3rd position there between Franco Morbidelli, Marco Bezzecchi and Enea Bastianini. And Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia's starting to come in. Bagnaia's on a 130.750. He's actually got the fastest lap of the race so far. And he's just starting to reel everybody in just to see what could happen next and hold it all together.
Di Giannantonio's started again, it seems.
Yeah, he's resumed, luckily, as well. As I was saying before we got interrupted, Megan is going to be in the commentary box. I, however, will be back on Sunday. Excuse me, from my hotel room. Where we could crown the Moto3 champion from there. David Alonso, look, he only needs a few points, he's won it. So yeah, join us for that on JBMotorsports 2 next weekend.
I'm not looking forward to next weekend.
So, Japan's going to be an interesting weekend for you, isn't it?
It shall be.
Maybe it helps you get a few hours sleep in between.
Oh yay, a few hours. Lucky me. I'm not too happy about this.
Nobody is. It's a week away. We've got plenty of time. Well, 5 days. Well, it's Saturday, isn't it? So we start. Yeah.
Don't remind me. It really stressed me out.
Bezzecchi goes wide. Bastianini tried to come back through on the inside line.
Still a yellow. Why is it still a yellow?
Yeah, yellow flag's out in Sector 3 now. Why has that come out? You're right. The yellow's been holding now for a while.
Maybe I shouldn't have worn a yellow shirt. I mean, it seems to be attracting yellows.
Yeah. Have you showered?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't been to bed yet.
Yeah, what time did you come in the house?
3:40. I came straight to the commentary box to do the warm session. I haven't stopped.
Yeah, you need to go to bed after this.
I actually just thought in between the gap of Moto 2 and MotoGP, nearly nodded off. Acosta's taken second position. And he's now setting after Jorge Martin. He's brought that gap within a second. We have a fight for the lead.
Woohoo.
And Pedro Acosta's involved. Are we about to see Pedro Acosta try and get his first ever race victory?
I really hope so.
I hope Digi gets surgery during the off-season or even takes the rest of the year off to surgery now on that sensitive shoulder. He was actually talking yesterday in the press conference about it as well and seeing what he should do. Well, we haven't got Oliveira here. Let's not forget that as well, actually. No Miguel Oliveira for this one. In fact, it could be for a while we won't have Miguel. So Trackhouse going to have to replace him for the next round in Japan in 7 days' time at Motegi. And yes, we are planning to have hopefully another commentator coming on the Saturday to take over my role, but Megan's got it covered if she needs it. Just as somebody to Megan to rebuttal with. Most likely subject, Maddie or Julia. Yeah, it'd be either Maddie or Julia. So I'm going to get in touch with both of them.
Sleepiness is going to be the optimal word used.
Yeah, you need someone to wake you up. An Australian would help. I so want Maddie on for her home Grand Prix. I hope she's not going trackside, but then again, she might do because then she can go see her family. Maddie, if you're watching, if you're not in Australia, you know where to come. Look at Bagnaia, so consistent, Mega. 130.9, 130.7, 130.5. That's a 9, 10, 11. He's getting faster and faster and faster as the session goes on. There's Martin, and Acosta's 7 tenths behind him. Martin's going to crash, you know. I've just got this feeling he's going to crash.
Probably.
Acosta's going to lead the race. He's going to win a race, isn't he?
We can only hope. I mean, he got a great start. Who's that?
Mark! His bike's gone. His bike has died.
Same corners.
He's on fire.
Oh.
Mark Marquez's bike is actually caught completely on fire. His engine has exploded, and Mark Marquez, again, the third race Grand Prix running in Indonesia, he has failed to finish. His highest result is third in the Tissot sprint that he achieved yesterday, but the curse of Indonesia keeps going for Marc Marquez. He is out of the Grand Prix. No fault of his own. The bike's just exploded, Megan. I've never seen that before. It's properly on fire.
No, have I.
That's just blown up. And that's his World Championship done as well.
I mean, we saw a bike on fire. Now we have another.
And I wonder if that first bike was also Alex.
Possibly.
Makes sense, wouldn't it? But if that's dropped oil on the circuit, we might need that red flag, actually. Who's out? Someone's crashed. What?
It just says crashed out rider okay.
Juan Mir, turn 1.
Oh, that's not good.
So Juan Mir's crashed out. We're down to 14 runners, everybody. That's how crazy this race is going. Everybody that finishes is going to get points.
So everyone's going to get points. Okay.
Yeah, points per day for everybody. It's one of those races. So Marc Marquez has stopped with the technical issue. Juan Mir has crashed out, rider okay.
7 of them.
I wonder why Marcus isn't. Oh, yeah, we know why. SHT, we know why now. Imagine Bagnaia and Martin crash on their own same race. Iceman says, I hope Martin doesn't crash. Just bring it home, even if that means giving up the lead. He could still make it up, though, as well. It could be near impossible. Does 15 get points if they don't finish? They don't, no. So Mia won't get any points. Although he's completed more than halfway of the race, so yes, he would, yeah. He's completed more than 50%, so Mia would still be classified as a points-paying position. Because he's completed more than 50% of the race, so the race is official. So yeah. he will get. He should get points because it's more than if the race is more than 50%, it's official. If the race is more than 2/3 and the red flag comes out, we don't have to restart it. But because it's gone 2/3, I believe he should still get that point. But it all depends if the race control classify him as 15th or out. If he's classified 15th, he'll get the point. If he's classified out on that timing tower, he's out. Right now,
So
he's
far,
out.
he's still in.
Yeah, so far he's out, but he's still classified 15th. So they haven't officially retired him yet, which means he gets that point. As soon as he goes RT on the timing tower, he won't get that point. It's tricky to understand it, really. It's all whatever they feel like doing. So we'll keep an eye on it. If he goes RT, he won't get that point. Vinales has a track limits warning.
For a minute, I thought it was another person out.
I thought it was, to be fair.
We have had 7 out in 3 instances.
It's a weird weekend, isn't it?
It really is.
Grand Prix, and we're only halfway. 14 and 27, with 14 to go. Into the second half of the race. Lap 15 and 27, 13 to go. Martin leads by 9/10 to Acosta. Chasing them down, Morbidelli, Bastianini, Bezzecchi, Bagnaia. 6-way fight coming up for the race win here as Marc Marquez comes back into the pit lane of Grassini. Adam says, hi Josh and Megan, I'm continuing to do well here in North Carolina. Hopefully you're okay. I did see that there was a problem over there with some weather, so I hope you're okay, Adam. Looks like they're classifying him, so he'll get a point even with loads of riders doing nothing. Marine still can't get points, and he's now
RT.
retired. Yeah. So he's now just gone RT. So Juan Mir is out of the race. He will not get that point. He's RT. So only 14 riders will get World Championship points. Actually, one way of interesting to see in seeing if he does. Oh no, won't tell us, will we? Timing screen is changing like crazy right now as well, trying to filter in the gaps.
Well, Fernandez and Nakagami keep getting really close to each other.
Yeah.
And then getting really further away from each other.
Yes, Iceman, I think you did jinx it as well, coming into it. The commentator's curse, the commenter's curse. Now look at Morbidelli, holding on for 3rd position brilliantly to an air Bastianini, but this is where Bastianini's going to start coming back into it. As I said earlier on, he saves his tyres in the first half of the race, comes back in the second half and then really gives it a welly, really pushes hard. And this is where we're going to start to see him closing out. 12 to go here in Indonesia.
What happens if Martin crashes out and takes out Acosta? That would just be really bad luck.
It would, yeah. I reckon though Martin has dropped the front. Look, here we go. Bastianini's making a move on the inside line at turn 2. Morbidelli's going to try and hold on the inside. Brilliant moves around the outside. Morbidelli's going to keep it together. And now here comes Marco Bezzecchi. Morbidelli holds 3rd through 3 and 4, down to 5 and 6.
Bezzecchi is actually having quite a nice weekend.
Yeah, but it's a Ducati running order right now, apart from Acosta, who's holding off that Gas Tech 3 KTM bike. Down again on the brakes.
Why is Bagnaia stuck behind Bezzecchi?
That's what I'm wondering. Why haven't they moved over yet? It's those tyres again.
He's been stuck there all race.
Marco Bezzecchi has better tyre run than the GP24 bike. It's a weird one. Bagnaia looks like he still can't. He had this problem with San Marino, do you remember? He said that I couldn't switch the rear tyre on for 10 laps, and as soon as it did, it grained too quickly.
Is he losing time?
He is losing time. What's the gap? 5/10. Yeah, he's losing time massively.
Yeah. Either that or Bezzecchi's just really good at getting time. But look, he's staying so far away from all of them.
He can't get the braking toe, can he?
No, I don't think so.
Out of the last corner, up to the line again. Acosta's been told mapping 2. So he's going to go mapping as Morbidelli goes defensive. Again into turn 1, the right-hander. Bastianini trying to lose him up. 2 and 3. Bagnaia. I thought he went wide there. I just saw an exit park. There he is. Yeah, Bagnaia's having to carry the bike so much. If anyone's going to crash, it might be him.
I agree. It's a high possibility right now.
Morbidelli, soft front, medium rear. Bastianini, hard front, medium rear. Bezzecchi, soft front, medium rear. So those hard front tyres are really going to be the beneficial to braking heavier, braking deeper into the corner compared to the rest of the field. So it's advantage, really, in Bastianini. Oh, and look at that. Morbidelli running wide.
For a minute, 8 to 11, we're all just seemingly stuck at the start of Sector 3.
Bastianini's going to send it on the inside line. I don't think really Morbidelli knew he was going to do that. They're side by side coming through turn 9, and Bastianini goes through.
That was way too close to the bike's wheels too.
There's a bit of argy-bargy between the two of them as they come down in towards turn 16, the last penultimate. Anything you can do, I can do better. That's what Marco Bezzecchi's thinking. Tries to trail break it in. Can't find a way through the right-hander into the left at the last of 17.
You really want to know someone who's losing time? Name's Vinales.
What about Morbidelli? Look at sorry, what about Martin? Look at that. The gap was 1 per second. Now it's 6/10. Martin's lost a hell of a lot of time with 10 laps to go. Acosta's hunting it down. Yeah, he has. He's gone wide somewhere.
It looks like he lost time in the middle of Sector 1. So probably about turn 3.
This is the battle that we've been waiting for.
Right, 10 laps to go on this race right now. Currently, we are looking at... I'm pretty sure that's Morbidelli because Bezzecchi is right behind him.
You are correct.
And
Gap between Acosta and Martin, 0.8 of a second.
huh.
Bezzecchi thinking about him lunge on the inside line at turn 9. He can't get through there.
Can you see that from Bagnaia?
What?
Look at how everyone else is going.
Yeah, he can't take the right racing line. It's like he's having to stand the bike up more into the corner.
So he's having to have different heights to
Right,
where he is.
Yeah, he can't ride that right. There's something wrong with that bike. So this is not good.
It's like he's stuck in something.
So let's take a quick look at the YouTube chat while we have a second. Looks like the classifier I'll probably jinx it. That's weird. 888K3. Did Mark crash or the bike stop exploding? Mark's had a bike failure.
Yeah, he didn't crash. His bike decided it would rather be flames.
Yeah, he decided it'd rather be a barbecue. I just hope that there is no contact. If there's a battle for the win, would hate for Costa to wreck into Martin and get blasted through social media. I'm with you on that.
Have you ever heard... Do you remember the song Wheels on Fire? Yeah, right now that's Marc Marquez.
Yeah. Well, 8:30.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Martin. Now, this was the mistake, Megan, that you were on about. Into turn 1.
Oh, it's turn 1 he made it.
Trail breaks down. Where has he gone for the throttle? Down, down, down. Doesn't tell us.
Yeah, cut off right as we were probably about to see it.
But Martin going slower is pushing everybody else back together. We could be on for a 6-way fight with, well, 9 to go. That'd be fun. More than half the race. Oh, there we go on the inside line. Well done, Marco Bezzecchi. But Morbidelli's going to fight back on the inside line and sweeps him back. And Bagnaia's going to think about a lunge now. He's been waiting for that tide to heat back up.
Yeah, I think it finally has.
Slowly.
Still a bit slow.
Let's talk about 7 down, actually, because we haven't for a while. Quartararo's just past Binder. Nakagami and Zarco are going to get double points here. I think that's something to thumb up about there for the Hondas. The main team might be out, but the LCRs are doing fantastic, as they have done all weekend here in Mandalika.
It's very surprising. And Vinales is all on his own right now.
He is, yeah. Vinales is absolutely no one between everybody right now. Morbidelli goes wide. Bezzecchi tries to swing back.
Uh-oh. That's Augusto Fernandez crashed out.
Oh! Where is that? Sector...
Oh, wait, no.
He's just
gone really wide.
Right, so watch out for...
He literally stopped on the timing screen, so he must have just really, really gone wide into...
No, look, he stopped on the monitor. The same place as Mia.
So he has gone out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Augusto Fernandez has crashed out of the race. We'll wait for that to flash with the monitor. It hasn't done yet. Morbidelli holding off Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia between the two. So
Yeah, he's crashed.
Yeah. For Raul, Augusto Fernandez looks like he's out of the race.
So I was right.
So what? We're down to 13 runners. Unlucky for some.
Transponder hasn't done it though.
No, it's still stationary. It's set to 1. We'll
His
keep
bike must have really been messed up then.
Unless it's pulled off. Where is he? He hasn't completed any sector time.
He's at the
stuck.
exact same place as Mia.
Yeah.
Stopped with a technical issue. Oh, so could that be another fire?
Could be. The temperature's running high here. Track temperature is at 29 degrees. Air temperature 54 degrees.
That's why he was still moving.
Yeah. So the engines are getting a little bit toasty. 13 runners then left in the MotoGP Grand Prix of Indonesia with 7 laps to go. And Bastianini goes down! Bastianini, we're watching him as the front buckles away into turn 1. The man who has been so hot in the championship has crashed out. The front hard tyre did not work, and Gigi Dall'Igna looks like a garden gnome.
You can see he was smiling before you just see the face change.
Oh, hard front tyre just does not want to grip on the dirty line into turn 1. Just gets it wrong on the dirty line, making it drops quicker than a stinking stone.
That's 9.
What is going on in this race?
9 of them have gone down.
12 left. 12 left.
Oh my God.
Davide Tardozzi is angry. Look at that. Martin's going to win the championship back now to 26 points. Came in as 24, went down to 12, is going to go back up to 26.
It's increased.
Japan's going to be fun.
I can just tell already I'm going to be so tired. I mean, it's going to be a really exciting race.
Well, the Tissot Sprint, you'll be covering that one. I'll be back with you for race day Sunday, so that's okay. I'm on the train when the Saturday stuff's on to do Brands Hatch for British Touring Car Championships. Unfortunately, I can't be with you for that.
There's 7 laps to go. How many more people are we going to lose?
We're losing on average. Well, we're 21 laps in, and we've lost 13. We've lost quite a lot of riders. 9 riders. So 1 every 2 laps.
Yeah. Probably going to lose about 3 more.
I wonder if one of them will be a championship contender or not. That's going to be a question. Right now, it's closed back up. Can I turn that down?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you know that the heat thing of the shower? Yeah, well, it's burning.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It never used to do that.
Well, that heat is making me cough.
Oh, and by the way, just a little fact. Me and Mum were talking yesterday about peanuts. And I mentioned how, oh yeah, last time I ate peanuts a few years ago, I got a rash.
Are you allergic to peanuts?
Yeah, we think I am allergic to peanuts.
Oh, well, hang on. You had hazelnut. That's different.
Hazelnut.
Oh, no.
They're too different.
No.
That's not another technical issue, is it?
No, it was Bagnaia going for a lunge and it not working out. Then Morbidelli cutting off of Marco Bezzecchi. So Bagnaia goes to 4th, Bezzecchi down to 5th, Morbidelli takes 3rd position, but it was almost a big accident.
I'm not allergic to any other type of nut. Apparently I'm just allergic to peanuts. I don't like peanuts anyway.
Back to the action because Bagnaia's coming back through into turn 16. He's going to go on the inside line. Can he take it? Oh, he's gone too deep though. Bezzecchi's trying to come back up the inside and can't do it. Come on, what have you got for us?
Crashing, apparently.
5 laps to go. Gap now down to 24 points. Bagnaia has got the points status quo as to when we came into Indonesia.
Who's next?
Martin. Martin will crash and Pedro Costa will get his first win.
Last lap?
Next lap round. Martin will crash with 4 to go. His front tyre's going to buckle because he's on hards. Look at Morbidelli really holding off.
Yeah, Morbidelli's definitely trying to buckle.
Morbidelli, by the way, on the GP23 bike. Bagnaia on the GP24. It's miles and miles different. He touches the green. Morbidelli knew it. And through goes Pecco Bagnaia to take 3rd position.
21 points.
Finally, for the first time this weekend, that championship gap comes down to what we came into it with. Still, that's 9 points more. As Enea Bastianini's back in the garage and gets water and heat over it as well. I can predict that we're going to have 10 riders at the end of the race. Binder losing pace. Ralph Fernandez will get ahead, I think. And also for Costas maiden win in the Premier class. I'm with you on that, Iceman. As we take a look at what happened further back for Bagnaia, who's now running in 3rd place. Might be P2. 4 laps to go. This is when I said that Martin would crash. Let's see if I am a curse or not.
I kind of hope you are for this one.
Well, okay, it'll shake up the championship, won't it?
It will.
But for Martin to crash in both races would be quite surprising, both the Tissot Sprint and the Grand Prix. But
He's got form of it.
He crashed here last year, exactly my point. Yeah, he crashed here last year.
He always crashes near the end.
Yeah, threw away the championship last year. This was the race where he did it.
Speaking of, that's Quartararo getting a little bit too much on the curbs. Having a little bit of wobbles.
Started 6th, now 7th. He's got his old teammate just ahead of him of Maverick Vinales in P6. Vinales doing well, actually, in the Aprilia.
He is.
I
mean, it's just staying away from everyone.
Yeah, of course, his teammate was wiped out everybody else early on in the race. In an accident that should have been really a red flag.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going to cause a red flag, though, in modern day MotoGP. Have we had one this year?
No.
No, we haven't, have we?
I'm sorry, but if a 4-bike pilot can't cause a red, then what's gonna?
Severe rain, probably. And it's Japan next. Remember last year?
Oh, great.
Do you remember last year? The red flag came out, we were all like...
I think I've blocked it
yeah.
out of my
And
head.
then they tried to restart the race, and then we had to red flag it on the formation lap again.
Now I remember.
Yeah, very weird race last year in Japan. It was a half-point situation kind of there. The Tissot Sprint had more racing laps.
Huh.
And then we had the Australian Grand Prix, which the race happened on the Saturday because on Sunday a typhoon came and we couldn't run the Tissot Sprint on the Sunday.
So let that happen.
Well, I was wrong. 3 to go, and Martin is still riding.
Maybe he'll stay up.
He's pulled 2.4 seconds now to Pedro Acosta. So he saved his tyres, now he's becoming consistent again. Yeah, look at that, lap 13
Maybe
onwards.
he won't crash.
Lap 13 onwards.
Oh, you've got to be joking me.
Yeah, 130.8, 130.7.
He's
30,
losing
30,
time
30, 31,
consistently.
30, 30. Yeah, he's flicking between the 130s and 131s between the two, actually.
Maybe he'll just won't crash.
It's Martin. The habit is not in him. I've said it time and time again that if this championship is not going to be won by who scores the most points, it's going to be who scores the least amount of points. I think Josh saying Miller losing the front, yeah. Miller did lose the front, yeah. Miller lost the front, wiped out everybody else. Turning over from turn 2 into turn 3, Miller lost it, wiped out Alex Marquez, and then wiped out everybody else. Took out Marini, Aleix Espargaro and Alex Marquez. Digi then crashed. Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mark blew up.
what did she do?
Mia blew up. It's all going wrong today. Hello,
you know what?
hello.
Yeah, he crashed.
What was that? There's a winglet loose. There's a winglet at the exit of the last corner. Where's that come from?
Last corner, that could have come off of maybe Bastianini.
There's a proper great big winglet at the front. Oh, hello. Timing screens went wrong.
I have no notifications now.
That was weird.
And all of a sudden, loads of them have been deleted.
Yeah. So that's a handy little factor that's come into it. You can hear the wind picking up. How did Miller got a contract for 2025 in considering it being his former team of Pramac? Surprises me. I'll be surprised if he stays for 26 and he doesn't want to be winded. Stays for 27, yeah. At the moment, he looks like he could be doing a year in MotoGP as a swan song, then head off and go in towards World Superbike. I thought for a second,
lost time.
yeah, and I thought for a second that Martin had a problem because he looks like he's going really slow. Look at the gap changing now, Megan, because Acosta's starting to close up on Martin.
Well, he was before, yeah. I think he had a moment.
Yeah. Little sector.
But he is starting to close that back up, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, just gained 5 tenths.
Slowly. Coming up then for numero uno.
Josh,
Yeah. Oh, hello.
that
What's
was
that?
19 in
Yeah.
the sector 3.
Martin's really slow. Gap now less than 2 seconds. He might be cruising at home with 1 lap to go here in Indonesia. This is the last lap. Could he just be cruising home, making sure he doesn't throw it away?
Maybe, though him cruising might be the thing that makes him go down.
We shall see. Acosta's right behind him. We don't want that accident.
Maybe if he doesn't ride the curbs.
Yeah. Zarco's in 9th, by the way. Nakagami in 11th. Gigi Zalino watching on. Can't press the red button today, my friend. Binder gets ahead of Zarco for 8th place, but with track limits warning. Well, Megan, what have you made of the Indonesia Grand Prix as it comes up to
Very
the last
crashy.
lap? Yeah. One of the best of the year, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most riders we've actually had out.
This season, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Qatar, we had a couple, didn't we?
Yeah.
The majority of it all. Well, you can't stop this man. He may have crashed in the Tissot sprint, but he's made up on Grand Prix Sunday. 21 points will be the gap. That's all he needs to keep that momentum going into the Japanese Grand Prix in a week's time, into the last few corners. This is where he went down yesterday, the tricky turn 16. Look at that, he's leaning. He's just giving it as much respect as he possibly can. Doesn't want to buckle the front. Looks behind to see where Pedro Acosta is. It's not going to be his day. The Martinator. Redemption Day. The sprint didn't go his way. The Grand Prix does. Indonesia belongs to Martin in 2024. Pedro Acosta finishes 2nd. Bagnaia 3rd. Morbidelli 4th. Bezzecchi 5th. Vinales 6th. Quartararo 7th. Binder 8th. Zarco 9th. Raul Fernandez 10th, Nakagami 11th, and Rins in 12th. And you can see, Megan, how much it means to Martin after crashing yesterday. He's got it back today.
He's very pleased with himself here. I mean, I don't think he can believe it.
That, I think, is a world champion's ride. That was very well done. And I've just been told it was his winglet that flew off the track. Look,
Oh.
he's got no aero screen.
Oh.
It was Martin's. Oh! No! Pedro Acosta is under investigation for tyre pressure.
I mean, that front tyre does look a bit down.
That means that he's going to get and he's under investigation. That means that Acosta's going to possibly get a penalty, which could put Bagnaia to 2nd, which will reduce the championship gap again.
It would. It does
15
make it go
to 20,
down and down.
gap 21, 16-point gap in the championship could be the way.
I mean, that's good.
Brings the fight on for Japan.
Also, it puts Morbidelli in 3rd.
It's 21 as it stands. 15 points for 3rd, 20 for 2nd. So if Bagnaia takes 2nd, the gap will be 16 points. Am I right, Teach?
I think.
We're right. And so first ever wins. So Martin's first Grand Prix win since the French Grand Prix back in May.
He hasn't won since then?
A long time ago for a Grand Prix. He's won
Wait,
sprints.
Does this mean that next time out in F1, Max will win? If people are suddenly winning when they haven't won in ages.
Oh, don't say that, because we're at Kota. I want a great race. Martin, domination. Well done.
He's not even sitting on the seat.
No, he's not. We'll stay with the podium ceremony. We'll let you go, though, Megan. What have you made of this one and going into Japan in a week?
Very crashy and exciting.
Japan?
Tiring, I expect.
Thanks, Megs. I won't see you in a week. Tyre pressure for Nakagami, Acosta and Binder is under investigation. That's 3 separating them. Thanks, Megs. I won't see you in Japan. You'll be in the box alone in Japan. And I'll be in a hotel room in Kent. And yeah, I'll still be on the commentary, but I'll be remote. Martin wins! Not a bad session so far then from Indonesia. Right, we're going to have a little break from the races and actually catch up for some midday report. Let's head over to Jack Appleyard in the paddock as we get ready for the midday live.
Rain, fortunately for now, has stopped. Although, as you can see behind us, it feels like it could return at any moment, which has thrown a bit of a spanner in the works, Jack Appleyard, for the teams who are planning to do some long runs this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. In particular, Marco Bezzecchi, who we had the opportunity to speak to about an hour ago. The vast majority of teams and riders managed to put a time attack together this morning, and then the idea was around 3 o'clock, around now, which is often race time when it comes to the sprint. On a Saturday, they were going to do a sprint simulation. That was Marco Bezzecchi's plan anyway, but at the moment, only the world champion Pecco Bagnaia and Somkhiat Chantra on track. And I think that tells part of the story from what we've seen over the opening 2.5 days of pre-season as well. The fact that the world champion, when conditions aren't ideal, feels he has to go out. Yesterday, he described a decision between opting with the 2024 engine or the 2025 one as 50-50. In fact, he's now out on track, the only rider out on track for the opening 5 minutes or so before Somkhiat Chantra joined him. I think tells the story that that decision is still hanging in the balance.
Yeah, we spoke to Frankie Carcetti a moment ago, Fermin Aldeguer's crew chief, and he was speaking about how Fermin Aldeguer's plan for this afternoon was to do a sprint simulation. They're now hoping that the rain stays away, so that can happen. A lot of teams were planning to do that this afternoon. If we're looking at the highlight or the headline of the day so far, Alex Marquez is currently quickest from the former world champion Pecco Bagnaia, but I think the headline from what we've seen so far this morning is that Yamaha have underlined their progress.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been looking at the lap times and trying to work out who's made the biggest step forward. Coming into this Sepang test, we had a sort of ranking of the best ever lap, whether it be some of them in qualifying when we were last here in November, some of them coming in the test when we were last here 12 months ago. Yamaha were at the bottom of that pile with a 57.5. The lap time by Fabio Quartararo today has meant that they've jumped up to second, just behind Ducati, a 56.8. They've managed to find 56.7, sorry. They've managed to find a whopping 0.8 of a second. To put that into a little bit of perspective, Honda have improved by a 10.5, KTM have improved by a 10.5, Ducati around a 10.5 slower, Aprilia 0.2 slower than their previous best. So that is a massive step forward that Yamaha have taken. We've been thinking that was the case over the shakedown and then the opening 2 days. We officially have it in a lap time form now that Yamaha have closed the gap to Aprilia and KTM and are going to be there fighting for podiums on a regular basis this year.
Yeah, the theme of this Midday Live is going to be positivity amongst the Japanese manufacturers. If you come with us this way, we can introduce our guest for this afternoon, newly installed technical director at Honda HRC Castrol. It is Romano Albesiano. Romano, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to our Midday Live. First of all, give us a summary of how Honda's test has gone so far.
Well, it's been very important testing. We had many different versions of components. It's been a huge work for the mechanics and for the riders, but at the end we found a good base for starting the season.
It feels as if the general feedback from the riders, certainly speaking to the media, has been positive. Joan Mir described the day they had yesterday as the best test days had so far with Honda. Can you feel a general sense of optimism and a buoyancy around the camp?
Yes, definitely. I didn't know what to expect from this test, but my feeling now is that the general performance of the motorcycle and the riders is good. We can, as I said before, we have a base to start and to bring small development step by step to which is the right way to proceed, and we are there. We are there to get to the top in some time, probably, but it's possible.
Of course, you've moved into this role. This is the first official test outside of the one day we had in Barcelona. We know that nothing happens overnight in MotoGP, but in the 2 months over the winter, what are the things that you've been able to have an impact in the very early stages of your tenure here?
We are just try to focus on the right, let's say, targets and organize the job for the future. This is mainly what I have done mostly in this period.
Of course, coming with you, Aleix Espargaro as well into his role as a test rider. Looking ahead over the next 12 months, 18 months, how important do you think that will be that Aleix knows you and you know Aleix so well after your time together at Aprilia?
It's a great opportunity for me, and I think also for Honda, to have two persons that communicate efficiently for so long, so it's easy for me to understand what he says, and it's easy for me also to ask him some special test or whatever. So it's for me it's a very casual, but let's say very good combination for developing. And he's so strong in pushing his unbelievable let's say ability to push, to put energy in everything he does. So it's very nice to work with him, and I think he can be a great help on the project.
He's a motivator.
That's the right.
Always has been.
There's so much talk these days about the culture within a factory. Of course, the European manufacturers, as you've known very well from your time at Aprilia, have taken a step ahead in recent years. What is the culture you've found within Honda? Do you feel a culture is changing there? Do you feel it's moving in the right direction, or do you feel everything is in place here once the right pieces are put in the right place to move this factory forward?
For sure, the approach to, let's say, racing and development is different between European companies and Japanese companies. I'm not saying one is right and one is wrong. I think if we can get the best from both, we can create a fantastic mixture for the future.
Of course, 2 days of testing still to go after this one. The Buriram test coming up. I guess the engine is one of the key areas that you're looking to try and find a direction. Positive signs with that. Are we expecting further steps, of course, through the year? Of course, with Honda not subject to the engine freeze, is there plenty of hard work going on to plan a direction, not just for the Buriram test, but as we go through the season?
Yes, engine is one area where we have done the guys at Honda have done a great work to find a better connection, which it was a good step for the riders. Now we must look for more pure performance, which is something we slightly miss to be super competitive.
Looking to the future, Romano, I see a crate over there with next stop Portimao on it. Is that the next opportunity for Aleix to get out on track? What's his testing schedule going to look like over the next few months?
But actually the test in Portimao will be changed with another test in Sepang. So this is a special track for investigating some behaviors of the motorcycle. So we grabbed the opportunity to remain here and investigate a special, let's say, critical point of all the motorcycle in this track. So I think we can get an advantage from this decision.
And will that be just with Aleix or Taka as well?
Still to be decided.
Do you know when that will be?
24, 25 January.
And in terms of looking to wild cards this year as well, is there a plan for the first part of the season?
There is a plan, but it is still under evolution.
There's a plan, but you can't tell us the plan. I know how these things.
No, it's really, we are really still working on it.
Is that in terms of the circuits?
Yeah, which circuit, which rider, and this point.
Very good. Lewis?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. Certainly the signs at the moment seem to be positive that you're trending in the right direction, and we wish you well with the rest of this test and next weekend in Buriram as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Romano Albesiano joining us here on MotoGP.com. Of course, we'll continue on MotoGP social media channels as well as we just hop off the curb here back into the paddock. There definitely seems to be an air of optimism at Honda. They are very clear that they have a long way to go, but certainly having put the 2025 engine, or at least the first iteration of it, there certainly seems to have been a step forward in that respect.
Yeah, both Joan Mir and Johan Zarco yesterday were very complimentary of the new engine, saying that it is definitely the right direction to take. Johan Zarco was very interesting, actually, saying that although the sort of ideology behind the engine hasn't changed, it is certainly a different concept that Honda have brought, and as a result that might take them some time today, Buriram, the opening few rounds of the year, because he said instantly it wasn't a plug-in and play version of what they've been used to previously. When they brought the new engine in and they tried to input what they've been used to maximise it, that just didn't work. They have to go in a very different direction to be able to fully utilise what this 2025 engine is bringing. And we've seen as well I think a lot of that comes down to the different aero parts that we've seen across the board, whether it be a slightly revised rear seat unit, which we imagine has got a mass damper in it in order to try and eradicate the rear chatter issues, although Joan Mir said that they are still there. However, those issues have improved. And then the front fairing, whether it be the side pods, the size of the front fairing, there is so much work. There are, at minimum, I counted 3 different aero options that they're still working their way through even today. So that is going to require a lot of work, but the big thing is it does seem as though engine-wise the trending in the right direction. And, well, just look at Johan Zarco today. He's gone a 10th and a half quicker than Honda have ever done before, and Joan Mir is able to get under that lap time as well. So that's a positive thing. We speak about Yamaha and their progress. At the moment, Fabio is the shining light, but the good thing for Honda is it's not just one rider. It's not just one guy going out there and doing superlative things. Both Joan Mir and Johan Zarco have been able to maximise what they've brought.
Speaking of engines, it brings us to Ducati, because they're, of course, doing a lot of work with their 2025 engines, try and figure that out, try and get that to the point where Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez are happy with it. Pecco Bagnaia has been speaking through this test that with the new engine, he doesn't quite have the confidence under braking yet that he had on the GP24, which is one of Pecco Bagnaia's great strengths on corner entry. We were keeping a close eye, weren't we, on his time attack this morning, which at the time did put Pecco Bagnaia right at the very top of the timesheets. But some interesting clues from the sector times as to where Pecco was fast and where he wasn't.
Yeah, and the big clue was that Pecco was losing all of his time on that time attack, which wasn't a bad lap, by the way. A 56.5 was pretty good, but he was in the middle part of the lap, sectors 2 and 3, which are fast and flowing, the ability to really utilise the turning of the bike. He was about a 10th and a half under his, what still stands, all-time lap record, the outright fastest ever lap around here that he did in qualifying last year. But he was losing a whopping 0.3 of a second in the first sector, which is basically heavy braking into the opening corner, and the final sector, which again is just heavy braking into the final corner. So it's obvious he was out on the 25 bike because he had all of the new 25 aero on there. But as he said, he wasn't lying to us. Clearly, they have to improve the braking performance and the braking stability of the 2025 engine if they want to get it to the level of the 2024. But I think positive signs that he was only a 10th and a half, 2/10 away from his best ever lap around here. We're not saying that Ducati are in crisis and suddenly they're going to drop to struggling to score any points. They're going to be right there come Thailand. But those guys are looking to find those finer details, and it was evident that that's where that 25 engine is just lacking at the moment. But we've seen in previous years, Ducati often don't fully maximise and have the complete bike until 3, 4, 5 rounds into the year. Happened in 2023, happened last year as well. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens in 25.
Yeah, and where that may be interesting in the early races of the season, as we touched upon yesterday, the GP24s are super fast. Frankie Morbidelli and Alex Marquez again right up at the top in both time attack trim, and Frankie Morbidelli did a race simulation an hour or two ago, and certainly the first 10 or 12 laps of it were very similar on pace to what Pecco Bagnaia was doing when he won the Malaysian Grand Prix late last year. So certainly in race trim, certainly the first half of that run, we didn't quite get an idea in the second half of Frankie Morbidelli's run because there were a few mistakes made over the course of that. Not a lot to choose in terms of race rhythm between the GP24 in current spec with Frankie Morbidelli and the one that won the race last year.
It's going to be a huge opportunity, in particular for Frankie Morbidelli and Alex Marquez in the opening 4 rounds of the year. The old adage, the cliche, is that the season doesn't start until we get to Europe. So rounds 1, 2, 3 and 4, Thailand, Argentina, Austin, Qatar. For Morbidelli and Alex Marquez, they have to hit the ground running and they have to take advantage of the opportunity that will present itself there in the opening 4 rounds of the year. If neither of them are on the podium or challenging for the podium in all 4 of those rounds, I think they're going to see it as a failure.
2 factories we yet to touch upon, so let's quickly do that. First of all, Aprilia, of course, the story of their test dominated by what happened to Jorge Martin and Ralph Fernandez on day 1, but we're seeing signs of progress from Marco Bezzecchi over the course of this test. You spoke to him around about an hour or so ago. What was the mood with the 72?
That was his first time attack today, and we know that to get the most out of a Ducati in qualifying trim, you have to ride the bike so differently to you would when in the sprint or in the Grand Prix there is an art to getting the most out of a Ducati in qualifying trim, and that didn't translate across to how you ride in Aprilia in qualifying trim. Quite interestingly, Marco Bezzecchi described just how aggressive and physical it is to be able to muscle a GP25 or an Aprilia full stop during qualifying.
Seems like there's been a bit of a glitch from trackside there with the midday reports.
2025 or an Aprilia full stop during qualifying or during a time attack to get the most out of it. It was his fastest ever Sepang lap, so that's worth pointing out, by half a second as well, but he's still around a quarter of a second adrift of what Aprilia were able to do when we were last here 12 months ago. He says the engine is decided. Both him and Massimo Rivoli, who we got the chance to speak to, they found a direction, they're happy with what they've brought. The work is going to be mainly on the electronic side and to just iron out some finer details when it comes to aerodynamics as well. In particular today we saw some addition to the rear unit, some extra Stegosaurus wings, whatever we ended up referring to them in the end, but you know exactly what I mean. So they're still playing about with aero, Aprilia, but the positive signs are there. We know that Jorge Martin is the master at piecing one lap together. He is the best rider in the world, well, full stop, but absolutely the best rider in the world without argument over one lap. I'd have loved to have seen what he was able to do today in qualifying trim, but I guess we'll have to wait a week or so.
Yeah, Jorge Martin is now back in Europe. We're expecting him to undergo surgery imminently, and then we'll have news maybe over the weekend of what his upcoming status will be and the prognosis for the first Grand Prix of the season. And finishing with KTM, of course, we already spoke yesterday about Enea Bastianini. He kind of confirmed what we suspected midday yesterday, that he was struggling badly yesterday morning. Whilst he might have taken some small baby steps, he is still playing catch-up big time as we come towards the end of this first pre-season test. And as far as the factory team are concerned, it was also noticeable when Pedro Acosta went for a push lap earlier on this morning where he was losing time. He was losing big through the faster and longer corners.
Yes, yeah. The KTM is an animal, isn't it? Just look at it, the amount of aero on it. It has always been regarded as the bike that in a straight line is the fastest out there. It holds the top speed record, but as a result, it can be a challenge to pick it up and go from one side to another because there's that much downforce on that KTM, and that was evident throughout the middle sectors here when you do have to have that agility. We saw the Yamahas in particular, that's where they gained all of their time. I think we've seen today as well, Maverick Vinales and Enea Bastianini doing their first real all-out time attacks, and it's proved that the KTM is probably the most unique bike out there. The pair of them haven't really been able to piece together any kind of electric lap time. The pair of them are way outside of the top 10 at the moment. The pair of them are the riders that are struggling most out of those that have swapped manufacturers. But you look at the other guys that have swapped bikes, a couple of them have gone onto a Yamaha. Pair of them immediately were speaking about just how nice of a bike it is to ride, given the front end feeling that you get. The Aprilia is exactly the same as well. So those are rider-friendly motorcycles, whereas Enea Bastianini and Maverick Vinales, yesterday in particular, Enea saying that I just cannot ride this like a Ducati. It doesn't work. You have to have such a unique way of riding it. And as a result, I think it's going to take extra time, more time than they would have hoped for the pair of them to get to the level of Brad Binder and Pedro Acosta.
And certainly with the promise that's been shown by Yamaha, the improvement by Honda, even if it is a less obvious improvement than Yamaha, and of course the pace of the GP24s. I feel like in the early stage of the season we're going to see a lot of tears in qualifying one over the course of the year. Some big names are going to find themselves in trouble earlier on in the season, with some surprise names improving over the winter. We'll be back in a couple of hours time for After the Flag, 5:30 local time. That's 30 minutes before the checkered flag comes out. Of course, with rain in the air, we don't quite know what kind of drama we're going to see over the next 2 hours. Keep your eye on MotoGP.com for the live blog. Keep your eye on the live timing, and we'll have the full story. 5:30 local time for After the Flag. We'll see you then.
Thanks, boys. Well done. What a show and what a achievement as well to bring it up and we can hear everything that's going on. Okay, let's throw it then immediately, because we've got a tight timetable to keep in, to the Japanese Grand Prix. Now, just a reminder, over this weekend I was in Brands Hatch. I was at Brands Hatch in Kent. So for the sprint race, I was actually travelling down to Brands Hatch at the time on the train. So I was sort of joining in the commentary via my earbuds with Megan leading it. And on the Sunday morning, for anybody who didn't know, I had a tooth problem. I had an infection which resulted in me in hospital at the end of that very day after Brands Hatch. So the race commentary, I'm not well, as a heads up, back in Japan in last year in October. But here's round 16 of the season.
Right, and welcome to the MotoGP Tissot Sprint for here in Japan. And I understand everything is just that slight bit complicated right now. At least it is for me. So currently, I'm not sure, and I never am sure of this, whether... Hold on, just bring you to the screen for me, which I realise I am not completely sure which one is me. I think it is, 3. Here it is. It is number 3. So sorry for that black screen for like a few seconds. Though my brain totally glitched on which one was me. So I believe that it is the same person on pole for this. So it is Acosta on pole, as far as I am aware. Yes, it is. I will take you through the running order first. Obviously, it's me in the box. Possibility of being joined by Joshua if he has a good enough signal, which reminds me I need to enter the commentary box for MotoGP on this, or at least wait until he does. Right, so... on the first row of the grid is Acosta, Bagnaia and Vinales. On the second row is Bastianini, Binder and Morbidelli. Third row is D'Antonio, Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez. Fourth row is Alex Marquez, Martin and Quartararo. Fifth row is Ralph Fernandez, Miller and... telling me it's 7. And it's Aleix Espargaro. Then it is 6th row of the grid being Zarco Mir and Augusto Fernandez. 7th is Rins, Marini, Nakagami. And then the final row of the grid is Salvadori and Gardner. Right. So, I'm just going to turn track noise back on now that I have finished with the introduction bit. They are currently on the warm-up lap, and Joshua, if you want to, whenever you get signal, join the MotoGP box, you can, because I know you'll be watching this since he's currently, is he on a train or a tube? I'm pretty sure he's on a train. No signal coming up here. It's like, oh, that's a shame. Hello, Megan. Hello. Your prediction for the Tissot Sprint winner. My heart really wants to give it to Acosta, given the fact that it is his first pole for anything, and it's just like, it'll be really nice. But my mind just goes to Bagnaia. So I'm going to go with Bagnaia for that one. And Joshua Birch seemed to join the thing, so honestly I better join the thing as well. So turn on the Ox for whenever he would like to speak. So still on the warm-up lap. After I watched the replay, Mark did actually marginally cross the green, so yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh, that is such a shame for Mark, given how he has really pushed himself this weekend. Just quickly, Pecco will most likely win and Emma will be bogged down, so probably be third, most he could achieve, probably. And mixed conditions, which is Pecco's weakness, true. And why am I standing up when the camera is down here? See what I mean? Brain. Right, so about to begin the Tissot sprint for here in Japan for MotoGP. Lights about to come on. 5 lights. And run away. Brilliant start from Bagnaia there. Acosta falls down into third position. Both of the R46 get an amazing start with, I think that is Bezzecchi getting into 6th. So D'Antonio has been pushed to the outside. Marc Marquez seems to be trying to go round the outside of the people in front of him, though it is a sea of red cars at the moment at the front and slightly purple cars, so obviously the Prima Pramex are making their way up through things, through the grid. Morbidelli just behind Martin. Currently it stands as Bagnaia, Bastianini, Acosta. Acosta's about to go round the inside, it seems, of Bastianini, however, going round this corner. Can he hold his position, though? Yes, he can. Hello, Joshua.
Well, what a start as well. And Martin still couldn't keep up, but Bagnaia getting ahead of Costa, that was quite an interesting one.
It was quite interesting. Though it's mind-boggling. Also, it's a sea of red at the front.
Well, that was to be expected, but watch out for Binder and Martin, remember, as Binder goes a bit too wide down to the hairpin, down towards turn 14. This is where we're going to see a Costa shine, though, because Bagnaia has not got the straight line speed compared to that KTM.
True. Though Binder has been quite dominant all weekend, and I just seen someone fall down the order, and that was Mia falling down the order. So has he crashed out? Yep, yellow in sector 4.
Well, that's a bit ridiculous for Honda. They're home Grand Prix, and they lose one of their main races as well.
Yeah, it is quite ridiculous, but where did Batsky crash? Just...
Oh, well, he's going to might have another one, so careful.
I think he's about to crash again, though. I think he's going to crash while he's neutral.
Yeah, well, that puts out the green flag, though. So Bagnaia leads 15 from tier 11 to 8th.
Oh, a little bit out there, but still can hear you kind of. Here's a replay of when the crash actually happened. So he just seems to have gone wide and gone straight into the gravel. Vermeer has rejoined the race. 11 laps to go. Ah, there we go.
He's outbraked. Well, I mean, catching at the moment. Yeah, he's outbraked himself.
Yeah, it seems like he was also trying to avoid one of... I can't tell who it was. It might have been Marini.
Oh. Look at Marquez, he's on the back of the team.
Yeah, Mark is coming up very, very fast. I mean, I think Mark is running on anger right now. Going round the inside of Martin. Can he make it round? He just manages to keep that position going into 5th place.
Yeah, but Martin's going to have to try and go break him in, and there goes Morbidelli on these other teams.
But the thing is, defending that, Martin just got a track limits warning.
Yeah, so he's pretty much out of it then for the foreseeable, if that's the case.
Basically.
So, one more. He's only lap 2, something like 3. He's keeping on the back of that championship, but it seems like this is the championship nobody wants to win. Look at that. Acosta, 43.9 Bagnaia, 43.8 Costa. They're just trading places. But Costa's done with being the rookie. He wants to sprint win.
Exactly.
Also rain. I've seen that on a couple of bikes now. So a few drops of waters coming through.
Well, we had threats of rain happening in qualifying, and they did bring out the rain flags, but it never ended up actually going right. Costa goes round for the inside round corner, which I don't know the number of, though I want to say that's
turn 8.
Yeah, turn 8.
And nice dive bomb on the inside. Bagnaia's looking like that one's down there. Bagnaia did a double switch here a couple of years ago.
Bagnaya's trying to get the cut back on him, though he just can't seem to find a position to actually do that in, and I would not suggest it coming into the final sector, given the fact that we saw a big puddle of water there not an hour or two ago.
Oh, hang on.
Binder! Brad Binder!
Put his arm off. Has the bike gone again?
We might see this live on the thing right now. If we are lucky, yeah, Binder's dropping it down the order now. It's just a shame since he's been seeming to be so strong so far, though at least he's gone down during the sprint rather than in the race.
Yeah, and he's just sort of divided too as well. If she knows not attack that, look, he's still there then. He's shooting running in third place as well. He's keeping it quite nicely as well. He is always consistent, isn't he? He's always somewhere around as they come down.
True. Just seem to be consistent, but what's... Oh. Who's that calling for?
JT's just on to watch, but I've lost TV pictures on it, so I'm very used to it. So I'll leave it to you now.
Okay. Someone has... It was either Miller or Mia, though Mia's just crashed out, so I'm not sure whether it's going to be him, unless he's still running. I believe Mia is still running. Wait, is it? No, that looked to be... That was either Mia or Binder. I can't tell. Their liveries are way too similar. Though, someone just called for them to go back in, so I am assuming that that might have been Binder just being able to somehow hang on. But I am not sure. 9 laps to go of this sprint race now, and Acosta is leading to Bagnaia, being 4 tenths behind. At least I think he's 4 tenths behind. No, he's 2 tenths behind, and at 3 tenths behind Bagnaia is Bastianini. I'm going to turn the radiator on. And can you hear my voice? It's like ill. This doesn't happen until the actual race. It must be something to do with this garage. Right.
Sorry, no, just say that again.
I've got kind of like a blocked nose for some reason.
Oh, I can tell. Also, that bus winter isn't selected at the moment, so we need to sort that out later on.
Selected?
As I get TV pictures. Yeah, on Discord, so I'll open up TV and I'll go. Sorted after this one where he goes. But I've got TV pictures right now, so I'm really good to use a voice.
Yellow sector 1, and that is Nakagami, has crashed out at his home circuit. And how did he do that? He collided, it seems, with, was that his teammate? Or was that another person? Was that Gardner? It was someone in white that Nakagami collided with. So now there is a yellow out in Sector 1. That is not good for Nakagami on his home races.
I'd love to say I'll be helpful, but I didn't see that accident. I'm back now. But
Good.
yeah, it's a yellow Sector 1. But look at this from Acosta. This is a coming of age here, isn't it? He likes this one. We've got into a championship here. Instantly, Robin Nakagami and Zarka with the rotation. So you're right, Megan. Oh my God. The 2 teammates in Japan.
That is
yeah. And his last Grand Prix play for Nakagami.
It is just such a shame.
Well,
I mean,
Rule 1, don't hit me 2 now.
Yeah, Rule 2, read Rule 1. So,
by the way, if anybody's wondering, I'll be back in Vision tomorrow for registering registration, which is right now.
yeah.
The wonders of technology, eh?
The wonders. Though, at least you can have some form of, like, being present.
Well, I can still see the race, I can still do the commentary, but as is in with you leading and you the producer role, so that's Zarka's taking a long penalty.
For irresponsible riding. Honestly? Yeah, deserves it. I mean,
that must have been done by the stewards themselves, because the team are hardly going to pull up their own person.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
very
the stewards must have seen that immediately and thought, you know what, we can't let that slide. I mean, they're going to let it slide, so we can't. Mr. Nakagami has rejoined the race, thankfully.
Yes, points down tonight to this Alex Marquez gets points paying bills to Martin over 2020, so as nice delicious Fargo. It's quite weird only going on TV pictures. It's unnerving, but it's surprisingly how good they are actually. TV picture wise, I can see everything like I'm watching the broadcast. It's quite weird. I mean, I watch the broadcast, but I'm watching back about these other time. That's Index so far down. What's it down now? 62 previous angle, just all sorts of Victory corner is the last corner here as well. And after, she's got to hold on for 6 more laps. Found that soft rear tire hold for Serbia well.
Just trying to perfect your things so that you don't crack with a thing.
I do apologise. I've got voice isolation on my side as well, so hopefully that helps.
Yeah, so it must be weird for you to not. Do you keep looking to the side or something for a timing screen?
I'm on earbuds. I'm not even on the. I'm not because all the equipment's in the back that's above me, so I'm on earbuds. So I'm looking at. Look to the side. It's just window. The sun has risen, and noticed. Great stop.
True.
This is Martin's great getaway.
Martin does get quite a good getaway immediately facing up to Marc Marquez, though Bsky was very quick to try and get ahead of all of them. Though immediately catching up to his teammate too, there he is, and trying to pass him, and succeeds very quickly, it seems, down into that turn 1.
The old anything you can do, I can do better technique.
Yeah. I don't know what his problem was during the end of practice and just like the entirety of qualifying, because he was just, I don't know where his pace was. .17-point gap now in the championship as it stands right now, with Martin and Bagnaia 371 to 17 below that. I'm not going to calculate that in my mind right now. Pecco bottle coming from yeah, I mean, he usually does. One of them usually does it, and I know today we have at least had Martin bottle it in the morning in the session earlier on, but could Bagnaia just like decide, you know what, I'm gonna bottle it now? And is that to retire? Yeah, that is Nakagami deciding to retire from the Tissot sprint with 5 laps to go after being hit by his teammate of all people at his home circuit. I won't say home race because right now it is the Tissot sprint race, and I want to save saying home race until the race tomorrow. If that makes sense to anyone's mind but my own. Remy is still going strong. He's only running a sector behind Gardner right now. So I'll take you through the top 10 as it is. Acosta is currently running in first. Hello. With Bagnaia in second. Third is Bastianini. Fourth is Marc Marquez. Fifth is Martin, with Morbidelli running quite closely behind in the sixth. Seventh is D'Antonio. Miller is in eighth, which honestly is a bit surprising given his form today. Alex Marquez is in ninth, and Bsky is in 10th. Both of the R46s making it into that top 10. Okay, Acosta is maintaining his pace, it seems, with and has increased the gap from 2 tenths to 6 tenths between him and Bagnaia. So it is quite possible, if I do not accidentally jinx it, touch wood, that Acosta may face his first win right now in this Tissot sprint with only 4 laps to go. Yeah.
Would be ironic if I wasn't here, again.
It usually happens that way, doesn't it?
It does, usually does. I mean, tomorrow's going to be really weird. I'll probably pick the Moto3 champion in a hotel room.
Just like, it's probably going to be very, like, daunting. Just like,
Yeah. The only good thing is that I can still commentate without being, you know, like, shouty.
yeah. Oh!
Yeah, like,
Is that
you jinxed
Costa?
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Costa
yeah,
has
look
gone
at it.
down. So, not...
You jinxed that. That's your
Yeah.
fault.
I jinxed that. I did touch wood not to. So Acosta has gone down. Maybe tomorrow. Gone down between sectors 2 and 3, going round at one of the turns and just completely losed it. And for the first time ever, Acosta has let go of the bike.
That is your fault. That is 110% your fault. I have never seen a commentator's curse more than that in my entire life.
I touched wood for it not to happen. But that now means that Bagnaia leads and there's now a 15-point gap in the championship. And I am so sorry, Acosta.
I'm telling you, this is the World Championship nobody wants to win. This is the season that nobody wants to win. Yeah, his head in his hands. There's Acosta. That's your fault. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's what you have just done. The Murray Walker leading the race for the crashes. He said that to me. He did that about Prost. He did that about Mansell. Look at that. Hervé Ponchon. What's he looking at it? It's just like a week ago. Yeah, but look, it's just like a week ago in Indonesia now, where it's 1-2.
There's another.
Someone else.
Who's that? Alicia Spargo has crashed out also. And Ralph Fernandez. I just had that couple of pairs. Yeah, Alicia's crashed as well. Have they crashed in the same bit? Have they crashed into each other? Yeah, it seems like Alicia's kind of like having to be held a bit when walking. So he seems to have had the wind knocked out of him. He seems to be okay. Oh, by the way, Acosta's okay too. Just massively disappointed and probably cursing my name. 3 laps to go. And I would love to see a replay of, not Acosta's crash, but a Leish and who else has crashed? My mind's gone out of it. Ralph Fernandez, that was who else said. That's weird. Raul hasn't crashed, and yet he was reported to have crashed on multiple timing screens. So Raul is okay. Raul has not crashed out, but Alicia Spargo has. What am I doing to the riders? I'm so sorry. Oh my god. 3 laps. Now, I think it's about to be 2 laps to go. Yeah, 2 laps to go now of the Tissot sprint, and I can't promise anything about not cursing any riders.
Well, let's talk about Marquez then. He's running in 3rd position. He might just be 2nd here away from anyone else to beat it.
Yeah, Mark was doing really well in qualifying, but he's doing really well here, but I feel like there's a slight lack of pace.
Yeah.
From what we were seeing this morning.
Well, 2 GP24 bikes versus a GP23 bike, we know who's going to win.
3.
Yeah, probably.
From the way it's been looking with some of the circuits, it does look that way. But I can't believe Acosta crashed out. He was so close. So close. Oh well, there's always tomorrow. What is that? Marc Marquez going round the outside, well, at least attempting to go around the outside of Bastianini, goes round the inside, almost kind of makes a little bit of contact between the two, going round one of the corners. Marc manages to get through, but can he hold it going into the next corner? Bastianini is right on his tail, going right round the side, and oh, that looked to be kind of like a push for Marc to do to Bastianini there. Bastianini managed to get through to take back his 2nd place, however, so Marc did not get that very long. And it looks like Marc wants to go for another round of Bastianini right now. Last lap of the Tissot sprint right now. Going round in to turn 1, you can see Marc Marquez calculating every single move that Bastianini makes. And thinking, I'm going to take you at the same corner, and then this time I'm actually going to win. Well, at least get second place. He's not going to win. Bagnaia is looking to win. The only way that Marc will win if he somehow gets past Bastianini and somehow Pecco decides, you know what, I'm going to bin it. Which, honestly, it's Pecco. Highly likely. Oh, and speaking of binning it, there's Acosta.
Yeah, Pedro Acosta watching on. Well, what an interesting little sprint it's been. I think credit to Jorge Martin for getting better out of a bad qualifying.
Yeah. And the rain doesn't seem to be impacting it. Which is a refreshing thing. And Vinales seems to be going around the outside of... Who's that just went around the outside of? Oh wait, no, he's dropped. Bezzecchi's dropped places. Right, going into the final sector right now, Bagnaia has been looking to be quite strong in the last qualifying session. Obviously did not get too far up in the order, though with Acosta crashing out, that means that Bagnaia is the winner of this Tissot sprint. It's a shame for Bagnaia to have to get it through Acosta crashing out, but Bagnaia wins the Tissot sprint with his teammate Bastianini coming in second after defending from Marquez, who comes in third. They give each other a little congratulations at the straight before they go into the corner. Fourth was Martin, and fifth was Morbidelli. Sixth was D'Antonio. Seventh was Alex Marquez. Jack Miller was in 8th. 9th was Vinales. Bezzecchi is in 10th. 11th was Ralph Fernandez. 12th was Quartararo. Marini was in at 13th. Zarco was in at 14th after he had that long lap penalty. Augusto Fernandez was in 15th. 16th was Rins. 17th was Savadori. Gardner was in 18th. Mia manages to scrape home a 19th. And out of this race, unfortunately, was Aleix Espargaro, Acosta, Nakagami and Binder. I think that's all the people who are out of this Tissot sprint. Though, closing up the championship even more for Bagnaia. Shame what it cost Acosta to actually... what it cost Acosta to grant that closing of the gap. Maybe tomorrow for Acosta, maybe tomorrow. But unlikely. Because knowing me, I've just accidentally cursed him again for tomorrow. I am so sorry. So, Joshua, do you have any signal? I'm going to take that as a no. Yeah, as a no. Though you can see there with the replay between Marquez and Bastianini, they got ever so close throughout each of the corners, and their elbows actually did touch going into one of the straights. And Joshua, do you now have signal again?
Yeah, can you hear me? Let's have a look. So Marquez did go for the last lap, just around the outside. And that's Mark overestimating his abilities there. There was nothing Bastianini could do. That's Mark just being trying to have a go. I'm going to lose signal again, so I'm going to disappear. What a sprint race, and I don't know if the closest we've seen in a while to have all three across the line like that. It's going to be a tough one, Japanese Grand Prix now. But I'm off now because I've got to get to lunch first. So I'm going to take the rest of the podcast to you.
Have a nice journey.
So, thank you, I'll see you soon. And there's the team. Don't forget, he's got to again tomorrow. He'll start 11 to the Grand Prix tomorrow. I'm up for that in later. Just good.
Okay. Right, now that Joshua's left us with everything, why is Bagnaia being pushed? Has he run out of fuel or something? Bagnaia is currently either being guided or slightly pushed to the top 3. And there is, I think that's Bastianini getting congratulated on 2nd position. Yeah, it's Bastianini. And it's Mio went down again. Yeah, he's gone into the pit lane. Mio has gone into the pit lane. That's Marquez saying a hello to all his fans. And I did not notice that, so thank you for pointing that out. Just Repsol Honda scenes. Repsol Honda, I think, need an update on teammates, like working together. They need a trust exercise after that, because something tells me Nakagami's not going to be very happy with Zarco right now. So, yeah, just see you tomorrow. So the podium is going to be in, I think, a few minutes once all of the riders actually reach their destinations. I think, yeah, that's Bagnaia finally reached the rest of the top 3.
MotoGP kicks off for the Moto Grand Prix of Japan. It's time for the main Grand Prix after yesterday's fascinating sprint race. Pedro Costa on pole position from Pecco Bagnaia and Matt Vignales the front row. Antonio Bastianini, Brad Binder and Franco Morbidelli. Fabio Di Giannantonio ahead of Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez. Alex Marquez, Jorge Martin and Fabio Quartararo. Ralph Fernandez, Jack Miller, Aleix Espargaro, Johan Zarco, Juan Mir and Augusto Fernandez. And then 19 down from Alex Rins as well. Megan, yesterday we saw in the sprint race Jorge Martin make up from 11th to 4th. And Bagnaia taking the win after Costa went down. We're in a very interesting race in what is mixed conditions. I'm seeing some out there on wet, some out there on dries. I think you've got the full data to see what tyres are those everybody on.
Okay, so as far as I can see, everyone is on the same tyre but one person. Everyone else is on a hard front tyre and a medium rear tyre, whereas Nakagami at his home race is on a front hard tyre and a soft rear tyre, which could be a mistake.
Martin finishing 4th yesterday and Bagnaia winning means the gap is 15 points in the World Championship at the moment to the front, and it's really anybody's guess as to who could take that position. Who do you think is going to have the championship lead leaving here today?
Martin.
Not Pecco.
Not yet. Next race he'll get the championship lead back.
5 km/h wind speed, track temperature 26 degrees Celsius, air temperature at 21. There's rain in the air, and we see how quickly it can pop up, Megan. It popped up at the start of Moto 2 on the opening lap, which results in the red flag. But we've got flag-to-flag rules here where they can swap bikes. Do you reckon we might need a flag-to-flag at some point, and what could that do to the race?
Possibly. So right now the skies are looking clearer than it was before, and if we did have a flag-to-flag, it would definitely mean a very much more complicated race for the 2 championship leaders.
80,131 is the Grand Prix attendance here, all looking Pedro Costa's the 3rd youngest pole sitter in the Premier class after Quartararo and Marc Marquez. There's a lot of tension rising in the air, a lot of people wondering exactly what he's going to do today. I think he did such a great start yesterday, but he did drop it. Can he hold it for the race? Is he about to take his first ever race win?
Possibly. And this is also the first time, I think, that all 3 of the youngest pole sitters are on the grid at the same time.
Vignales, Marc Marquez, Pietro Acosta. Red flag at the front, the riders getting ready. Watch out for the whole shot devices, especially on the Ducatis. Haven't been working that well. 24 laps, the Japanese Grand Prix of MotoGP is under starters orders. We have 5 lights on. and pull the throttle back as we go racing in Motegi. It's a great start, but I told you to watch out for that whole shot device today. Bastianini's front end of the bike coming up. Bagnaia is going to try and lead into one. Hasn't worked out. It's status quo at the front. Bagnaia is going to try the inside line. Costa's going to get forced down into second position. Jack Miller is a bit under pressure, but Brad Binder's taking third position. Marc Marquez moving up a couple of places, and the two VR46s have dropped back down the field. Bagnaia leads as we come into turn 3.
Not a great time for Raul Fernandez, dropping back a lot of the field. Bagnaia obviously got an amazing start, immediately passing round the side of Acosta. Binder got a great start as well. Marc Marquez gaining at least, I would say about 5 places on that opening lap. Must have gone really round the outside.
The same can be said for Jorge Martin. Started 11th, already up into 6th place as well. Benefited, and Ea Bastianini down to 4th place after that whole shot device didn't really work. So the front lifted up on it as well as it comes through. There's no rain clouds in the distance as there's Binder getting a little bit of look of less of talent. Marc Marquez almost sends Ea Bastianini skywards down into turn 10 as we come through the checkered part of the circuit into the 130R. Martin up the inside of Marc Marquez and up the inside of Ea Bastianini. Can he make it the triple? No. Martin's electric. He's already up into 4th position.
I don't know how he managed to do that.
In one lap.
And how Bastianini's managed to fall 4 places.
Look at Marc Marquez under pressure with Jack Miller. Miller keeps it, and is that Nea down now into 7th? The time is we haven't updated yet.
Two people
so
gone
Miller
down. 2 people gone down. That is Mia and Alex Marquez. Crashed out. Riders both okay.
Mia, again, he crashed out in the Tissot Sprint. He's crashed out in the Grand Prix as well.
I think they've crashed out together.
Somebody give Juan Mia a hug. The world champion from 2020, Alex Marquez, has crashed out as well of this Grand Prix.
Same
as
part.
we continue on.
I think they must have crashed into each other.
All this damp line somewhere. We'll wait to see the replay. 23 to go. Bagnaia leads Acosta, Binder, Martin, Miller, and Martin. And there is Mia now. And there is, yeah, that's in the pit lanes. That's in the last 2 corners.
Yeah. They must have just collided with each other going around one of the corners. Got a bit too close. That's what must have happened. Can we see the replay now, or is that something we've got to wait a lot for?
Oh, well, that for usually.
Before we've waited whole races for a replay. Never got one.
Oh, well, you know, it's involving it's under investigation by the stewards there, Megan.
So they definitely caused each other's crashes.
I kind of expected that, didn't you?
Yeah.
To be under investigation, yeah.
I love how within the first lap of MotoGP we get a crash and here
Here's
it
the
is.
start. Here you go. Yeah, here you go. Oh, that's, I don't know whose fault that is. That's a big one there.
He went right in the wall.
Alex hit that barrier massively.
Usually it's the bike that hits the barrier.
I'm surprised that Alex was walking away from that one. So he comes up, touches the side of Mia. Mia goes straight on, and with Alex's bike. Alex comes off the bike, goes straight on towards the barrier.
Salvadori's entered the pits.
So it looks like Lorenzo Salvadori is out of the race, unfortunately. Bagnaia with the new fast lap of the race, though, as we watch. That's Binder versus Martin over 3rd position. Martin's a champ. Yeah, go on.
It'll be reviewed after the race, and my sinuses are going evil again. It's always in the spots. Just saw movement on the grid. It looks like Marc Marquez is about to try and make a move on Jack Miller. There he is. You can see that goes round the inside of Jack Miller, manages to get away with it, and also takes away any possibility of Miller getting a cutback on him by immediately getting... How many seconds did he get on him? Yeah, 4. Now 6. Well, 4, I mean tenths of second, not seconds.
Look at Bastianini, and that catches Miller out. Miller has to check up, but Bastianini came in all too hot into turn 10. Miller goes, thank you very much, I'll slip back on the inside.
Oh, that's good. I For a minute, I was going to question whether Miller was awake.
Yeah, he shouldn't let that one go through, should he? Although he's actually making a decent
Down! Acosta!
Oh. Not again.
Wait, did I curse him
Pietro,
again?
What are you doing, Pietro? It's at the last corner as well. He's dropped
Right,
it
okay.
into the gravel trap. Pietro Acosta is out of the Japanese Grand Prix for the second day running. So the two who crashed in the Tissot sprint have crashed again in the Grand Prix. Juan Mir and Pietro Acosta.
Obviously winded. What happened
Front's gonna
here
buckle.
then?
Front buckles.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the traction and couldn't get it back up again.
So, did I curse him again?
Yes. No points this weekend for Acosta. That's big. But now look at the championship, Megan, as Martin passes Binder. So from 11th of the grid, Martin's now second. And now the top two in the World Championship are battling it out 1-2 with 21 laps to go.
Oh, that's going to certainly be interesting. So,
Fun now, isn't it?
it is. Which one of them's going to drop it?
Bassini gets through on Miller. Over for 5th position. Slip back through on the inside line.
So that's 4.
Yeah, Bagnar's got this one under control though, Megs.
Yeah. So that's 4. 4 in 4 laps.
It's a slow race today, isn't it?
It is. But we've got 4 people out, so that's something. Right, so Bagnaia has a 1.4 gap between him and Martin right now. And it's... I wonder which one's going to go down first.
My money's on Martin. 1.5 the gap now. Bagnaia's increasing it.
When was the last time Bagnaia went out?
Acosta's got running again. Acosta's back in the race.
Ah, that's good. I mean, he's a lap behind, but that's good for him.
1:44.519 for Bagnaia, fast lap of the race so far. Yeah, there he is. I thought I saw him go through turn 1. I wasn't mistaken.
I wonder how long until he'll retire, though, because most of the time when people rejoin a race, they end up retiring. It's very rare that they actually are able to finish.
Yeah, I need a lap, so take the lap.
Okay. Right, so Marc Marquez looking to the inside of Brad Binder. Manages to get in front of him. There's still a possibility of Binder managing to get a cutback. Trying desperately, though I think Mark's just that little bit too much out of reach. Trying again to find some way to get past Marc Marquez. And Binder just cannot find any way. And he is looking desperately for a way where he can get past Marc and retake his 3rd position. But just can't find a way. And Bagnaia is not looking that quick. And that's despite him having the fastest lap. And Bezzecchi passes Aleix Spargaro for 8th position. Here is a replay of the race start from, I believe this is Marc Marquez's view. Almost comes into contact with one of the VR46s. Then immediately passes both of the Prima Pramacs on the way to the 1st corner. Oh, he did hit him! That wasn't a VR46, but he hit though. He hit one of the Prima Pramacs, and I am pretty sure the one he hit was Martin. And it wasn't like, actually, technically, it was Martin hitting him in the shoulder. Do you know the shoulder which he spent ages trying to heal?
Oh, great. That's not going to be a problem in the future, is it?
Yeah. His tyre hit him.
I literally just go and put my face in front of the heater fire in the hotel room. I think I've found the trick. It's heat. Heat stops it. But it's just this headphone. It's right on the nerve, so it's quite painful. I'm literally suffering pain to bring you content this weekend, so I hope everyone's enjoying it. Martin 3/10 behind Bagnaia, still closing in again. 1.7 the gap. I think Bagnaia's got this one, but we've said that before. They're just saving their tyres at this point, aren't they, Megan?
He usually drops it by this point. When was the last time he dropped it?
Oh, Indonesia?
Oh, so last time out.
Mm.
So it's Martin's turn.
No, Aragon. It was Aragon. Yeah, a couple of races ago.
Oh,
Aragon.
yeah, because it was Martin last time.
Yeah, Martin.
So it's
was on
Bagnaya's
last time.
turn.
It's just everyone's gone through. Bagnaya at 1.1, the gap. I'm actually really struggling now, so I apologise if I'm not being the best commentator in the world here, but Megan can take over.
Yes. So I am. My throat is kind of beginning to get a little bit sore, but I'm fine. 18 laps to go of this. I still have that look. 18 laps to go.
5 days of throbbing toothache pain, not being able to go to the dentist or hospital to get it sorted because I've got to come to Brands Hatch.
Your tooth does have a funny sense of humour.
Yeah, it does. It's really annoying. I'm on a short fuse, so...
The fact that also both of us had to wake up today at 2:30.
I've had 6 hours sleep across the last 5 days. I'm really not in a good mood. Bastianini right on the back of Binder. And Marquez as well. So the battle for 3, 4 and 5 still brewing.
Augusto Fernandez crashes out. Ryder is okay.
He was in 15th place, Megan.
I know. He was doing so well. So he crashes out. Sector 2. I want to say turn 10. Because that's just...
Yeah. Look at Bastianini. He's right on the back of Binder here for 4th position. So I think he might have a little bit of a look, a little bit of a sniff at some point.
It's already having a...
Acosta won't...
Yeah.
Acosta won't finish last.
Well, at least that's something. And it looks like Bastianini's already eyeing up those tyres. If you just look at the TV pictures, you can see him just trying to lean over his kind of like the front visor on front of the bike and just being like, okay, where's that tyre going next?
Yeah, see where that grip is and see who's just trying to understand these tyres and really getting onto grips because it's so tricky out there because it was wet earlier and now it's dried out and it brings all the oil and dirt onto the surface. It's like a rallycross place on there.
It is. And it's that... Ooh, that was a bit dangerous there from Binder. Put his leg out just as he was trying to go around a corner.
Losing out a bit more time in place, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Put the wrong leg out too.
That's Acosta slow, fine. I was worried there, but it's Pedro Acosta just taking, allowing himself to be lapped.
Yeah. Now gone up.
17 laps to go.
Oh, and here is a replay, and he just drops it. Oh.
Nearly headbutt the bike.
Yeah. It wasn't the actual crash that almost injured him. It was him standing up immediately after and then accidentally falling into his own bike that almost injured him.
Cut Bastianini. Think he ran over from Binder.
Yeah, looking to go round the outside, it seems. Can't get a move, though.
Too far out.
Yeah.
We're 1/3 into this race.
Woohoo! Did I just see a spot of rain?
No idea.
I also heard it in my ears. I saw and heard it at the same time.
Morbidelli passes Miller for 6th position. Bastianini's right at the back of Brad Binder over the line for 4th. Down to turn 1. Can't quite get the braking to dive up the inside though, unfortunately.
Having an on board now with Bagnaia in the corner and Martin at the same time. They're both taking
into 3.
Bit low. Really got a bird's eye view of the leading group too.
Thought Bastianini was going to go for it there. Miller was a bit unsteady down to turn 6.
Still too far out.
Yeah. To the 130R. Yeah, he's too far back, isn't he? He can't lunge for that position on the circuit.
he's just a little bit too far out each time he tries to go round.
Down we go again. Watch the inside line. He's going to go for it.
There.
And bashing in. Yeah, but he went too deep. Miller got the cut back. And look at the Gigatti shake.
It won't stop shaking. Whenever it goes
that
round a
bike is
corner.
unsteadied. There's no steadiness to that bike. We saw at the start.
Is the tyre pressure uneven?
Oh, if it is, it'll be under investigation post-race.
It would explain a lot of why it's shaking so much going around the corners.
Front and rear aren't balanced.
But don't look it.
Mm. Well, let's try and keep pushing. 15 laps to go. White flag. It's raining.
Yep, definitely raining.
White flag. So riders are now allowed to swap bikes.
Yeah.
So a flag to flag has now been enabled. They think it's going to rain. So flag to flag rules. Brilliant. You can see how dark it's got all of a sudden down to turn 3, Megan.
It has got really dark. And that is Martin
here we
closing.
go. Bastianini goes through on the inside line, gets ahead of Binder finally for 4th.
Martin's also now closing in on Bagnaia. Gap down now to 7 tenths per second.
Well, this has suddenly got a very interesting spring in the race, hasn't it? There's the white flags.
So 15 laps to go, and it's having the same problem we had in Moto2. Rain. Not a good thing. Martin is looking to be about 2.5 tenths faster than...
They're getting them ready. They're getting the other bikes ready, Megs. So this is going to be a flag to flag, I reckon.
Possibly. Be interesting to see how all they do in the rain.
We had it last year, do you remember? We red flagged it. We couldn't get the end of the race in.
Yeah.
He just bucketed it down and would not stop.
It seems to rain a lot here. Right, so the gap between Martin and Bagnaia is staying steady at 7 tenths, whereas Martin's gap to Marc Marquez, who is currently in 3rd position, is a 2.6 second gap, almost 2.7. So there is a big gap between the leading group and the rest of the field. So it's going to be either one of those two who manage to get the win, it's appearing like. And again, the flag to flag may change all that up. Gap is now 8 tenths. I think that means Martin is backing off because he knows I don't need these tyres anymore, and I'm going to probably lose this time anyway because I'm going to go in pit lane in a minute.
It's getting darker, isn't it? You can see the shine almost on the circuit.
Yeah. Especially around
I'm looking around for the marshal.
Mm.
I'm looking around for the marshals with the white flag and the red X's. Can't see any.
So they bring them out, and then they bring them right back in again.
Yeah.
Can they make up their minds?
No.
Is it raining
And
or
I'm
is
in
it
a
not?
lot of... I know, but I'm in a lot of pain right now. Like, an amount that I can't even talk.
Put your hand where... Put your hand
It hasn't worked.
below.
It hasn't worked. This headset is too tight. I've tried loosening it, but it's really hurting. So
Try
I'm in
putting
a
it
lot
on
of
the
pain
other
right now.
Why don't you swap round your ear things quickly?
Because the microphone is locked. The microphone's locked to this side. I can't swap it around.
Why don't you just flip it round and...
You
Does it
can't.
make-
It's locked. Look, it's locked.
Oh. Well,
It's
that's
not one that
unfortunate.
does that.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yes, and it's really bloody painful. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, it feels like I'm being stabbed.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's really not good. So take over.
Right. So, I am going to read out the top 10 currently. And that is Bagnaia, Martin, Marc Marquez, Bastianini, Binder, Morbidelli, Bezzecchi, Miller, D'Antonio, and then Aleix Espargaro. Just below that, it's Vinales, Quartararo, Zarco, Fernandez, and that is Vinales crashing out of the race. That's just on the entrance to Sector 3, so Sector 2. That is where we saw Augusto Fernandez crash out, I think, and rider is okay, but every single time Joshua leaves the screen, it seems someone crashes out. Yeah, he just drops it on the entrance. So, luckily there's a Marshall point right there, and yellow's already been rescinded. So that is Vinales crashing out, meaning we have 18 riders left in this session. It also means that Aleix Espargaro's on his own for this one. Doesn't have his teammate to help him. 12 laps to go. And it looks like Nakagami is in the points for his home Grand Prix. That is amazing for Nakagami, and now that I say that, knowing my luck, he'll probably end up crashing out. I really hope that doesn't happen again. Jeez, I have bad luck with things like this. Right, so I do say that a lot. People who are currently out are Vinales, Fernandez, Augusto Vez, Salvadori, Mia, and Alex Marquez. Is that one from each team? So we have an Aprilia, a KTM, another Aprilia, Honda, and a Ducati. Just missing a Yamaha. So, Rins. I don't know why I specifically chose Rins.
Well, you're just being mean now.
I could have chosen Gardner, I could have chosen Ferrara, but no, I decided in my mind Rins was the man.
Why is it always Bagnaia, Martin, and Marc Marquez, and then an Bastianini? It's always those four at the front.
I don't know.
In that order.
At the moment too, it always seems to be 5th place, Brad Binder. Just once I'd like him to get a 4th.
Past halfway, I don't think we're going to see bike swaps. I think they've just done that in case.
Yeah. No, it's looked to have held off. It might have had a few spots of rain, but not anymore. And now I say that, 5 minutes later, it's raining.
Downpour, yeah. It's turning me down a bit. Oh, Mark nearly losing the front there as well. Just dropping it ever so slightly. The thing is though, it went off before MotoGP. That's the annoying thing. I was laid on the bed and it went off.
Well, you'll have to just stop talking until then. Here's Marc Marquez, a replay what happened here. This is round turn 1.
In the rear, watch the rear.
Yeah.
Oh, he just went dead on. Yeah, we can't brake.
Too wide. Almost letting Bastianini through at the same time.
Gresini have already won a race today, and that was Marc Marquez's dad with his hand on his face, like, what?
It's like, I can't look. I've already lost one son in this race today.
Big accident, that one as well. I was surprised if Alex went to the medical centre for a bit of a check-up there, make sure there's no broken bones. Having felt what that Tech Pro barrier is like yesterday at Brands, it really is quite a hard knock.
I don't know why, but Alex just seems to be having such bad luck over the past few races when it comes to crashing out.
Time and time again, bad luck as well.
You must think someone must have a voodoo doll of him, and this time they just decided to throw it.
10 left.
He did kind of look like a rag doll when going into that barrier. Not the first time this weekend, I think, I've compared one of the riders to a ragdoll. Pretty
Happened
sure.
a few times, isn't it?
Yeah. And they just seem to be having really high-speed accidents, and I think that's because of the gravel. Because the thing about the gravel, it does slow them down, but it doesn't slow them down enough, and that is Acosta either doing a bike swap or deciding to end his race today. Yeah, that is ending his race. And I predicted this when he crashed out, that he would rejoin, but he would not last till the end. No one ever does. Very rarely.
Could have gone out wet tyres.
Exactly.
Could have gone out. I mean, the bike swap's allowed. He could have gone out on wet tyres and just cruised around because he could have got some points.
Yeah. But no, he decided, you know what, this is enough for today. I feel that too.
Out goes the normality, yeah.
Yeah. There's a replay.
Breaking down so much.
It almost looks like he's trying to run.
Bagnaia is doing amazingly well again as the leader.
He is, but that never lasts long for him, unfortunately.
The gap will come down to 10 points, by the way.
Well, at least it will be really close in the championship again.
Only a few races left, getting to the tail end of the season now. Australia, Thailand, Valencia. Malaysia, Valencia. That's how it all ends up.
The gap's increased now to 1.6.
Cracking pre-show, by the way, we've got coming up in British Touring Car Championship later.
That's good.
Like, absolutely cracking. We filmed in the pit lane, we filmed in the paddock, we filmed in the track, we filmed everywhere. Paul O'Neill, everything.
When do you want to go on air for first race, by the way?
I think it's 11.
I'll have a look.
I don't think JT's done the streams. He might have.
No, I mean at the at the thing.
At the what?
The race itself starts at 11:30. So I don't know.
11 sounds about right.
Right.
Yeah, at the moment, it's just going off ever so slightly.
That's good. I'm glad.
Hopefully that I took a tablet between Moto 2 and MotoGP, so hopefully that's
So it's kicking in.
a little bit.
Good.
Hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed.
I've noticed that whenever you take painkillers for your teeth, it hits the teeth quicker than it would the other parts of your body. Don't know why.
Well, it's less fast travel, isn't it?
True.
I've gone through quite a bit of Bonjela.
Was that
And let me tell you something. Effective, nearly. Effective pain relief? No. I have, however, taken 8 paracetamols, but in yesterday's 24 hours. And today I've already taken 3.
Bonjela's more for healing purposes, and you're only meant to take a little bit of it.
Well, I'm overdosing on everything to try and stop it then. It seems.
Are you reading the instructions of how much you're meant to take?
Every 3 hours.
You've been doing it every hour.
I'm doing it every 20 minutes at this point.
Oh my goodness.
It just won't stop. It's an intense pain, makes it. I wish. It really is bad. And because it's on your tooth as well, it affects your speech, it affects your head, and lack of sleep because you can't sleep. It really is bad.
I know the feeling of having intense pain. You are going to have have that surgery soon. You've been putting it off for long enough.
No, no, it's not. No, hang on. I have not put it off at all. The fact is that they haven't called me to do it.
Don't worry, I'm still waiting for them to. They seem to have forgotten this family. I'm still on a waiting list.
It could cost 70 quid to have a tooth extraction as well, which is abysmal. It should be free on the NHS. We pay.
It should be. Hold on.
Bit of sunshine down into turn 14, by the way. So I doubt that rain is going to come. So that white flag was a bit premature there from race control.
It is. And I'm just going to look up something.
Surprised Martin didn't come in, actually. He likes changing over to wet tyres. It's a dry track.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I just remembered something about, do you know, my cracked tooth?
Yeah.
Tomorrow is 2 years ago today. Well, tomorrow is 2 years ago.
Right.
Tomorrow will be 2 years since I broke it. And 2 years since I made the request from the dentist. So, to be like, oh, hey, can you please put me on the waiting list? He said, yeah, sure, probably be like a year on the waiting list. They've got you waiting too. Can the dentist in 3 years?
For a mouth ulcer, that is always playing up, and now it's played up again.
The NHS. The dentists. Dentists.
It's a system. It's a system to the thing. And it's
Yeah.
just played up, and now agony, man.
I need to
Agony.
call them.
It is slightly going off, but that's only because I'm not talking. Can someone also tell me why Jenna Ortega is on all the Fanta bottles?
Is she? Why?
Oh, clue. 5 to go.
I still remember watching her on Disney Channel when I was little.
No, 6 to go. 6 to go.
Yeah, 6 to go now in the race, and that gap between Bagnaia and Martin is currently at 1 point. Let's just say 6 because it is 1.599, so it's effectively 1.6.
I'd say 1.6. It's just them being picky.
Yep.
1.5 now.
Ooh, it's getting closer.
10th of a second.
And I can't believe it. Tomorrow will be 2 years. It's like, I should have told them, like, yeah, it really, really hurts, because they said to me, it's like, okay, does it hurt you? I was like, no, it's not hurting me. I'm
Well,
just
let's
like,
see. With mine, they're likely to get an ear chopped off
okay.
on the phone call, because if they don't do it, I'm going to take some pliers and pull it out myself. It would be less painful.
Please don't.
It would be less painful, honestly. The amount of, I am in so much pain. Back now being followed.
Mine occasionally plays up. So, you should ring them when you get back, or at least a day or after you get back, so then you can just rest for a day.
Being called the minute we get back in the house.
Just like, I've been on your list for 3 years. Where's my appointment?
1.3 the gap now.
Do you know, I'm not entirely sure if they ended up putting my appointment in the system, because surely they would have rang me by now.
No, they wouldn't have.
Then again, I don't answer my, like, unknown calls, so maybe they did ring me. I just never picked up.
Megan's going to be finding stuff out now, isn't she?
I don't answer unknown calls, so it's... But I've got their number in my phone, that's the thing.
I'm going to find out all this time it really was Megan all along. There you go. This is Binder and Morbidelli, Megan.
Ooh, nice graphic.
Over 5th and 6th.
Morbidelli currently has a 2/10 gap between him and Binder. Neither of them are going to win the race, but let's see if any of them can actually make it to 4th position, or 5th. More likely to be the 5th.
Right, sunshine.
Ooh,
Really weird.
really
The
don't need
plan
that.
today has been really confusing. We had a red flag earlier for rain in Moto 2. It's like, what on earth?
Where's the rainbow then?
What happened to Morbidelli? He just went straight on there. trying to get down at turn 10, trying to get ahead of Binder.
Maybe the sun blinded him for a second.
Setting sun in this part of the circuit is not doing great, is it?
No. 4 laps.
More to go. It's been a remarkably unremarkable race. I still think Moto 3 was the best of the day, don't you agree?
Yeah, it went quicker and it was more engaging. Whereas right now I think we're both just like, please stop this.
Yeah, because then I get an hour to just relax before I'm to get ready.
Yeah. And you can just stay in front of the heater.
I'm going to lay on the bed, turn the heater on and watch something.
When you get home, you're going to have that hot water bottle and just put it against your cheek.
I've already thought of it.
Maybe also see if, like, you can find Nana's thing. What's it called?
I've thought the heat pad, yeah. I'm also stealing the cushions from downstairs and popping my head up.
Okay.
It's all about blood flow, you know. It's not been an exciting race, is it?
No.
I'm kind of glad about that, because if you want one race not to be exciting, it's one where you're stuck in London in a hotel room. So I'm kind of alright with it.
And one where you're in immense pain.
That too, yeah. To be fair, you've not got a bad point there. I'm a bit worried about the fact that we're outside for touring cars. I don't often say this, but I'm hoping for some. It's that last race of the day. I know it's going to get really cold.
I'll look up the weather for you.
The last race of the day is going to be sun setting, really cold, possible rain, and we're going to have to be outside and then onto the grid. And we're not going to get out there until about 7.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Probably we're going to be about 14 degrees throughout the day. Oh.
Megan has just remembered the correct detail.
6 o'clock, 50%
What?
chance of rain.
I know,
Heavy
that's
rain.
when the last race is, and that's when we're on the grid.
And then
to crown the
60%
champion.
chance for light rain at 7, and then 60% chance for heavy rain at 8.
I did bump into Steve Ryder, by the way.
That's good.
I saw him walking with a coffee. He's always got a coffee. And I ran up to him as well.
Caffeine addiction.
Wonderful chap. Wonderful chap, honestly. So he said, "How are you finding it all? How's it been?" I said,
Painful.
I said, it's really. I said, it's really, really good. I've really enjoyed it. How have you found the season? He said, yeah, it's been great. It is long for them, though, of course, around the UK. But everyone's very tired because, of course, yes, it's only 10 weekends a year, but it's 30 races still.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of rebuilding and unbuilding the cars, and they're more technical than a Formula 1 car in terms of the fact that they've got tiny little bits on it because it's a stock car. So yeah.
Aleix Spargo gets a track limits warning. I think he's the only person today in MotoGP who's actually got a track limits warning, which I am pretty sure. Yeah. Why is he getting a track limits warning? You are literally not even 5/10. You're literally more than 5/10 away from anyone else. Who are you avoiding?
Well, we've got 2 laps to go, but yeah. Aleix down in 9th. You are correct, Megan. He's the only one with it. It's been a strange old weekend, isn't it?
It has.
Still, end of the triple header for MotoGP. Week off next week before the final triple of the season.
Woohoo! Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure I know when my exam is.
Of?
For my Victims of Crime module.
When's that?
I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday the 20th.
Of October?
November.
As long as it doesn't interfere with any of this, we're fine. This has been, I know what you say, but this is really odd. There's nothing going on in this race now. They've all sort of settled into it. Motegi's usually great. Marc Marquez, though, holding on for a podium. Japanese fans who love Marc Marquez from his days at Honda hoping that he can hold on to that podium.
Both Hondas have points too.
Now you've done it.
They're 12th and 13th. And both
I bet
Hondas
you it's not
crash
the-
out of each other. That's
I
what
bet
it
you
means.
it's not. I bet you it's not the Repsols though, and it's the LCRs.
It is Nakagami and Zarko.
The two LCRs, yeah.
Let's see.
Last lap the call.
Well, the Repsols are... one of them's out. And... oh!
Marini's in the points. 14th.
Marini's 14th. So one's out.
This is gonna be Honda's best race of the year.
Yeah,
3
which
of the
is-
4 bikes in points for the first time.
Which is saying something, given the fact that they have one crashed out.
Yeah, so 3 of the 4 get points. That's their best result of the season. It's still embarrassing though that the LCR team is ahead of the factory team, the HRC.
Yeah.
So that's got to have some work on it. But look at Mr. Consistent here, Megs. Pecco Bagnaia won the Tissot Sprint, now he's going to win the Grand Prix. Mistaken qualifying and lap time, gave it to Acosta, but he has been good all weekend long, hasn't he?
He has been good all weekend long. And it is nice to see consistency and that championship close up just that little bit more.
Little by little, sector by sector, Martin in P2 though, not going to be much there. We're into the final sector now though, of the Japanese Grand Prix weekend, and the championship that came into this weekend at 27 points is going to leave with a 10-point difference. Bagnaia has done exactly what he needed to do. In the land of the rising sun, his championship hopes have been reignited. Pecco Bagnaia does the double again and wins the Japanese Grand Prix. Martin in second, Marc Marquez third, bashing ahead of Morbidelli, and that, Megan, I think is a fantastic result.
It is, and it just in that final lap, we had D'Antonio also get a track limits warning. And Binder. So, we ended up with 3 of them.
So Remy Garner's in 17th, Quartararo 11th, so he gets points. Rins gets points as well. But look at it, Zarco got Quartararo at the line. Zarco finishes 11th. He got Quartararo at the line. Nakagami 13th, Marini 14th. Raul Fernandez picks the last point in 15th. But it's Pecco Bagnaia who does the double. Maximum points in this weekend now, Megan. I think that's the best thing he needed to do. He's shaping up for the final 3 races in everyone's business now, isn't he?
Yeah, he really wants to get that second championship, so it does not surprise me. Oh, it's nice that Martin just congratulated him.
It's getting to the point where it's going to go down to the last race of the season. Look at that, 10 points the difference. Martin 392, Bagnaia 382. Unfortunately, this round has eliminated Marc Marquez from the championship challenge, so he will no longer be world champion this year.
Yes. Next year.
Read us the results then, please.
Right, so in first place it is Bagnaia, second is Martin, third is Marc Marquez, fourth was Bastianini, fifth was Morbidelli, Binder was sixth, seventh was Bezzecchi, D'Antonio was eighth, Aleix Espargaro was ninth, Miller was 10th, 11th was Zarco, 12th was Quartararo, getting points in his home race. It was Nakagami in 13th, Marini was in 14th, and then Raul Fernandez was in 15th, 16th was Rins, and then Gardner finishes out in 17th. Out of the race, however, was Acosta, Vinales, Fernandez, Salvadori, Mir, and Alex Marquez.
Megan, thank you very much for the early start you've put in on MotoGP this weekend as well. We wouldn't have been able to do this without you. Pecco Bagnaia achieves his highest total of race wins in a single season with 8. Only Rossi, Stoner, Lorenzo and Marc Marquez have reached this figure in the MotoGP era. I think one thing today has proved, Megan, is that Bagnaia and Martin have both just delivered champion rides, and that's the first time I've seen them as champions this year.
They
Bagnaia
have.
stepped up when he needed to. Martin stepped up from 11th to 2nd. So
Gave him a bit of
going
time.
into the last 3 races, it's too close to call.
And it's... Should we sign off now or wait for the podium?
All sign off now because I need to rest. Let's just check quickly at Martin and Bagnaia. Mutual respect, a top of the cap there from Martin to Bagnaia. These two respect each other so much.
Which
There's
is
such
good.
a love there.
Good in a championship.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Megan, for your company this tonight and all your work throughout the weekend. Go get some rest. JB Motorsports 2, that's our last stream, but go to JB Motorsports for all 3 trackside coverage of British Touring Car Championships season finale. We are trackside and we are live, so join us for that. But from Japan, it's Pekka Bagnaia who does the double. Thanks for joining us. 1 in Grimsby, 1 in London. We'll see you next time out. Take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, so we're back live here at JB Motorsports. After the Japanese Grand Prix, I went to Brands Hatch to do the British Touring Car Championship and ended up at the end of it being taken to hospital, having 3 teeth removed and face drained after nearly having sepsis. Well, did having sepsis, but nearly being killed by sepsis. So, yeah, that was a fun weekend. Just 2 weeks later, though, we were back in the box ready for the Austrian Grand Prix. So, you're back with us live then here, Australian Grand Prix, I should say, on JB Motorsports. Hour 15 left then. Alex Marquez still top. Bit of rain has dampened the circuit, but it's dried out enough, so they're all getting out there. Cooler track temperatures. We are getting in to the time attack segments where hopefully we'll see who's pushing and who's not. They'll all be heading out there shortly. So, 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. Perfect timing. Let's check in with the Australian Grand Prix, round 17 of the season. MotoGP gets ready for the first ever sprint race in Australia. Last year's cancellation and the movement of the Grand Prix to Saturday due to wet weather and wind conditions means that we're in to the true unknown. Welcome to Australia and Phillip Island. Here's your starting grid. Jorge Martin on pole position for Marc Marquez and Maverick Vinales. It's Marco Bezzecchi, Pekka Bagnaia, Ralph Fernandez, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Marquez, Alex Rins, Aneo Bashini, Brad Binder, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Luca Marini, Johan Zarco, Pedro Acosta. Then it's alongside Jack Miller, Augusto Fernandez and Juan Mir, Fabio Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro, Takaki Nakagami and Lorenzo Salvadori. Takaki Nakagami has been given a penalty for ignoring the meatball flag in practice 2. 13 laps ahead of us, the green flag is waved as well, and away they go. Seagulls galore fly down towards turn number 1. The geese are in the air too. And Megan, as they come into the southern loop at turn 2 and 3 through Stoner, we really are in the unknown. Track temperature 27 degrees. Air temperature is at 14 Celsius now. We've got 18 km/h wind. Sea looks okay, but looking up, that rain's coming in. What do you reckon? Dry or wet? Or flag to flag for the first ever time in a sprint race?
Do you know what? I'm going to say this. I hope it's wet. Like, right at the end.
That would be a flag to flag, so that could be something. We never had a flag to flag in a sprint before in MotoGP history. What do you reckon about looking now at the helicopter camera?
I think it's a possibility that it might rain or it might just accidentally completely miss it.
Certainly is all over the place and all over the shop at the moment. It still looks to be okay. It's strange to think that actually after this, the MotoGP weekend is nearly over because we go into Sunday after this, which is later on.
I can get a full night's sleep.
Megan thinks that, but forgets the fact that that means we've got to be up until 5 a.m. tomorrow from when we wake up. So we've got to go longer into the day now.
I'll sleep after.
Yes, yeah, it's true. Coming into it. But round into the last corner, turn 14. There is Jack Miller, 29 years old, from Townsend, Australia. Flag doesn't look like it's being affected that much, Megan, with the red flag at the front of the line, so this should be good. Well, I wasn't here for the last sprint race. I was on a train down to Brands Hatch. You had to call the start.
Yeah.
So now I've got open surgery recovery. So let's see how hard I can do it. I apologise if it's going to be a bit much. First ever sprint race then in Australia. Let's see what we've got to offer. Green flag at the back. Red flag, you can go now. Ready to go. The first ever sprint race in MotoGP is about to launch into action. Red lights are on. And it's lights out down under. Great start from Jorge Martin. Marc Marquez immediately goes with him. Vinales has dropped off in the front row. Pecco Bagnaia is trying to go on the outside of Marc Marquez. Braking hard into turn one. Vinales goes back. Marc drops out massively. Through into second place goes Marco Bezzecchi. Up into third goes back Maverick Vinales. Bagnaia now battling with Brad Binder. Martin has got the great getaway he wanted as they come out of turn three, down the southern loop into turn four.
Zarco does good further down at the back of the field. Maverick Vinales looks like, yeah, that is a
Binder up the
wide.
inside, yeah, Vinales, and look at Bastianini trying to go around the outside as well, and Bastianini's through, Vinales drops down another place as well, Binder's up to fourth, and Di Antonio has passed Acosta as well, so a great start from what we were expecting, but Martin already pulled out 0.4 of a second.
Very good from Bezzecchi, though his teammate had not so great of a start, going down into 15th position. Both of the Marquez's are literally right next to each other too.
Down Lukey Heights into turn 16. Marc Marquez trying to look at the inside line of Franco Morbidelli. Marc Marquez then from second on the grid down to 8th place. He's going to have a go at Morbidelli. Coming into turn 14 over the line we go. It's a long run down towards the first corner. Morbidelli goes wide. Marc goes on the inside. Gets the position back as well. Martin leads the opening lap here of the Tissot sprint. Bezzecchi second. Bagnaia third. Binder, Bastianini, Vinales, Marc Marquez, Morbidelli. The wind is so high down to turn one. You can see it as the seagulls go everywhere on the circuit. Down there, there's a winglet off the circuit as well. Ducati's moving himself to the front. Off the track goes one of them as well. That's Alex Marquez going wide. No, Miller's gone wide. Zarco's got dropped down behind into 16th position. It was Zarco who went too deep at turn one.
He didn't lose a lot of places, though, frankly.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Binder up 7 places, Bastianini up 5, Miller up 5, Rings down 5, and then we've got Zarco down 2 before he started. Marco Bezzecchi on the GP23 bike is holding off Pecco Bagnaia quite well as we come back into turn 6 hairpin. Back up we go. Di Antonio passing Marini. Alex Marquez passing Jack Miller. So now it's just a question of who's got the better throttle. Martino at the front, 7 tenths ahead.
Ralph Fernandez passes Marc Marquez for 9th position. They seem to be in their own little battle right now there.
Yeah, there they are. So great stuff from Ralph Fernandez in Trackhouse, currently inside. Points paying, positions in P9 as well. Alex Marquez going to try and capitalise on that. And Bastianini's got Marc Marquez all over as they come down Lukey Heights once more. Marc can't find a way through though as they come into turn 14. Back on the throttle again. Watch Bagnaia. He's got a traction on Marco Bezzecchi as well to come through. Binder nearly dropping into Bastianini and Marc Marquez coming through too. And they're all now getting close together at the exit. And watch Bagnaia.
Bagnaia is, he appears to want to be going into the inside round that corner.
Bastianini as well, trying to have a go on the inside line of Marc Marquez. Marquez up to 5th position as well. Bastianini's dropped back a place as they continue to go through. Zarco passing wins as well. And look at Binder, very vulnerable indeed to Marc Marquez. And Bezzecchi trying to go through the inside line, can't do it as well.
Martin track limits warning, and look at how far back Acosta is right now. That is very unusual.
And there goes on the inside line. We got Binder battling as Marc's on the outside line, trying to take 4th position away. 2nd and 3rd battling as well. Bezzecchi holding off. Marc dives up the inside line, gets ahead of Binder, forces Binder wide. Bastianini goes through on the inside line down turn 7.
That looked like kind of avoidance there for Jack Miller, like he was avoiding trying to touch the other bike. So
yeah, he's in a battle with Alex and Digi coming through as well. Now we see Bastianini and Marc Marquez trying to do battle down to Lukey Heights. Bastianini thinks about him on the inside line, can't get through. Martin 9 tenths ahead, but with that track limits warning as well. And Bagnaia starting to chomp at the bit. He's trying to claw his way to the front as well as they come through turn 14 once again. There's 4 laps down now, and Bagnaia really feeling impatient to Marco Bezzecchi.
So how's your mouth doing so far?
Okay, I'm finding a middle range.
Good.
128.358 then for Martin. He's come down to turn 1. Here comes Bagnaia on the inside line. Trail breaking into turn 1. Gets ahead of Marco Bezzecchi. Nicely done there as well into second position. I'm finding the middle range. This is actually quite fun. So Bagnaia back up into second position. Now he's a second back to Jorge Martin.
I can like hear it.
Yeah.
I was about to get a drink.
I'm doing okay. I'm finding a middle range. I can't go too high because my voice isn't there yet. And I can't go too energetic because my mouth is still a bit paralysed. But hopefully I'm doing okay. Hopefully you lot are enjoying it in the commentary, in the chat room as well. As Marc Marquez battling again with the air, Bastianini, Binder and Morbidelli closing in. And now joining the party again is Maverick Vinales. Coming in the back is Raul Fernandez.
Right, so 10 laps to go now, almost 9, and I'm going to do my calculations of how many minutes is left in a race, because I think we all want to know that.
Still holding off. I've never actually had to take a piece of clothing off at 4 a.m. in the morning in the commentary box before, but it's quite warm in here actually as they come through. Martin still holding that position. Oh, nearly lost it through Lukey Heights as well. He was really drifting the rear of that bike around as well. He's using a lot. He's got the soft rear tyre on as well, remember. So he's got hard front, soft rear, the same as Bagnaia behind him. And now the gap still 1 point. Well, it was 1.1. Now it's only a second as they come across the line. So more and more the gap is closing. More and more there's a difference at the front. And look now at Marc Marquez making. He's having a go at Marco Bezzecchi down to turn 1, but Bezzecchi's so much late on the brakes.
Bezzecchi is doing really well right now, and he has been doing really well in races, I feel, the past couple of months actually. He's definitely seemed to be like on top of his game recently.
I know what you mean.
And Martin stays at first, so yeah, he does have a track limit.
Oh, Bezzecchi goes wide. Mark's going to go around the outside, coming into turn 6 as well. Bezzecchi's going to try and break him in. That's going to force Mark wide and nearly takes him down. I thought Bastianini might come back to the inside line. He couldn't get there. It wasn't big enough. But Bezzecchi certainly pushing Marc Marquez wide, certainly trying to push him as hard as he can to come through. 9 to go, and Bagnaia's time to close in on Martin.
Raul Fernandez passes Alex Marquez for 11th position, and Morbidelli passes Vinales for 7th position. So they're moving up the order nicely.
Cautiously, wildly accelerating, trying to find the right system between them as well. On board with Marc Marquez closing in the back as well. Let's have a look at the chat. You're doing okay. Thank you, Tal. Patriati for Yamaha wins 9th down to 18th now as well.
Zarco's dropped down.
Zarco's out. Zarco's out of the race. Johan Zarco, who took victory here on Saturday 12 months ago, is out of the Australian Grand Prix. Marc Marquez trying to go around the outside and does get ahead of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's going to try and break late into turn 1. Hasn't worked out. So the sprint race then, not for Johan Zarco. He's crashed out at turn 9 just for the top of Lukey Heights.
That is a shame, given how much he seems to enjoy this track.
There he is.
There he is.
Oh, look at the rear of that bike, Megan. That bike's gone almost tail in.
I'd love to see a replay of this.
I would actually as well. As look at Bastianini closing in on Marco Bezzecchi into the braking zone down turn 6. Bezzecchi trail brakes. Bastianini almost launched himself straight off the circuit. And Alex Marquez is dropping down the order.
Yeah, he's out.
Alex Marquez has crashed out too. There he is. He's dropped out the top of the screen down at turn 6. His front end's gone.
Well, they're dropping like flies, aren't they?
They really are. We're down now to, what, 20 riders in this race?
Yeah.
Just realised we haven't seen the messages board. Here we go. Alex Marquez crashed out. Zarco crashed out. Rider okay. They're on our timing monitor. So we're down to 20 riders. There's Alex over the tyre wall. It's like he's not killed that tyre wall, actually looking at it as well.
It is.
Coming through. Mark versus Pecco now, as we see. Look at Pecco. Pecco's lost so much time. He has not looked on it all weekend long, as well as you know. We saw it in practice. We saw it, well, we saw it in the practice session. We saw it in pre-practice too. We saw it in qualifying. Can't seem to get the data down. Martin's now pulled up 2 seconds. Marc Marquez, poor start. Now right on the back of him, going to try and leapfrog him into the first few corners.
It's really showing what areas of the track each rider seems to be dominant in. And I don't feel like Bagnaia has one of those areas.
No, Marc Marquez is all over the back of him now as well as they come down in towards turn 6. This is going to be a trail break opportunity for Marc Marquez if he's not careful. They're all riding with him now. So, oh, I thought he nearly lost it coming through Stoner there as well. Do you see how much the front end gripped up?
Yeah.
Into turn 6, then a Honda hairpin. His former team, 229 kilometres down to 68 kilometres in 5.1 seconds, according to the Brembo brake data. And Mark really now attacking the back of Bagnaia. Bagnaia looking completely unsettled on that Ducati compared to Marc Marquez.
7 laps to go now, almost 6. And that is Bezzecchi getting passed by Bastianini.
Mark thinks about a move on the inside line down to turn to Lucky Heights. Can't get it, but Bastianini's not going to hold up for too much longer.
And someone else moved on this grid. I think it was Disantonio moving past Brad Binder.
Cautiously, wildly accelerating as they come over the line once again then. Can Marc Marquez do anything about it? Has he got anything to go for it? Pulls out of the last 2 corners now. Over the line we go. Marc Marquez again. Right in the slipstream of Pecco Bagnaia. Long run down to turn 1. A long sweeping right-hander as well. And around about 90 degree. Bagnaia goes wide. Mark trying to send it up the inside line. Can't do it. Bagnaia checks out. Mark's going to try and go around the outside. Turn 3 into the southern loop before coming into Stoner corner. And then into turn 6 at the hairpin as well. Through Stoner now. Mark's coming through. Bagnaia blocks him. Now Mark's going to have to try and trail brake as well into the turn 6. He's got him. Bagnaia's gone early. Mark's not going to say no to this. Sends it up the inside. And a perfect block pass. Marc Marquez gets up into second position. Now, Megan, can he get 3 seconds that Martin's managed to pull out?
I think he might be able to, and just saw there in the background, Bezzecchi have that little bit of a twitch going round the corner.
It would have been status quo in the championship. They would have both left the sprint race with 10 points still separating them. Now Bagnaia has dropped to 3rd. That gap has increased up to 15 points as the 2
Miller's dropping.
Oh, I thought the 2 KTMs were side by side, but Jack Miller in his home race in the sprint looks to have crashed out. He's dropping now. Can't see anything on time as well. There is the confirmation. A yellow flag sectors 3 and 4. Miller's crashed. Rider okay, it says.
Well, yet again, I'd love to see one of these crashes.
We haven't actually seen a replay all sprint race. Have you noticed?
Yeah. Weekend actually. Do you know?
We haven't seen a replay a lot. Actually.
Yeah. There's no replays.
I wonder if the system's broken for replays or something like that.
Possibly.
There's Miller. Out he goes. Leathers looks okay, so I wonder if he's just dropped the front.
Probably.
It's right on the cusp of sectors 3 and 4, so I wonder if that's around about turn 8, turn 9.
I believe it is.
Track limits warning still for Martin.
I think it might be turn 8.
Right. Yellow flag's in. Racing resuming. There's the visual gap that we can see on our monitors between Jorge Martin and Marc Marquez. It is quite a gap at the front. So it's okay. We're kind of expecting that. There is Martin with 5 to go, as Megan said. Cautiously, wildly accelerating. It's been nice, calm, cool and collected as they come over the top of the hill at Lukey Heights. Down we go again. Dropping into turn 10. Well, Martin may have gone down in practice, but he's been smooth ever since, Megan, and now he could... Well, he's practically running away with it again, isn't he?
Say right now, in about a lap or two's time, it'll be, oh no, he's binned it.
If anybody would, it's Martin, because I don't think anybody wants to win this championship. No one's can. It's that sort of mentality battle that everybody is fighting right now.
Yeah.
Mark is still going to try, but how many Ducatis? Ducati own the top 5 at the moment. And I think all of the... In fact, bar Alex Marquez, so what? 7 of the 8 Ducatis are inside the top 8.
Yeah.
It's only Maverick Vinales who's breaking up that Ducati top 8 train. So all 7 of the remaining are inside the top 8. And it might change, actually, because Vinales is being bullied by Dicci, while also trying to bully Bezzecchi. So the 2 VR46s attacking Maverick Vinales, a former teammate of Valentino Rossi back at the Yamaha days.
We're just like, you may have been teammates with him, but you're not him.
1-2 here in 2018, I want to say, for Australia with Maverick Vinales and Valentino Rossi. Sort of brought Yamaha back for a while at the front of the field after what was a very different weekend. Did you turn you up to 7th, as SHG points out as well? I'm not as close to the laptop screen. We're on a different camera, sir, because Megan can't stand up, so we sort of adjusted the camera for this event. Hopefully you're better tomorrow.
I can tell that one of them is getting better.
Well, that's good news, then.
It's the one that's tingling the most.
Sleep will help. As they come across the line again. Here comes Maverick on Marco into turn 1. That's very, very late for Mark. Vinales is going to go straight off. That was easy. He sort of got scared by Bezzecchi into turn 1, looked up the inside, and he just went, nope, I can't top that. So off went Vinales.
Is there something we should know about Ducatis?
What, that they're superior on the brakes, or...?
That they're bullying the other people.
Oh, I think that was obvious, wasn't it, from the start of the season?
Yeah.
It's been a quite good TISO sprint. Our first ever sprint race here in Australia. After last year's cancellation, because of course they moved the Grand Prix to Saturday because of the rain. So Saturday was the Grand Prix, and then Sunday was the sprint race that we had to cancel because the wind and the rain just got too much.
That's Acosta dropping down a lot.
Oh,
so Acosta's
don't.
out.
Yeah, Acosta's out of the race.
Same area too.
So Pedro Acosta's crashed out of the TISO sprint. There we have it on board now. Rider okay. Where is that? That's sector 2. So turn 6. Yeah. Oh, the bike's still on, and the marshals.
Oh, jeez.
The marshals have pulled the throttle, and they need to kill the. As Gavin Evans says, they need to pull the kill switch quite quickly because if that bike's on, it's just going to launch off from the marshals as soon as it gets traction, even in gravel, and that could be quite dangerous with the chain spinning as well. Chain acts like a chainsaw at that speed as well. As here we go again from Maverick Vinales on the inside line down to turn 1 as well. Late on the brakes, he's getting some contact! Big accident! Out goes Vinales! Out goes Bezzecchi! A huge accident down at turn 1! Surely to bring out the red flags! That is a big one, and I would not be surprised at all if it's a red flag.
It is a big one.
Vinales up walking away. Marco Bezzecchi, unfortunately not at the moment, and surely Megan a red flag. Has to be a red flag. That was huge.
I would say so, yeah. And we said they were bullying him.
Vinales brakes. Bezzecchi doesn't. Oh, huge
it looks
accident.
like he had a massive twitch, and it was about to be high-sided, very high-sided, right into him. Brad Binder's also out.
Binder's gone down, Binder's crashed that rider okay. I don't like seeing replays when we've got a rider still down.
Very good of Bezzecchi, though. He did this.
Yeah, Binder's down as well. There's Binder down as well, yeah. I don't like that. Let's have a look. Let's down turn 4 for Binder at the Honda hairpin. He's going to take... Oh, he's just dropped up the front. I'd like a red flag, please. That is a very high accident. And considering that Marco Bezzecchi is... all riders conscious. All riders are conscious. That is wonderful news. We're on to the last lap now of the TISO sprint, but I would like a red flag, please, because we're going through that accident zone now where clearly there's a rider that needs...
They've put it down to last lap.
Yeah.
We had 4 laps left.
No, it's lap 13 now, 13.
No, I could have sworn we had...
It is lap 13 and 13 now, but we are on the last lap of the race.
I could have sworn we had more.
I would like a red flag. That was terrifying.
I think Bezzecchi is just... very winded.
That should be an instant red flag.
He might have a broken arm.
There he is. He's up and walking away. That is wonderful to see. That is wonderful to see that Marco Bezzecchi is conscious. He's on the splint board. He is sitting up, clearly winded, but that was a horrendous accident at maximum speed as well, over 200 miles an hour. That is 344 kilometers an hour into the braking zone, and he ragdolled.
Poor man just wanted to eat his ramen.
Oh.
Though he did do the right thing with his arms, though I do fear for if anything's broken.
I know what you mean. That was terrifying. That was absolutely terrifying. You might want to get in vision now because we've had to change the camera. Yellow flags have been retrieved as well. Oh, you're standing, okay.
You said get in vision, and you did that.
I thought you meant...
Meaning get up.
I meant sit back, but never mind. All right. Sit back. It's been a scary end to the sprint race, but one man again remains consistent. Jorge Martin back to winning ways after Indonesia. He keeps it going in Australia. Mark Webber waves the sprint checkered flag as Jorge Martin wins the TISO sprint here in Australia. Marc Marquez fights back to second. Anea Bashini is third. Pecco Bagnaia slipped back to 4th. D'Antonio 5th. Morbidelli 6th. Ralph Fernandez 7th. Aleix Espargaro 8th. Augusto Fernandez 9th. Luca Marini has 10th. Fabio Quartararo 11th. Alex Rins is 12th. 13th for Juan Mir. 14th for Yuki Nakagami. 15th for Lorenzo Salvadori. Surprisingly, so many retirements. Brad Binder out. Maverick Vinales collected by Marco Bezzecchi, who ragdolled. He's okay, rider conscious at the moment. And it's actually Bezzecchi 16th, Vinales 17th, Binder 18th, Acosta 19th, Miller 20th, Alex Marquez 21st, and Zarco 22nd. But so many retirements, Megan, in that sprint race as well.
We only had 15 left.
We did at the end of that one. I'm surprised still no red flag came out for that huge accident, though.
Well, that would be because it was the last lap, and then they were both conscious, so they must have thought, okay, there's nothing we can do here.
Oh, that was terrifying. I've said before about how terrifying that ragdoll is.
He went right into the other bike and then got whacked.
Yeah.
I do worry whether something's broken because
I think
they were
same
holding
thing.
one of his arms.
Yeah.
So I think maybe one of his arms might be fractured. Or
The way he ragdolled and the way he went down, all riders conscious was great. We've seen him on the sprint board. Here he is now, actually, walking back in, Megan.
look at his arm.
Incident involving Vinales and Bezzecchi is to be reviewed after the race. Let's take another look at it now that we know he's okay. So Vinales goes round on the inside line. Bezzecchi's already had a problem trying to go onto the brakes. I reckon that was Vinales cutting him off, but Bezzecchi already had a problem. He twitched before.
Yeah, he was already twitching.
Oh, it's just that ragdoll effect.
I love how his bike and him stop at the same time.
Yeah. How would you ride that?
Racing incident.
Yeah.
Nothing would have happened if the bike hadn't have twitched out. But look at the way he covered himself.
Yeah, this is Vinales again. So he comes through. It's the thing that Vinales chops him off and then brakes, but Bezzecchi was already twitching. I don't know how to read that one.
Racing incident.
Yeah, and to me, that also might be a bit of a... That could be a penalty. We'll keep you updated on that front in the wall-up session tomorrow. Ward 3 will take you through.
It wouldn't have been that bad if Thingy hadn't gone in front. Vinales hadn't gone in front of Bezzecchi.
Yeah.
But then again, we don't know.
We don't, sadly. And
For all we know, well, we can see it might not have been that bad, or it could have been worse.
Tyre pressure for Fabio Di Antonio is under investigation, so Digi finishing 5th might be under investigation as well. So
Great day for VR46.
That might promote Morbidelli up in the order, and that also might give Luca Marini a point. He finished in 10th position and needs to get 9th to have some points.
The VR46 says, don't have a great day. Possibility, Rossi's brother does.
Yes, so it's an up and down emotion, that one, isn't it, as well, to come through on that. We are ready for the Thunder Down Under. MotoGP gets ready for the Australian Grand Prix. The championship is a hoot. Jorge Martin extending the gap in the championship over that of Pecco Bagnaia. Here's your grid then, same as the sprint race, -1. Jorge Martin on pole for Marc Marquez and Maverick Vinales. It's Bezzecchi, Bagnaia, Ralph Fernandez, Morbidelli, Alex Marquez and Rins ahead of Bastianini, Binder, Bastianini, Binder, Di Antonio, Marini, Zarco, Miller, Augusto Fernandez, Mir, Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro. Salvadori is declared unfit. Might still be out there on the second, wait to see. Nakagami and Pedro Acosta is also declared unfit from this event. So I don't think we'll see Salvadori. We're definitely not seeing Pedro Acosta. And Marco Bezzecchi has been given a double long lap penalty for causing that crash yesterday. Alongside me, Megan Birch. Megan, the sprint race was fantastic. 4 a.m. now. Let's see what we've got to offer here for this one.
Hopefully they can try and behave at least marginally. Please.
Please, please, please. behave out there on the circuit. That's what we need to see right now. We don't want any problems.
Also, it's still 15 degrees out there.
But the track temperature has risen up to 37, the highest it's been of the weekend so far. So there is slight positives coming through. Interesting just quickly to point out that everybody's out there on hard front, soft rear tyres. So that has stayed the same across the board as well. SHG says, I hope we get the battle for the race win from the start to the end. 136 points from possible remaining as well. This is your championship points coming into this race at the moment as well. Jorge Martin leads on 404. 16 points back is Pecco Bagnaia on 388. Marquez 84 back, the same as Nea Bastianini. They are the only 4 mathematically in hunt for the championship, Megan. But realistically, it's Martin versus Bagnaia with 4 races to go and 3 sprint races.
Unless something terrible happened in each of the upcoming races, then it's definitely just... It's just Martin and Bagnaia to play for.
Who's your money on today, Martin or Bagnaia?
Martin.
My money's on Martin as well. Marc Marquez has said he wants to go for it and wants to have more action. Ready then for the Australian Grand Prix of MotoGP. Red flag gone, green flag ready, ready to launch into action. It's all eyes to the lights. 9 on. And pull the throttle back as Marquez gets a massive wheelie and goes right back through the field. So maybe he wasn't going to get the demon start he wanted. Alex Marquez trying to go through on the inside as well. Jack Miller coming on the outside line as well. Miller's going to be very close and they both go wide off the track as a result. So Miller's down to the back. Alex Marquez 2. At least Miller's now out of the race. Marc Marquez, terrible start for Cristini. Great start for Martin. He leads Bezzecchi. Bagnaia's already up to 3rd, Megan. But what a terrible start for Marc Marquez. That whole shot device needs banning. It just wheel spinned off the line.
It really was a bad start for both the Grassinis and Mead. That's basically going into last position and into midfield at the same time. And Marc Marquez makes his way up into 6th position right now.
Bastianini takes 2nd position as well as Marc Marquez got passed by Enea Bastianini. Bezzecchi's taken 2nd position as well. I'm on about there. Sorry about that. So Bezzecchi's 2nd, Bagnaia 3rd as well. There's too many Bass names in the series at the moment coming through. Salvadori is racing in this one.
Yeah. You can see he's managed to make that up. And was that Aleix dropping down?
Aleix has dropped a couple of places as well as Morbidelli and Binder closing together out there. There. Aleix dropping back further back as well.
Long lap penalty for Alex Marquez and Bezzecchi.
So Alex Marquez, a long lap penalty has come up on the board as well. Okay. Ding dong, we've got a race on now, but we want to battle for this one. Over the line we go then. 26 laps to go as the Australian Grand Prix. Martin leads, Bezzecchi 2nd, Bagnaia 3rd, down to turn 1 at Doohan corner. And no one going for a move. Ralph Fernandez gets ahead of Rins. Augusto Fernandez passes Mir. Aleix passes Salvadori as well. So far, good stuff. And this Grand Prix is on.
Aleix Spargo passes Mir for 17th position, and it's 26 laps to go as we complete our first full lap.
Over the lines together then into Miller and Morbidelli up the inside of Bagnaia, runs it too deep. Bagnaia cuts back. Binder tries to cut in as well for a go round the outside coming into Siberia, and he's got the move done as well. Nicely done from Binder, and now we're going to see some real fireworks at the front. Bezzecchi still got that penalty to serve, so Bagnaia needs to clear him and not let Martin get in a distance at the front.
Alex Marquez has completed his long lap penalty.
Bezzecchi hasn't taken his. Come on.
And Brad Binder's up into 4th. Here's a replay of the start. That was a very bad getaway for Marc Marquez. Seemed to stall. His back wheel seemed to stall.
I didn't know there was some sort of paper that got shunted down there as well. It was. Let's have a look on board.
Like ice, one of them.
Yeah, that whole shot device just failed. Completely failed.
Don't know what happened.
Gigi Delineo pressed that magic red button that he was threatening about as well. 128.3 for Martin. He's got the fast lap down into Duran corner, then turn 1, the downhill, long sweeping right-hander, which leads into turn 2, the southern loop, another left-hander, kink up 3 at Stoner curve coming up shortly as well. Miller's past Marini back to 14, so Miller on home soil starting to have his race improve a little bit, but Martin at the moment being dominating at the moment in this race. He's dominant. He's sort of 3/10 ahead, but is Bezzecchi going to take that long lap penalty? No, he'll get a penalty on the next lap then, otherwise he'll get a black flag.
Right, so that is Ralph Fernandez up into 11th, and Jack Miller is up into 14th. So let's hope there's no seagulls to interrupt him this time.
Yeah, he had a seagull caught in his brake duct yesterday as well, and I think a hare as well. You know, one of those rabbit or geese, whatever it is.
Well, I saw one of those seagulls hanging around at the start.
They're all over the place at the moment. Of course, we need Andrea Iannone back in the sport. Andrea Iannone could come back into MotoGP to replace Gigi Antonio in the last 2 races of the year, as well at Malaysia and Valencia. He nutted the seagull, headbutted it a couple of years ago as well. Megan looks tired. Megan's ill. She's battling illness at the moment as well, so she's getting really up it as well. Sleep deprivation, and she's not very well either as well. As Quadrara gained 8 places on the board as well. Flying start from him, and Nakagami's gone down to 20th position, mate.
Brad Binder does a 128.253.
Oh, hello. This is... Sorry, Mark Marquez on the inside of Binder, but Binder shut that door on him coming through into Exeter 2 at the southern loop, into turn 3, then at Stoner. Mark can't find a way through.
Bezecchi's down.
Yeah, he's doing his long lap. That's
long lap.
Yeah. I thought he was going to because he got through, yeah.
Down.
Adam says, feel better soon.
I'll try.
What is wrong with you, actually? Is it just tiredness and your mosquito bites make you feel ill?
No, it's not the mosquito bites.
Well, we might need... Well, lucky thing is that you might actually miss your 2nd Grand Prix of the year. You were in... Think about it. You were a month ago in Singapore as well, if I remember correctly. You're just getting ill on monthly cycles.
I don't know.
Bezecchi's completed his long lap penalty. Don't state the obvious. On that front.
My head just really hurts. I think it's because I've barely had any sleep, and when I
get some
hungry, and
right, we need
then all the noise and the lights, and it's.
Megan,
also, I've been feeling like I've been getting a cold for the past few days.
Megan needs food, water, and drink. You didn't come to the bottles with water. I told you to.
I don't want water.
Oh, well, don't set your headset lead on fire. That's the last thing we need.
I'm not gonna.
As it comes through. Martin leads. Is it me or is Marc Marquez still struggling with that bike? He's still he can't get the access to it as well.
Well, it refuses to start on it. So.
Yeah. As SHG's pointed out, he has got ahead of Brad Binder. Morbidelli to 4th, says Lou as well. Viñales gets ahead. Bezzecchi. No, what? That is
crashed out.
Yeah, Bezzecchi's crashed out at the same part of the track. You're doing a long lap, Lupan. So he did the long lap and he's crashed it. Marco Bezzecchi is out of the Australian Grand Prix at turn 4 at Miller Corner.
At this point, I just accept my fate and just not.
He's rejoined the race. He's rejoined the race. You were saying?
I just accept it. I don't know what he's up to. I mean, yesterday it was saying don't race, and now it's literally made him go out.
Yeah, just dropped the front on the inside into turn 4. Trail breaks in and just goes on him. That's really unusual, actually, to snap the mid-corner.
Right in front of his teammate, too.
Yeah, SHG says, what a nightmare weekend for Bezzecchi. As Megan will point out, all they want is to eat the ramen. Eat the noodles that he was having in the practice. Move over, you can hear Marc Marquez saying now. He's going through on Franco Morbidelli for 3rd place. He's making up once again, like in the sprint race. Pad starts for Marc Marquez both days, and boy is he making up for it. And Morbidelli's trying to fight back, and I've pulled stitch.
That isn't good.
Just hurt a little bit. Go on.
Okay, so 22 laps to go. Martin is currently leading this race with Bagnaia with Bagnaia very close behind. Marc Marquez is currently battling Jaco Morbidelli, and that is very close between the two of them. Both have red sector 2 times, whereas the sector 1s are, well, less to be desired.
Sorry, the stitch got caught in the tooth.
Maybe?
That hurt a little bit, actually. I was pulling it tighter, so it was hurting a bit.
Maybe try talking less.
Yeah, it's dissolvable stitches, apparently. Don't know when they're going to dissolve, so, yeah.
Guess when you don't start pulling them.
So, down the hill we go, then. Marc Marquez, 1.7. Look at all the seagulls! They're all over the top!
They're hatching a plan for Miller.
I implore all of you watching after this race, go and watch Bad Lip Reading on YouTube, Yoda, the Seagulls song. That's exactly what we've had stuck in our heads all weekend long here in Phillip Island. Bezzecchi rejoining last place. I have to say this, Mark is probably the most fun rider to watch in the 2024 Premier Class season as well.
Oh, we need to drop 1 position.
Where is he on the board? 14th.
Yeah.
So he's got to give it to Augusto Fernandez. That's a weird call around.
Why is this?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Phillip Island is always one of my favourite Aussie circuits. It's one of mine, Adam, as well. I remember us calling the race last year, actually, as well. On the Saturday, and then the Sunday got washed out.
Due to overtaking under yellow flag.
It's just flashed up on the main monitor now as well. So Luca Marini, as Megan says, overtaken under the yellow flag, dropped 1 place. So Martin and Bagnaia, 7 tenths between those two at the moment. Augusto retains 14th position at the moment, yeah.
Long lap penalty completed for Marini.
Did he have a long lap penalty, or was it just to give 1 place back?
I don't know.
I don't know why that's come up, because it wasn't a long lap penalty.
He never had one.
No, he never had. It was to give a place back. The stewards are just inventing penalties now. It's only lap 7.
What is this, F1?
It is F1. It's just to say penalty complete. It's not a long lap. Okay. I
press the wrong button.
I don't know where that comes from. He's absolutely struggling. Marini has been given a 1 position penalty, has to be dropped. Here comes Digi on the inside of Bastianini. Look at how late Bastianini can brake on that GP24 bike compared to last year's model into Doohan Corner.
Do you know
so
what?
much further down.
He might have actually done a long lap penalty because he's dropped more than 1 position.
He's dropped to 16th place. Has he got it wrong?
I think he must have been told wrong.
I think he's got it wrong. I think, by the way, Marc Marquez just done a 1:27.9. He's broken the record he set in 2013, 11 years ago. So that we've got a new fastest ever lap race around this circuit belonging to Marc Marquez on a 23 Ducati.
Woohoo.
Just saying. 23 Ducati. But, yeah, I reckon you're right. I reckon Marini has misunderstood to give 1 place back, and he's thinking it's one lap, long lap.
Yeah.
So he's done a long lap, and he's got it wrong. Yeah, I reckon he's read it wrong.
They probably weren't very clear with him.
Because it flashed up on the dashboard.
Yeah.
So Marini's done a long lap
He
penalty,
probably saw the 1 and thought, oh, it's a long lap penalty.
and there goes Digi trying to go down the inside, down through Lukey Heights into MG, but Bastianini got straight back through as they're coming to the last corner. Digi's now going to try and close that behind him and slipstream into that first corner at Doohan. It's a long enough straight, it's a perfect last corner exit. Bastianini's going to go defensive. Here comes Digi again on the onboard. Down it towards turn number 1. Pulls to the inside line. Last of the late breakers here. Digi knows it. Just lifts it off again. And Bastianini sliding that GP24 bike around as well. Loving every second of it.
Jack Miller goes up into 11th position with no signs of distress from Seagulls.
Stop it now. Ha, 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 ha. Remember that?
Kind of.
What's happening?
Here's a replay of the start.
I knew he took something off the dash.
Yes.
What is he doing?
Do you know, I saw him messing around and I'm thinking he needs to focus now because
He took a visor strip
Watch
off.
when it goes away. I saw the sticker. I said there's something there.
I knew it.
What are the chances? I have never seen anything like that.
Do you reckon
do
it
you
could have
know-
got caught?
Do you know, it's exactly what it is. Marc Marquez has taken a visor strip off before when the green flag went away. He's put it behind the bike and it's got caught on the rear tyre. And when he's gone to accelerate, it's just revved off the tyre. So, exactly,
own fault.
exactly to your point, Megan, the tear-off strips have caused Marc Marquez's poor start. I've never seen that.
I told you tear-offs were bad.
I have, in all my years of commentating on MotoGP, never, not once in my life, have I seen that type of accident.
I've been waiting for the day.
That is ultra bizarre. Like, 1,000,000 times out of 10, you will never see that again in MotoGP. I am flabbergasted by that one. I said there was some form of sticker. Gavin Emmett saw there was a sticker as well. Something flicked up from behind. I thought it was like a windlet that had fallen off the bike. But no, it's his visor strip. The red flag, the man's there with the red flag. He's taken the visor strip off.
Doesn't even look like it was his first visor strip he pulled off.
No, he didn't. There was multiple there, didn't he? He put it to the side of the bike and then goes, oh, where did it go? Oh, hang on, the lights are on. I better concentrate here. So, Marc Marquez has got completely distracted by the start procedure and, to put it a better way, he messed it up. I don't know if
He's in third, so...
And he's going to have a go now on Pecco Bagnaia as well, so it's not over yet as they come through into Lukey Heights, down into MG. So now, three-way fight again for the Australian Grand Prix. Martin, 7/10, Bagnaia, Marquez, I should say, 2 tenths between them. Game on.
Alex Marquez is currently in 17th position, having separated the 2 Hondas.
Well, this race just keeps on giving. It's a strange one. Here comes Mark on the GP23 bike, passing Pecco Bagnaia on the GP24. But again, that 24's got so much more brake. Oh, I thought he went down, didn't you? I thought Mark went down. The way that bike...
Thought he went a little bit wide.
It did wobble like crazy into one. That's what Neil Hodgson was talking to us about in the pre-show as well. If you cut off the aero, you lose about 50% of your braking. And you can see how it's twitching now. Mark's bike's twitching like crazy. This is fantastic. And Bagnaia's going to try and block every which way possible to stop Marc Marquez coming back through. 17 laps to go of this Grand Prix. It's lap 11 now, and we have got a 3-way fight at the front between Martin Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, the top 3 in the World Championship.
Alex Marquez has just moved up into 16th position, and Bagnaia is currently doing quite well in his setting track bests.
Faster and faster and faster, again and again and again, time upon time as well. Frankie Cardetti has just reacted to the tail off, getting caught in the rear spin. Yeah, so it is. Even Frankie's saying it as well. Marc Marquez's crew chief watching on. Bagnaia's gone wide. Here we go again then down the start, finish straight. Marc Marquez will get in the slipstream. Left or right? Right's the answer. Inside line into 2 and corner at turn 1. But again, so much more braking power for the GP24 bike. Mark can't keep up. And Martin's gone wide. Martin's made a mistake. Martin's really made a mistake to the first 2 corners. Down through doing in the southern lip. And now they're all together again. I'm going to have to change cameras here, Megan, as well.
Gonna let them through.
Yeah, you're going to have to change cameras. So you might need to stand up in a second because Bagnaia has taken the lead in the race. Bagnaia leads. Martin's going to be down a 3rd. Marquez trying to come through as well. Martin on the inside. Bagnaia goes wide. Marquez goes through on the inside. Marquez takes 2nd place. We've got a race on our hands here, everybody.
Not bad for a guy who just had a tear-off stuck in his wheel.
Yeah, and it hasn't affected him, has he? That's proved. Just put him on the GP24 bike. Watch what he can do. But the important thing here is that what on earth happened to Martin? 7 tenths ahead, and he made even wider 1.
Why did he make a mistake? Well, he's Martin.
Yeah.
They usually make a slight mistake, and I'm starting to feel again.
Well, get your energy back because this is going to be an absolute barnstormer in Australia.
It's more I feel sick.
Is that heat? Do you want me to take it off?
No.
All right, fair it is.
It's because of how much I'm talking.
Anyways, give me a minute. We might have
I'm
another
not
one
even
here.
talking that much.
Over the line again. Martin's going to feel the pressure now as well. It's pumping, it's pumping, it's pumping the adrenaline. Down it towards turn number 1. Marquez pulls the outside line, won't do the old switcheroo. Bagnar's now back in third. They're running all together, but one of them is going to fall. I've just got this feeling that we're going to see someone crack under this pressure.
Well, I don't know about them three, but further down the field, with no sign of seagulls in sight, Jack Miller reaches number 10 in the position. So got into that 10th position now. Next up on his list is Ralph Fernandez.
Gets ahead of Fabio Quartararo as the top 3 in this Grand Prix enter Miller at turn 4. That sounded a bit sexual, didn't it, as well, for 4 a.m. in the morning as well. But no, they've gone around the hairpin. Now they're into Siberia, up through the hill again, through one of my favourite sections of the entire circuit, the long, sweeping, opening backstretch. You can really open up these engines and let them sing. You rise up towards Lukey Heights at turn 12. It'll be a drop down the hill in towards turn 13 as well. Again, this is where we're going to be seeing. This is great. Moto 3 this morning. Moto 3 a couple of hours ago was like.
Feels so good.
Moto 3 was like, what was it? It was like everything was exploding at once. Moto 2.
That's where my headache started.
Yeah, because that was hard to keep a track of. Moto 2 had a close fight at the finish, and now MotoGP just picking everything together, getting it all again as Marquez tries to close in on Jorge Martin down to turn 1. I don't think he's going to have the move.
I don't think he's going to have the move yet. Maybe in a few more laps, but there's a replay right now of the top 3 going round one of the corners.
Down to 4.
Yeah.
That was Martin retaking the lead away from Bagnaia, and that allowed Marquez to slip back to on the inside line. So just that forced back manoeuvre between the two, that changed it all again. Zarco overtakes Quartararo into 11th. Quartararo really struggling, says SHT and Lou. Coming through as well. Adam says as well the MotoGP season will go down to the season finale. I think it will do as well. I need to sneeze. That's going to be painful.
Just under 3/10 separates Martin and Marquez currently. So that gap is getting closer and closer between them.
Yeah, it's closing and it is getting faster.
Marquez isn't even pushing that much.
Well, Japan didn't necessarily deliver on the action. Australia is certainly giving us one to entertain. It's the best racetrack in the world. It's the best race that we have on the MotoGP calendar. We ride now with Marc Marquez on the Gresini, number 93, out of turn 14, the last corner. And now, slowly pulling that throttle at the exit and closing up on Martin down towards turn number 1, but it's still a bit too far back.
Right, 13 laps to go of this.
That was halfway. We've just done halfway of the race. 14, yeah, was it 14 and 14 to go? Yeah. Oh, Digi on the inside with Bastianini swinging around the outside into Doohan with Binder just ahead. Digi's keeping his arms together and he's got ahead of Bastianini again. He's kept 6th place.
Alesia's just dropped down 2 positions to Marini and Alex Marquez. I mean, I thought he was like out. But he's fine.
I really enjoy what SHG is saying right now, lads. Imagine if they crash the top 3. And then we've got Morbidelli leading the race. And this will be the battle for the lead as Digi dives up the inside. Binder cuts back and then through goes Bastianini. So Digi got screwed there. And here comes as well Maverick Vinales sweeping through. Digi's not going to let that one slide though. Maverick's going to have to live to fight another day.
Yeah, Vinales cannot seem to get past D'Antonio right now. I think D'Antonio's just had enough recently, to be honest. It's just like, I don't want to have to deal with any more of people.
A quick side note, Bagnaia has dropped 7/10 to Marc Marquez, but a full 1.1 seconds to Martin. So the top 2 in the race are Martin and Marc Marquez. They're the 2 siding together as Digi gets very close to Bastianini coming through MG.
Now reached 12 laps to go of this race, and in my mind I'm thinking slowly, it's just one more lap until you can go to bed.
Very tired. Yeah, but think about it, we actually get about 14 hours before we have to race again.
You won't see me for about 13 of those.
Digi goes through very late, not going to work there, but Bastianini takes 6th, Digi down to 7th, Vinales still in 8th position as well, trying to find their way through into Southern Loop. So Bastianini's up to 6th place. Interesting race, this one. Digi's fighting back so hard, and Mark is right there as well, just waiting for Martin to make that critical error, make that crash, and then it's all going to go bang, 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 bang in the race.
Needed that stretch. Right, so Bagnaia is currently pushing extremely hard, and have you noticed how there is the slightest colour differentiation from the two different reds? Like, look at Marc Marquez and the red in his sector 1 compared to the reds in Bagnaia's sectors 1 and 2.
This is your slower of the two faster, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 20.850 for Bagnaia, so he's got faster, so he's actually closing back in. The gap is still within a second. TV pictures are having a bit of a glitch at the moment. There we go. Gap between Martin and Bagnaia in the championship will be exactly 1 race victory, which means it will go down probably to Malaysia at this point in the championship. It won't be settled in next time out.
Neither of them want to win.
So it looks like it will go down to the final race of the season just because how close it is. There's 36 points still on offer, remember, per weekend.
I generally don't know who will win.
I don't know either. Marquez, though, is closing in. He might win today for a 3rd win of the season. He's closing in on Martin as he comes through Stoner into Miller hairpin. Martin can feel cool now. He said in the press conference on Friday, I want to go back to 2014, 2015 to really understand what my talent is. We all joked and said, yeah, you'll be Carl Abraham right at the back of the field because you'll be racing against aliens of Jorge Lorenzo, Valentino Rossi, Danny Pedrosa, Marc Marquez back in his prime. And everyone said, just you wait until Mark's on a GP24 bike. Look what he's doing on a GP23 bike, Megan. He's hounding the back of a 24 championship contender.
Although should be scared at the fact that he can do this on last year's bike.
What can he do on next year?
A bike with little data.
And also, yeah, it's limited date, but also no updates. It's now, nearly 2 years out of date compared to this one.
And he can school them, basically.
Yeah, lap after lap, and he's only, 2/10 off of Martin. This is Marc Marquez proving to everybody, look, I'm here to stay.
The only reason he didn't take the lead at the start was because he accidentally got a visor strip caught.
Yeah, he would have got him down to turn 1. And that makes Mark angry. You don't like Mark when he's angry.
He blames himself.
Down into the braking zone. Again, through Stoner into Miller at 4. Gap now a 10.5. I'm just waiting for that little opportunity. Martin brakes late. Marc Marquez brakes just a tad later. So close to the exit between the two of them. Now they're sort of leaving Bagnaia in dust.
Bagnaia is just like giving up, I feel.
Yeah.
He's just like, okay, this isn't my race. Which is weird, giving up 10 laps to go.
In a world championship fight with your main rival.
No, it doesn't feel like 10 laps to go.
No, and Bagnaia hasn't had that pace all weekend. You've been in the box for every single session. You know, he's had no pace.
I generally also feel so. This race is too many laps.
Yeah, 27 is a bit too... Oh, Bashi's passed Pin, by the way, so he's up to 5th.
I feel like 24 would be the better one.
I would agree. It's been extended to 27 since the new regulations for bikes, and I think when we have the engine changeover, eventually it will change over again. I'm going to have to switch camera angles as well, because I'm seeing that this is going to get very tasty indeed, and they might go down, so I need to get closer up to the mic screen here. Marc Marquez reeling in Jorge Martin like a fish down into turn 1 at Dewan. The bitey corner, 9 to go.
It's got very close there.
Is this classic Marc Marquez, just sitting behind, waiting for the opportunity to pounce, and then pouncing with a couple of laps to go?
Yes.
Yeah. 10th now. 2 seconds. They've pulled 2 seconds to Bagnaia, for God's sake.
Bagnaia is just hoping he can catch up, but he won't.
Here he goes, up the inside. He thinks about it. Martin goes defensive. Marquez in Miller hairpin. He had a little look. He braked it late into Siberia. Now, who's going to crash? Martin or Marquez? It's
Martin.
one of the two. Oh, and I just thought...
Salvadori enters the pits.
Yeah, so Salvadori is out. He's riding injured. I'm surprised he got this long. Well
First
well
for
done,
time.
Lorenzo. Juan Martin is bait to Marc Marquez's fish, says Adam. You're bang on there, my friend. It's hook, line, sinker at the moment that's going on here. This is Marc Marquez showing to everybody, this is what I can do on a 23 bike. Next year, I'm world champion. He's so much more closer coming out of turn 14. Over the line we go. He's so close now, Marc Marquez. Over the line together. Is he going to have a little look? It was 63 thousandths at the line. And Marquez still doesn't want to go for it yet. He could have there. He's playing chicken with him. Ha, it's classic Marc. It's classic Marc. He's playing chicken. Ha! I'm loving this. I'm loving it. I know we got bored of Marc Marquez dominating Grand Prix. But this is proper chicken and egg. Martin goes a bit wide. And I thought Marc Marquez might think about a move on the inside line. Not going to go there.
Someone just moved.
Vinales and Digi swapping places. So, and Quadraro passes Zaka.
I don't have a calculator on me, but I have my brain, and I'm predicting maybe 9 more minutes.
Time would back that up. Yeah, it'll take us to 40. So, yeah. I agree with your statement there.
And I'm tired, and I can do maths like that.
Over the hill and far away, Marc Marquez has come to play as he closes into MG. Round the last corner at 14. Martin's going to have to go defensive once again. Everyone's watching on nervous. Everyone knows exactly what could happen and what could go wrong. Over the line again. 7 laps to go here at Phillip Island. Who's going to win the Australian Grand Prix? They've pulled 3 seconds now to Pecco Bagnaia at the line.
Bagnaia is now just... Okay, imagine if there was like a towboat. That's what he's like right now.
Look at him, look at him, look at him. Attach a magnet and watch it pull. This is unbelievable. Marc Marquez is showing exactly what he's done to everybody in the past. It's the old...
Traumatize him?
Yes. I'm bordering calling it domestic abuse.
He's playing with them.
It's the devil on the shoulder.
He's just staying that much... He's staying that little bit too much back that you don't know whether he's going to make a move or just give up.
And Martin knows he's there. He can feel him. It's the breath on the back of the neck as well. Every time, Martin is just going to be looking forward, but he knows Marc's there.
Because his eyes aren't on the track.
Yeah.
His eyes are on Martin. He has his target.
It's a classic alien technique as well. Keep those eyes focused. Don't break contacts. It's like you go into a bit... Well, 6 to go now. And this is just going to... Look, they've checked out. Bagnaia's just gone, you can have it today. 3.4 seconds.
Bagnaia's just like, I've been through this before. I don't want it again.
Bagnaia had to fight Marc Marquez for his first ever victory back in Aragon. All those years ago. This is brilliant. This is Martin really putting his stamper on that I want to be the world champion of 2024. And this is Marc Marquez going, so you want to race with aliens? You want to show what your talent is? I'll give you a game on a year-old bicycle. This is Marc fighting the youngsters with one arm tied behind his back.
He's basically saying, face me.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to be champion?
I tell you what, this is, if anyone saw the last Halloween film with Michael Myers, this is Marc Marquez as Michael Myers teaching his protege, that kid in that film, who's Jorge Martin. He's teaching him how to kill, how to do it. He's just learning the strategy. And then, at the end, Marc's going to teach him everything and then pounce and kill him.
Do you know, this is reminding me of, do you know that funny skits of Halloween where just steering in the back garden and then just like doing all these random funny things. That's Mark right now. Playing chess with another killer. That's Magnolia.
Michael Myers, Mark Marquez. There's not much difference between the two when you've got to think about it. Yeah, down to turn one again with 5 laps to go. Is he going to think about a move? No, but she's playing with him. And Martin saw him there. I saw Martin. He looked back for a split second and he could see Mark Marquez right behind him. It must be the worst.
He's got closer.
It's the worst feeling on the world to know that someone's right there. And you're right, he has got closer. He's pulling him in more as well. And Martin is going to be feeling it. He's going to be knowing. It's going to be the old heart's going to be pounding like crazy.
If they were standing next to each other right now, Mark would be creepily saying hi.
He's not even, maybe saying boo as well, or just suddenly locking the door of the hotel as well.
Like, what'd you do?
Yeah, this is very much Mark Marquez now just stalking the back. This is fantastic. They've pulled up 4.3 seconds to Magnolia.
It's like Stewie Griffin.
Yeah, screw anything that's happening in the rest of the race. It's all eyes on these two for a cracking Australian Grand Prix.
It's like Stewie Griffin asking, where's my money?
Yeah.
Good day to you, sir.
Thing is, we all know what's going to happen. With 2 laps to go, Marquez will make the move, and then on the last lap, he'll mug him.
Yeah.
It's poetry.
Speaking of, Bastianini, 4th.
It's like, we all know Mark Marquez. Oh yeah, he's up to 4th now. Yeah, so that's great. He's past Binder. We all know what's going to happen. It's almost sad watching it because Martin doesn't stand a chance compared to the legend of Mark Marquez. Here we go again. Here's the first attempt. Just a little break late over the line. See who's going to be doing what wears around you.
I wonder if Martin knows what's happening.
Martin's going to know. And look, he made a mistake. Turned too late.
Nerves.
Marquez is right there. He's going to go around the outside. Now he's making his presence known with 4 to go. It's the same tactic.
Every move you make.
I'll be watching you. Here we go. Marquez to the inside line. Martin's having to go defensive. Martin's going to go lane wide. Marquez goes through. And Mark Marquez leads the Australian Grand Prix. He bullied Martin into making his own mistake. He made Martin go defensive, and Marquez just slipped back through on the inside.
I love that Mark just basically tortures everyone into making mistakes.
It's the psychological break.
And then he makes his move.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's abuse. It is psychological abuse at its best. And now we've got 3 laps to go now. Martin's going to try and fight back, but you're not going to break Mark Marquez. If he does it, I'll be incredibly surprised.
I wonder how many therapists have had Mark Marquez as the key subject out of the drivers.
Hey, it might not be that bad. Marquez, don't forget, he's on a year-old bike. Martin's on a 24 bike. Over the line we go, and they're side by side of the line. 1,000th of a second into turn 1. Martin breaks lane. Martin takes the lead back with 3 to go. On the inside of doing last the late breakers, and now Mark is starting to think, have I been off more than I can chew? No, I'm Mark Marquez. He's getting right back with him.
It's like that phrase like, come here, you little...
Yeah, he's angry now. He's angry. And Augusta Fernandez and Ashley Spargo battling on the last couple of places. Into turn 4. Mark's angry. Mark's dive bombed him on the inside of turn 4. He was really angry there. He's put the youngster in his place. He trail breaks in and reaches the lead back.
What we're seeing is the end of a horror movie where the villain just can't stand the stupidness of the supposed hero anymore.
This is fantastic. And now Martin's going to get even more angry. This is brilliant. Mark was not taking no for an answer. We are watching murder live on television. This is fantastic. This will hurt Martin as well because of what he said in the press conference on Friday, that he wants to know what his skill set level is. He wanted to race back in 2014 and 2015 season where you're racing against
He wouldn't have survived.
No, because you're racing against that man right there in his prime, and Lorenzo, and Rossi, Pedrosa, everybody. Over the line with 2 to go. Martin's angry again into turn 1. He's going to try and trail break. Hasn't worked out. Marquez goes nice into turn 1, but leaves off the throttle. Martin had more speed. Martin looks to the inside of the southern lid. Can't work out. Marquez keeps the lead. And Martin has cost himself 3/10 because he was off the normal racing line.
You want to race from 2013 to 14, then you're going to have a lot of therapy bills and a lot of guts.
I think Marquez is now going to toy with Martin. He knows this is the penultimate lap, so he knows. Marquez now knows he has to anticipate that Martin is going to plan a move for the last lap.
I feel like every so often he's just going to brake a little bit just to see what happens.
It's exactly what he's doing. Look, Marquez is sort of just up and over a bit too much. Marquez knows Martin will plan a dive bomb move on the last lap. So Marquez is going to try and block every opportunity he possibly can.
Mia's crashed out.
Mia's out. Look, he's blocked it into Lukey Heights.
Why do I feel like Mark hasn't played with his food for a long time, so now he's just making up for it here?
He's played with the food, he's resuscitated it, and killed it again!
There's one of his victims.
Final lap of a mega Australian Grand Prix, which has delivered time and time again. The gap between Marquez and Martin is now 0.3 of a second. It's all hands on deck for the last lap. It has been an absolute thriller. Marquez may have had the demon start with his own making, but he's fought back and he's schooled Martin on a year-old bike. Mark is going to have to really defend, though, because Martin wants points. Martin's got to think championship here, Megan, but he's not going to think that. He's going to want to beat Marc Marquez.
He's made it personal.
Yeah, he has. That's exactly it. They've made it personal.
And Mark knows that's how to make people lose.
Vulnerable is the don't make it personal.
Let your emotions get to you.
Valentino Rossi kicking Marquez off the bike in Sepang.
No, that was emotional.
Yeah, cost Rossi the title because he got that penalty start at the back of the grid in Valencia. So Marquez does know how to make people emotional. Whether that was Rossi's fault, Marquez's fault, fair, it doesn't really matter now because we're into Lukey Heights. This is the last sector of the track. Marquez does go defensive just in case because he hasn't looked back to see if Martin's there. It doesn't matter. This has been the ultimate show. We've had races won in dry and wet, but this has been Marc Marquez of old. Fear not, on a 23-year-old bike, he can still do it. Marc Marquez plays with his food and returns as the killer of Australia. Marquez wins a classic down under. Martin is second, Bagnaia is third, Digi fourth with Bastianini in fifth. But that was an absolute show that an old dog can still bite and can still charge. A handshake between the two, a thoroughly great race.
Send me the therapist bill.
It is Marc Marquez, a third win in 2024. I think, Megan, that one's going to mean the most of anything because that has showed that Marc Marquez is back to his old ways. That was Mark, as you say, playing with his food.
He still knows how to talk to his opponent.
That was spectacular. I bow to Marc Marquez. That was fantastic and well worth 4:42 a.m.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I thought it was very impressive and hilarious.
And there goes the final visor strip. He started the race having a terrible start, and he's gone on to bloody won the thing.
Yeah.
He's world champion next year.
He better be.
On a 25 bike, Marquez is champion next year.
Be nice to have another one for him.
SHG's pointed out he was 13th at the start of the race.
Now he's first.
Right, I'm going to let you go because you're not well. What did you make of Australia?
I thought it was very entertaining and good. Are you sure you'll be okay?
I'll be fine for the last. I'll give it to BT.
Okay.
TNT, I should say. Cheers, Meg. See you later on
Bye.
for F1 and see you in a week's time in Indonesia, where we'll have hopefully Julia or Maddie on the call as well. A flag for Marc Marquez to come in. A Spanish flag. The 93 flag. What a race for Marc Marquez. We're closing in then on the end of the Sepang test here in 2025. Alex Marquez, the fastest at the moment, the 156.493. Pecco Bagnaia ahead of Fabio Quartararo as well. It really is getting a very interesting situation. Hello everyone, back up live then here on JB Motorsports and nearly getting into the final run of things as well. Fingers crossed, it's been quite an entertaining day, hasn't it? I've been enjoying it. I hope you all have been at home as well. Just like to get my microphone in order first of all. So, yeah, fingers crossed it's going to be quite an interesting final run around for this test day. Don't want anything to go wrong in the final 2 minutes. What we will do is run through today's results and then the combined results, which shows us everything from this test. I do think it's been one of the most entertaining ones. As the situation continues to arise. Still Mia with Ayagura, Bashini and Salvadori out there on the circuit. So, we'll go through the results from day 3. Alex Marquez is the fastest with a 156.493. Pecco Bagnaia is second, 156.5. Quadraro's third on a 156.724. Morbidelli in fourth on a 156.948. Marc Marquez fifth, 157.042. Pedro Costa is sixth on a 157.175. Zarco 7th from Mia, just got into 8th, 157.279. Then we get Bezecchi in 9th, and Rins rounds out your top 10. Further down, we get Aldeguer in 11th with Miller in 12th, Binders 13th, Ayguras in 14th. Luca Marini 15th, Marvin Vinales is 16th, Miguel Oliveira 17th, and Ayabashi in the 18th, Sonkat Chantra 19th, Mikel Pirro in 20th, Lorenzo Salvadori is 21st, 22nd, and Fangio Dovizioso and Augusto Fernandez in 23rd place. Final few laps then, ahead of this Sepang test, 3 days brought to you. 2 days, of course, next week in Buriram. That's going to be on JBSportsXtra. If you want to take a look there, we'll try and get viewership up and promotions there. 3 seconds, 2, 1. And that's it. The checkered flag is out on MotoGP here at the Sepang test. Finally, it all is completed. And now we get to take a look at the combined sessions in total. Alex Marquez tops the overall test then from Pecco Bagnaia second and Fabio Quartararo in third. Franco Morbidelli is fourth with Marc Marquez fifth. Pedro Costa is sixth with Johan Zarco seventh. Joan Mir goes into eighth for Honda, great from them. Ninth for Marco Bezzecchi and 10th for Alex Rins. Fermin Aldeguer is 11th, with 12th for Jack Miller, 13th Brad Binder, Ayagura's 14th, Luca Marini 15th, Maverick Vinales 16th, Miguel Oliveira 17th, and Ayabashini 18th, Sonkat Chantra's 19th, 20th for Augusto Fernandez, 21st Mikel Pirro, and 22nd Lorenzo Salvadori, with Andrea Dovizioso in 23rd position. Not a bad test then, not a bad run around. My thanks to all of you for watching it here on JB Motorsports. We'll be on JBSportsXtra for the Buriram test. Join us then. Until then, thanks for your company and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.